out StarRupture. This game did just come out in early access. My understanding is it's a factory automation game, loosely around like terraforming, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, probably no random. So I actually like the Jaguars in Green Hell. Those are a meaningful hurdle. So we're gonna take a quick peek at the settings because generally speaking, I like to recognize accessibility settings. The absence of accessibility settings isn't inherently the sign of a bad product. Some games are designed where they don't need them, but it is worth, pointing out, being like, here's a good thing. And the first thing is we are going to have a couple of negative things here and saying, we do have subtitles. This is a cool setting. Yay. They're this big. You can't read them. Defeating the entire point. So the big thing I'll say to the devs is, please, for the love of everything holy, let me increase the size of your font. Whether that's the whole UI scales or just the font, I leave that up to you. But right now, this screen's not too bad, but half the text I see in the game is like this big. Like, this text here is too freaking small. So please, 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 I'm begging you, let me make the font bigger. Like, I can read this, but I have to go full-on sweaty, concentrate on it mode, or like lean in on the screen, and my vision is not that bad. Let's see, is it possible they only tested the game on 2K and you run 4K? I am not running 4K. But yeah. So we have full screen window and all that stuff. I turned down the lock to have 60 frames per second. Another thing is, this is an accessibility thing, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. This is an accessibility thing. I don't want upscaling. Let me get rid of it. Let me turn it off. It makes my computer run worse. I've had more stability issues with upscaling than anything else. Most games, I turn off the upscaling immediately, and I cannot turn it off in this game. So it's like, oh, I totally forgot. The first going to Morgan, the second going to Hamstray, the third going to Bassett. We have a 25 stream streak with Morgan. We got a 110 stream streak with Night Dweller, a 160 stream streak with Rongor, and a 25 stream streak with Moonwitch. So thank you, everyone. Sorry I forgot about that. But yeah, so I'm a little irked that I can't turn off the upscaling, because like I said, I've had a lot of games that have crashed from one upscaling or another, and it's supposed to give me performance benefits, and I've actually mostly seen upscaling hurt my performance in games, or just make them look bad. So I would love to be able to turn that off. I wouldn't argue that's an accessibility thing, but like, let me turn that off, please. You don't need to have it. Most of the other stuff here is just your basic stuff. We have motion blur. It was off by default, so thank you so much for that, because that can cause motion sickness. I actually appreciate that they have frame rate limits separate for if you're on battery, if you're on the starting menu, or if it's running in the background. I like that. That way, if the game's running in the background, I can crank that down to the floor. I keep mine at 60 across the board because content creator reasons. But like, if I wasn't doing content creation, if the game's idling in the background, crank the thing down to the minimum. I don't need to see it. So kudos on that down there. And kudos on having motion blur off by default. But yeah, I'd love to see not requiring DLS, or not requiring upscaling. Audio, not a whole lot to answer here. I did find it interesting that the audio output device is a setting here, which was also interesting because I set it here, and then when I rebooted the game, apparently this setting does not apply to the title screen, so be warned on that. The title screen does not seem to respect the settings here, just as a heads up. Like, I had the background audio turned on. With the title screen, when I clicked off the window, the audio turned off. And that's a classic problem that so many games have, is people forget to have their title screen respect their config. So devs, you are one that runs into this. Another thing I ran into with the audio device output here is when the name of the device is too long, it removes that right arrow and you can't toggle to the right, which isn't a big deal, but it is, that was an interesting and curiosity, like, haha bug, but you can still, wind through to the left, so it's not that big a deal. Mouse and keyboard, it recognizes Dvorak. So thank you, devs. There's a major accessibility win that it is not assuming everyone is running QWERTY, because that is not a safe assumption. So thank you so much for recognizing my keyboard right on the beginning, and me not having to go in there, because we had a good extent where a lot of games are being really good about handling that right, and then suddenly a bunch of them just stopped doing that. That does mean by that, what they're doing is they're mapping their keyboard shortcuts based on key position, not on the letter of the key. So whether you have WASD, it doesn't really care one way or another. Wherever WSD would normally have been on the keyboard, even if yours is like Asserti or QWERTY or Dvorak or Workman or one of the many other layouts used out there, the keys in those positions will still be my movement, and it doesn't just set it to the letters WSD. Is Dvorak an accessibility? No, so Dvorak isn't an accessibility thing in itself. It is a layout better suited for software developers, but then you take into considerations things like Asserti, which is another keyboard layout for people who speak a different language than English. I believe Asserti, was that Spanish-speaking communities tend to use Asserti? I could be wrong in that one. But it is an accessibility thing to consider whatever keyboard layout the user chooses to use, because there is certain keyboard layouts that do take consideration of different disabilities and mobility issues, as well as multiple language support. And I would argue it's an accessibility thing. If your game is designed to only work with people who speak English, you know, you are by your nature excluding those who don't. So I would still argue that's accessibility, just not around disability. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 315 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. But yeah, the point is, by allowing the people to use whatever device they're comfortable with, there's an accessibility benefit there. Plus, it's just you're coding your game right to not care about the individual letters on your keys. So we're going to begin a new game. Session name. Okay, so this is one of those games that, giving it a session name, it feels like it's designed with multiplayer as like the intended default, which is fine. It's neither here nor there. Session name, yeah. It's... oh, okay. We have heavy character limits on what we can put here. Bongo support, hey, if I want to hook up bongos, keep in mind when the bongos are a meme, a lot of mobility devices, they use stuff like that, where it's a series of buttons that get pushed or switched, or like you'll have like the thing where you can blow into it and all that. And having that multi-device support is what enables all those things. So people with disabilities can still play games, and they're not restricted because they can't hold a controller or use a mouse or whatever. Online playthrough. Oh, I can't even use space. Session name. Fine. Fine. It is Pascal. Case. There we go. Start game. So I couldn't use space, I couldn't use apostrophe. I'm assuming it's just making our file and folder names that, which is why it's being so restrictive on the character names, because you can't use those characters in file names in a lot of operating systems. Hey, Molly! Thank you so much for popping in. We are just getting started. I was hanging out with Molly Berry before stream, and she was also playing this. We are getting a little bit of a frame stutter here, despite me setting this all to 60 frames per second, so that should be interesting. But welcome in, Raiders. I think for this one, what I'm going to be doing for the people on TikTok, you're going to go away, because we're getting a frame stutter, and the TikTok live player is hot garbage. So no tiki-talkies today. I need my frames. Yo, is this taking all my frame rate? I locked it at 60 frames per second. I can't imagine it's absolutely murking my performance. But yeah, so check out Molly Berry, absolutely fantastic content creator. Really do appreciate it. I mean, it's running at like 50-something% my CPU. Not even GPU, it's just straight up CPU. So we're gonna have to probably go into some settings. And this is with like a really nice CPU. So it looks like there's definitely some optimization issues. And all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, again, go check out Molly Berry. Plays a lot of similar games to what I play here. A lot of stuff like he's been playing this, playing a bunch of Project Zomboid, all these kind of things. So if you enjoy that content over here, it's only fair that you're probably going to enjoy it over there. For also those who don't want to support generative AI and all that kind of stuff, just like myself, Molly does take the stance of being like, hey, I'm not going to stream generative AI. You make your own decisions, but I'm not going to touch it. And all good stuff. It could be just this screen that's a problem. So we've got the biologist, the scientist, the engineer, and all that. Do they give me more information about them? Oh, that is terrible. Devs. Please put transparency back here so I can actually read this, because, dear God, this section right here and this section right here is terrible to read. Convicted of classified. Specialization, astrophysics, quantum field theory, multidimensional mathematics. Previous occupation, classified. Always the smartest person in the room. Very analytical, and logical, while not practical in his statements. Weakness, tremendous lack of social skills. We have the biologist. Convicted of terrorist attack, illegal medical practice. Xenobiology, specialization, xenology, medicine, sleeve production. Previous occupation, Alixium mine, CT08. Characteristics, good-hearted, anti-government intellectual, hates the IRO, always ready to make a sacrifice, very proud and ready to fight and defend the weak. Weakness, exaggerated sense of justice. Wait, 3 guys in 1 sleeve production? Like ultra carbon sleeve? No, they make tats. Like humans and androids can transfer the consciousness into? I have no idea. We haven't played enough to know anything. And we have the engineer. Convicted of smuggling drugs and dangerous materials, aiding terrorists. Specialization, engineering of space excavation machine. Previous occupation, I think that says Lunar Penal Colony? Lunar Penal Colony, 6-7. Again, you need a dark transparency behind this, because the contrast between that and that is basically 0. Characteristics, disobedient, sharp-tongued, highly intelligent, can cause trouble. Weakness, her family. And then the soldier, convicted of desertion, a specialization, interplanetary warfare, close combat operations, crowd control. Previous occupation, military prison in Punaka. Characteristics, obedient, careful, and loyal. Always, wouldn't loyal be directly countering desert? It's whatever. We could also be misconvicted. Obedience, careful, and loyal. Always planning his every move. Values honor and duty above all else. Natural born leader. Weakness, none. So all of these things are like directly antithetical to desertion. Anyways, so I don't know if this actually does anything, because basically they have specializations and all that. It could be just their personalities or whatever. Let's see. So I could definitely, like, the soldier doesn't interest me. I'm leaning towards either the scientist or the engineer. Soldier must be claiming he's wrongfully accused. Well, that's what I was saying, is the conviction here, these could be BS. I'm curious about this one being classified. You did the biologist? Yeah, no, that's actually part of the reason I want to not choose the biologist, is I know you chose them, so it'd be good to see, like, the dialogue of different characters. Or if it makes literally any difference, whatever. Sure, let's go with the scientist.
What the?
Please don't move. I want to run a holistic scan. Commencing holistic scan.
Those subtitles are useless. So small.
Life vitals normal. Prisoner PO212. Welcome to the Argos program. Your adventure with the Playwood Corporation begins right now. Hello, I am Gal, your Galactic Assistance Liaison. The Claywood Corporation would like to apologize for any inconvenience you may have experienced. You can now exit the lander and begin your introductory training.
I'm finally here. Let's get this training over with. I want to get to work.
Okay, I'm gonna wait just a minute because we're about to hit an ad break. I'm glad. Wow, that is some mouse sensitivity. Oh boy. All right, let's maybe adjust that just a hair down if we can. It's not unplayably high, but it is. I guess that'd be targeting sensitivity. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's go for like 80%. Okay, that feels better. Yeah, it was just a touch high. We walk a little slow, so it definitely feels like the frame rate is not amazing. It's not as bad as it was on the earlier screen. I'm not getting warnings now that OBS is overloading, so I think maybe just the character selection screen just weirdly wasn't respecting the frame rate settings, would be my guess of what's going on there. Survival food packs. Regeneration chambers. Okay, so personal storage is the same on either side. I am deliberately avoiding the door until like the ad break quickly comes to an end. That way, if we're probably gonna get hit there. Can you affect the subtitles? Nope. No, you cannot. I looked earlier. The game definitely has a whole lot of big swing and a misses when it comes to the accessibility front. It looks cool, but like, for example, that thing up there, can even one of you read that up there? Because it's pretty hard for me to read it. It's not unmanageable, not like when we were trying to read the stuff that was like on the engineer. She had some, I think it was lunar was the word, in white on her white shirt, and you're just like, I'm guessing that first letter's an L and it's roughly this many characters and we're doing sci-fi stuff, so sure, we're gonna go with lunar, because I can't for the life of me read the other 4 letters going on here. Alright, we only got about a minute left on the ad break, so again, I do apologize about that. It is just what it is. I didn't want to click out of the window while we were in the middle of a cutscene out of fear that me trying to snooze the ad the 5 minutes was going to like cancel the cutscene or whatever. I've had that happen. Now, looking at my immediate HUD, I need to lower this mic so I can actually see the right side here. Looking at my immediate HUD, I've got what looks like shields and health. There's an apple icon, a water icon, and a skull icon. You could read it if you try hard enough, mostly, right. So I do think they need some UI scaling, and if not UI scaling, specifically font scaling. It is an early access game that did just drop, so it is one of the things. The light gray letters, yeah, and so the good news here is this, so you see how that has like the black background? They basically need to do the exact same thing, but on the character selection screen. That's all I was saying they need to do, because of having a slightly transparent dark background, you'll notice how much easier it is to read that. Even if I line that up on like white, you can still read it just fine. Alright, and we're down to the last 5 seconds and we'll be good to go. Water, veggies, and tacos? Water, veggies, and tacos. Oh, is the... Okay, it just... So it gives me calories, hydration, and food. Yeah, and for everyone who got stuck in ads, I deliberately didn't leave the ship so you wouldn't meet anything. The only thing we noticed is personal storage, and I got like 10 meals in there. Welcome, convicts. Welcome to your first team at the new Argos project. Claywood Corporation is honored to welcome you to the surface of Arcadia 7, located in the Raptura system. In the URV-X galaxy, your presence, as the first team after more than half a century of stagnation, marks a new chapter in the history of humanity, and the future of our company. Your missions is to extract, process, automate, and ship resources required on Earth. At the same time, we encourage you to explore and document this undiscovered world for a potential new Earth. You were chosen for a reason. You are horrifically indebted and a convicted criminal and highly exploitable. I mean, each of you has unique talents and experiences that make you invaluable pioneers and disposable. While the past may have been difficult, Claywood Corporation offers you a chance for redemption and a fresh start. Each completed order brings you closer to the freedom you long for. Good luck. Yours sincerely, the Claywood Corporation team. No individual name, because, you know, we don't want you coming back to murder us. What is... Stop beeping at me. Okay, we got a printer where I can make basic building material, intermediate... Oh, okay. Interesting. So basically, I take in a bunch of ores and I make basic building material, and then there's intermediate, then there's quartz, and then pistol ammo, and all that. They did emphasize there is combat in this game.
Welcome to Arcadia 7 in the Raptura system. The goal of this training is to teach you to effectively acquire and produce goods for our clients. However, we'll begin with something simpler. Arcadia is often bombarded by meteorites, which are rich in resources. You have been equipped with a tool to acquire them. Use it to extract what's most valuable in the meteorite.
Okay. So, things I'm noticing right now, from comparison to other games like Satisfactory, Planet Crafter, because I'm not sure exactly where this lands and all that, because it seems like there's a terraforming component and all that to the game. I'm noticing we're not immediately suffocating. Oh, okay. There we go. I was like, what asteroids? Alright. You want to talk about the big engine over there? Okay, it doesn't... Oh, okay. Maybe? I see. Equip a building tool and choose base core. B to equip the building tool. Base core. And there's a grid it's putting out here that's straight left and right is darker. I don't know anything about what we need. It just says the base core is your the center of your base, protecting it from influence of the star. Every building must be placed within, let's see, within the radius of your base core. So I'm going to try and just put this where it looks like we have materials. Or not materials. I'm going to put that...
Building materials to build the rest of the base. You can create them with the printer in your lander, but gather the necessary components first. Use the harvester to extract them, just like you did with the meteorite.
Alright, so maybe I shouldn't have walked as far away. I'm also noticing there is no marker for... Alright, so there's no map.
That's a snack. Acquired.
Hey, Jess, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Whoa Jess, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team that I'm on, and all that good stuff. Alright, so we need to remember that the lander's up there. We don't have any type of HUD or anything to tell me where stuff is, at least not yet. Alright. Yeah. So, make sure to check out what Jess has been playing some Alchemy Factory recently, and plays a lot of similar games to what we played, so definitely someone to check out. Oh, it does heat up. Gotcha. I was noticing the heat thing, and so at first I was grabbing the materials.
I can't believe I'm here. Everything here is fascinating.
The Claywood Corporation is very glad to see your enthusiasm. Most convicts do not share it.
Most of them are usually idiots who are unable to see the potential in being a pioneer on a new world.
Technically, you are not a pioneer. A lot of people have been to Arcadia before you.
That was a long time ago, and besides, the quality of their research and observations was embarrassing. You need someone who'll notice the important things, like Darwin on the Galapagos Islands, but better.
I'm glad, but I will also remind you of your resource gathering duties.
Okay.
Come here.
How's it coming along with the... Did you just finish character creation? Yeah, so character creation, this is you basically have a choice of 4 people. Generally speaking, so far I'm liking it. I'm liking the aesthetics. It does feel like... I understand it's an automation game that's going to be something like Satisfactory or one of those. We haven't gotten to any of that because we just started. There is a lot of accessibility shortcomings. Nothing like motion sickness stuff, but like subtitles that are like this big, this big, and you cannot make them bigger. Putting like the character creation is borderline unreadable because they have like white letters and then they put them under a white background and stuff like that. So it's got some issues. I just want to make it. Where's the make it button? Just hit 1? Oh, okay, we just hit 1. And then it gave me 10. So, clicking 1... Oh, well, it's 1 loop is 10.
Everything's ready. Now, build the habitat that will protect your sleeve from Arcadia's dangers. Remember that your body is also a Claywood corporate investment. So it would be good to create a comfortable place for it.
Yeah, no, to be fair, it's early access. So I'm not being like this game is unsalvageable or anything else like that. It's like, hey, it is early access. Be aware. Here's some of the places it's doing well, and here's some of the places it's doing poorly. And hopefully the devs will, take that feedback and all that and turn around and do that. One would hope, because stuff like making subtitles readable feels like a big deal. Better than the beta? Gotcha. It's weird to me to have a beta and then separately an early access.
Come here.
Because I consider the early access to be a beta. Sorry, to be a beta. But that's because I subscribe more to the old, you have prototype, alpha, beta, release candidate, release setup, which doesn't really consider early access. So for in my head, I consider early access the beta to release candidate phase. But a lot of those terms don't mean much anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, no, the environment looks great. It looks lovely. Now, because you pay for early access product, worth buying before. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. When it comes to the purchasing of games and all that, I am 100% of the mindset. People be like, oh, you shouldn't be so critical. Like, it's early access. And my counter argument is like, no. People that I hate that. So deconstruct. Okay, and do I get everything back? I do. Okay, so I appreciate that one, devs. Because there's so many games that are like, no, you built it. You're going to have to lose 20% or 50% of the materials, because meh. So I appreciate that we don't... What button is it trying to tell me? Okay, its scroll wheel is up and down. I instinctively want right-click to make my tool go away, and it's not that button. Okay. Yeah, so they had the up and down I was able to do. I didn't look at all the controls yet. So we have the airlock.
Now that you have your shelter, build a printer inside it. That way, you will always have it nearby, thus optimizing your work. corporate terminal. That will allow you to complete assignments for different companies, which will in turn give you access to new buildings.
Alright, one thing we're going to adjust is some of these volumes. Because right now... there we go. Right now, that music be jamming, and I'm up all for it. But I cannot hear her for the life of it. Okay. Corporate terminal requires 100. Current recipe is titanium. Oh, I can just claim it now.
The first reward was free, but you'll have to work for the next one. Send us some titanium.
How am I supposed to send what I've gathered back to Earth?
The same way you got here, but in reverse. Look up at the sky. Once you build an orbital cargo launcher, it will send supplies right through that rift. It will cover light years in seconds.
I'm guessing that's supposed to be the rift? Okay. Let's see. Build an orbital cargo launcher. Okay, so you're gonna require more basic materials. I have a feeling we get real tired of that airlock before this is over. Just having to walk back and forth inside versus just racing through. So this has an arrow going into it. And rotate is R. To transfer power between buildings, connect them with their platforms. Buildings can be connected directly using additional platforms. Each element conducts power. Connections work across multiple elevation levels. As long as you see the appropriate indicator, power will be transmitted. Yeah, so basically, this platform is the infrastructure that carries my power, so I don't need to build a bunch of power poles and that nonsense. Right, so we're gonna need to go get more materials. Okay, so we have titanium, calcite, so I need... That's a meteor heart. That's fine. I'm assuming where we're at in the game right now, hunger and hydration are disabled?
Acquired. Come here. That's a snack.
I don't know why when he's like, that's a snack, my brain's like, you're a snack. It's like, oh, wait. I don't even know where I got that from. There was something I got that from where I can't remember what it was, where it's something like the person gives them a stack and the person's response is like, you're a snack, and just there's that awkward moment where it's like, oh, this person's flirting with me. So let's just go ahead and get ourselves some titanium and overheat a little bit. ASDF? Did ASDF do that one? All the base building mechanics seem very similar to No Man's Sky base building. I guess there can only be so many ways you can make systems work well. Yeah, I mean, you look at, like, for example, No Man's Sky and, you know, Planet Crafter and Raft and the many, many, many different types of, base building mechanics we've had over the years that, yeah, it's also one of those things that very quickly the whole needing to cable together everything piece by piece can get pretty tiresome pretty quick. Yeah, it's still titanium. You vaguely have like a rust color, like a copper. Okay, so that's wolfram. We need a bunch of. But yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things of like, do you want your person to have to go through and do all the cable management? And there's reasons to do it, and there's also reasons not to do it. Depends on like how you're trying to design your stuff. We haven't done enough. Have you seen my sandwich? I am your sandwich. Oh, I mean that's a little different. Honestly, one of your favorite features with alchemy is that for the most part stuff just works. Yeah. How far have you gotten in Alchemy Factory, Jess? Because again, I was hanging out vibing, but I wasn't like really watching very carefully like what part of the production line you're in. And if you're trying to like lurk and all that, like don't let me drag you out. Because I've very much been enjoying Alchemy Factory, and there's definitely stuff that I look at in the game where I'm like, ah, this is the equivalent to whatever you'd run into like Factorio. You know, it's a whole different system, but it kind of fills the same use case or whatever. Like I just kind of like logically put those together. But I've been enjoying that one. That's actually what I've been playing for the last couple of days is Alchemy Factory. This stuff is powered at a default. Yeah. Yeah, no, to me it was I find the heat material to be the proxy for power in that game, just in the sense of as you're doing stuff you have to okay, so you're already doing heat. Yeah, so I found heat in my mind is an equivalent to power in other games, just in the sense that it is a thing you just need to support everything else and you have to scale it. But yeah, no, vitality potions were definitely where the game ramps up. Is like, okay, well now you have heat and all these things to manage, and you're like, wait a second, this means I'm literally burning money. Okay, this is a thing I gotta take considerations of. Alright. So we now need power. No problem, the altar. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out, all good stuff. I so want right-click to make this go away. It's because it's not right-click, it's not escape. It's like you have to like hit one, like you're reselecting the tool, and that's fine. But that's going to take me a little while to get that muscle memory to be redone. Select a commission in the OCL. The OCL. That must be the orbital cargo launcher. That's we're already turning abbreviations. Okay. So you are going to be titanium ore. Supply it with the materials. Alright, so I just need more. You can also hit B twice. Yeah. I find B to be a pretty inconvenient button. Like I want it to be something like tab or something like that, or Q. I'm assuming the reason it's not is because of the combat side of things. That we're gonna need those shortcut keys for the combat stuff. Yeah, it's sort of similar to power, but at the same time it feels like another resource to manage, especially because you can make it self-sustaining loops, never have to worry about the central heat source. Yeah, no, exactly. It almost feels like a weird thing, like, I'm going to use Factorio just because I feel like it's got a better proxy for it. It almost feels like in Factorio, where you go to set up nuclear power, that's kind of one of those mechanics. Where it takes a little bit to get the whole thing set up, but then it kind of self-sustains. You just have to introduce new material every so often to keep the process going. And I actually really like it. But yeah, no, it is definitely another resource to manage. I 100% agree. But it was just kind of interesting to me. I'm like, okay, like I have to create this heat to do all of these things. And like, this is about the point where I would be scaling up electricity if I was playing a different game like Satisfactory or Factorio. So like a very different mechanic, but it's like, okay, you're kind of hitting the same phase, I guess I would use. Off stream I've been messing with, there's an achievement for beating the game without having a single customer the whole time, which really wildly changes the entire way you play the game. Because it very much changes to, you are just you're creating stuff on demand almost. No like Satisfactory, you scale up and you just shove a bunch of material in the box. Who cares if it just sits there? You know you'll use it eventually. It's like, no, I have to get my money out of this. It's like, I need to be able to buy my stuff tomorrow. I must sell this. The one I'm curious about is there is another achievement for never buying a single piece of land. And where I'm at on my on-stream playthrough, I'm taking up like 6-7 tiles of land now that I'm fully utilized, or like I'm covered everywhere. Do you just take quests only? Yeah, my understanding is early game it's quests only, and later on you get what's called a contract, which is basically where someone will buy a specific material just endlessly. Or there's a cap of how much you can sell a day, but you get the idea. And so it's you run quests until you get to the contract phase, and then it's mostly like, if they're like, hey, I'll buy bandages from you, up to 800 a day. You just make sure you get all those bandages sold as you can. Which is, again, it's a very interesting thing of being like, just forget the store, I sell bandages. Or whatever it is. So it definitely has a path, but it's an interesting challenge. I'm curious about the single tile one. Part of me feels like the way that's ultimately going to work is you'll set up your factory to accomplish like one of your goals. Like, you know, you'll do like the vitality potions. So you'll set up the entire area to make your vitality potions until you get that objective done, and then you'll rip it all out to then, you know, set up the process for like whatever the next goal is. So I could see that being how you do the first one. I haven't checked that. Let's see, can you do the single tile one, or does that include the one single tile you buy at the introduction? You probably skip out of the tutorial to do just that. Oh, I have to click and drag it.
As soon as we get the package, your reputation will increase, which will unlock new schematics for you.
Yeah, no, there's 3 different challenges. I'm trying to remember, it's because there's the one of using only one tile. There was the one for not selling to customers directly at all. And I think there was a speedrun one of finishing the whole game in 50 days.
The shipment has arrived. You've just proven you're useful, which means the corporation trusts you a little bit more. You've acquired new schematics. Go ahead, claim your reward.
So, ore extractor, rail support, rail connector.
We've
Fair
just
enough.
unlocked new building schematics for you. Can you guess what they're for?
No.
Trivial question. Of course I know what they're for. We'll automate production by excavating deposits and sending them between buildings using rails.
Impressive. You've used equipment like this before?
Hardly. It just doesn't make logical sense to extract everything by hand and run around from building to building. You'd waste my potential if I had to do that.
Exactly. Let's take advantage of those 3 doctorates.
Okay, so you want more titanium. Okay, so build an ore excavator on an ore titanium deposit, which I'm assuming is that area I've been going and mining. Provided enough power for you to build and operate. What's interesting, because it mentions there's a dome here that I thought it said I had to build within the dome. It could be that it's only protected within the dome. Every element transfers power. Every connected element transfers power. Connecting the building using the rail allows you to transfer power and resource. Okay, so you can use the rail as a power source. So we've got all this, basic items, shallow stairs, platform, supported platform, rail junction, rail supports, all that. Okay, and I'm assuming it automatically adds, like, adds supports as needed. Building too long. You have overloaded your power grid. We didn't get the from satisfactory.
Now that the raw materials are being extracted automatically, you'll have more time to build out your base.
I have a question. Why didn't you install all available building schematics for me from the start? That would speed up my work even more.
All of the machines made available to you during your mission are delicate and extremely expensive. They are also bound by NDAs and patents. None of the companies working with the Claywood Corporation have granted permission to give you everything right away. You need to prove you are worthy of using the more advanced equipment.
But I already signed the NDA.
This will be best explained by the words of Annika Fisher, the CEO of Future Health Solutions, one of our partners. Playing recording.
There's no way I'm giving those degenerates my patents. They don't care about the law or intellectual property. But if it becomes necessary and they actually deserve it, then so be it. Don't quote me on that.
It's fine. I'm assuming we're gonna see the stuff sliding on the rail here. I have no idea what speed this thing goes. They didn't... Oh, does it wait till it gets a full stack to deliver? What's going on here?
I need water.
Oh. So you gain toxicity for that.
I advise caution. The fruit on Arcadia can alleviate hunger, but putting unknown things into one's mouth is rarely beneficial to the individual. Though, of course, it was beneficial to the development of civilization. Although this fruit is edible, that won't always be the case.
Oh, I have to select the commission. Yeah. I have to select the commission. Yeah, I see. So there's a rail there, but the other side isn't saying I want it, and therefore the rail's not delivering it. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so it's a pull instead of a push system. I can get behind that, so it's a requester system. Yeah, and that's the way I usually, when I set up Factorio and I do my automation, I'll usually have the chests, like, turn on and off based on stuff so that the trains, or the train stops will turn on and off and all that stuff. And I'll do a lot of that with the train systems. Alright. We're gonna be proud corporate level 3 people. It does make me wonder, we're probably gonna have some way of combining switching, in other words, rails, and I'm assuming we're gonna get that soon. but the idea of having like a rail station where I can import the goods to them, route them other places. Because, for example, that launcher there only had one port that I could see, and it could be possible it can accept multiple rails. We're gonna have to experiment with that, and don't spoil whatever it actually is, because you know that's part of the fun is discovery. But right now we effectively have what's the equivalent of another game of conveyor belt that's feeding into it, and so I'm gonna need some way to combine my logistics for having multiple materials going to same points or rerouting. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Making the corporation happy is so slow. It's like a real job. They expect you to perform well for a sustained period of time so that you can get your 2% raise, and then get mad about it because, you know, it's a 2% raise.
Great work as
So then you
usual.
switch jobs for a
Now
40%.
build the analyzer and research some local flora with it.
Okay. So we are transporting, or getting an analyzer machine. Delays you expect raise? Oh, if I don't get a raise, I quit a job. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't give me a raise in a year, you've given me a pay reduction because my buying power has gone down. I've had that argument at companies before. They're like, yep, no raises this year. It's been a hard year. It's like, all right, well, you have this long to give me a raise or I quit. It'll be like, what? And it's like, I don't care what your situation is. The reality is I'm getting a certain amount of buying power for my work or I'm not. I've had that fight once or twice in my career. And they're like, but no, there's no raises here. Don't care, that's a you problem. Are you ready to let me go for that? Okay, so we get 150 data.
Once you research enough plants, send the data to our scientists and claim your reward. In the future,
Okay.
you will need to decide which corporations you want to share your research with. The data from Arcadia is so valuable that companies prefer to keep it to themselves and will appreciate it when you choose them. Once you research enough plants, send the data to our scientists and claim your reward. In the future, you will need to decide which corporations you want to share your research with. The data from Arcadia is so valuable that companies prefer to keep it to themselves and will appreciate it when you choose them.
You just repeated yourself. So I accidentally made the mistake of sending all of my hydration away. Can I like just sippy sip from the water? I'm assuming we can. I assume we have to collect the plant and eat the plant. Eh. So we're looking over here to see if I can't find our low point with some water. Because like I said, I did accidentally send away all my food. Or all my water. I noticed, because I was going to send away
Location
one.
barrier activated.
What?
Letting you out onto the dangerous planet without completing introductory training would be too risky for this investment.
Investment?
I meant our investment into your safety. The Claywood Corporation cares about you.
I appreciate it.
You can't go further without completing introductory training first.
Okay. You love how sassy she is? Oh yeah, and that was I really appreciate in Satisfactory how was it Ada? How she tends to get like a little bit more lippy as the thing goes on.
Acquired. That's a snack.
Okay. Just grab a bunch of those. Alright, so use the data points to gain reputation at this. Wait, level up. Okay.
It's time for the final stage of introductory training. Raw materials aren't very useful to corporations, since they need to produce something with them anyway. Use the buildings you have available, and automate the production of the more valuable items.
Why can't they process them themselves? They have factories across the entire solar system.
This will be best explained by a private conversation recorded between two executives at the Griffiths Military Corporation.
So you're telling me all of the tax laws only apply to the solar system?
Bro, the mining tax, the cosmic fees, deductions from extraterrestrial income, the cost of insuring sensitive cargo, legally none of that applies to us. They can't even hit us with tariffs. It's free money, man.
I don't know why I asked.
Excellent. We are helping them dodge their tax obligations. Deconstruct the rail between the excavator and this.
I need water. Ah, tasty.
Okay. I see what's happening here. So, we need to go in here, make a smelter. Then go in here, make a rail, and take it from you to you. And then you to you. And then do I have to label your recipe to titanium bars? I'm assuming eventually I'll end up getting like cargo pods or whatever to act like, you know, make buffer chests and yada yada.
We're nearing the end of our training. Please answer the following questions. On a scale of 1 to 10, how anxious does being incinerated alive make you feel?
Since this is the first question, to establish a good baseline, I will answer 5.
Understood. On a scale of 1 to 10, how afraid are you of arachnids about 1 meter in diameter?
It's unnerving how specific that question is.
There's no need. Questions never killed anyone.
Okay. It's fine. Who cares about a meter-sized arachnids? Fighters are friends. I'm assuming at some point we will make it so like the construction materials are automated in themselves. I'm also assuming that these regenerate every so often, because if not, you know, what's a little dying of dehydration because you decided to sell off all of your water for a quick influx of data. No, there's no implication. It was just an honest survey. They were being paid by some corporation who wants to make meter-sized spiders for, you know, domesticated pets or something. Clearly. Oh.
Fascinating specimen.
Is that a metaphor for AI?
Hankering
What?
for education, are we?
On a scale from 1 to 10, How afraid are you of writing chatters? Oh, 0, because I can just put chat to silent. I can easily oppress all of chat. The question about being burned alive. Selling all the water for an influx of data AI. I mean, I can see the thread there. That wasn't an intentional one, though.
Barrier activated.
Yep, we can always emote only.
Barrier activated.
I have the means of putting down a chat riot. We have riot emotes? That's fine. So, little worried about the water situation. Hopefully, maybe when the barriers goes down, we'll discover more. I'm assuming we'll also get... We actually have the meal kits back at our ship. Training complete. Your basic training on Arcadia is now over, but it's only the beginning of your sentence. Collect resources, optimize production, defend your base, and try to survive. Other players can now join your game. StarRupture is an early access game and some elements are still a work in progress. Expect more content and improvements to the future game updates. If you encounter any issues with the game, please let us know via our official email address, support@creepyjar.com. Please join our community and share your thoughts and suggestions in Discord. Thank you for your purchase and have a nice sentence.
Great job. This is the end of your introductory training. But remember that Arcadia 7 is a dangerous place, and a person will spend their entire life, or lives rather, learning from it. Stay alert, gather information, and don't worry. I'm always by your side, watching your every move.
Is that a threat?
It's for your own safety. I will now remove the introductory training restrictions. Location barrier, disabled. Sedative injector, disconnected. Communications channel, active. Awakening other crew members, ready. The Claywood Corporation hopes you will have a wonderful adventure and quickly pay off your debt. Good luck.
Checking the connection. Over.
What was that?
Oh, don't worry. It's only S8466, one of your colleagues. You're connected via audio, even when they're not currently active.
When they're not active?
The human brain can't go on for too long without stimulation. When sleeves are sleeping in the regeneration chamber, they get a constant audio and video feed of everything you do. They can also communicate with you. You'll also get this opportunity.
Everything I do?
Relax. You have nothing to be ashamed of.
It's fine.
This data will be useful.
Okay. So we now have data. And then we have all this stuff here. Gotcha. Okay. So we have our different corporations. So we have future health solutions. You can heal yourself or other players charged by killing vermin, taking damage, or collecting plants. Allows you to install a limbic enhancement membranes. Has been placed inside the habitat. Reduces natural calorie loss by 10%, hydration by 12. A food station converts raw consumables has placed in your habitat. Inventory upgrade. So that's food and hydration. This is about our ability to sustain ourselves. This one, we can produce way more materials. Increases our inventory, way more materials. Increases harvester mining drone damage. Let's just get that. Large habitat, micropest. This one's like mostly just straight up industry.
I need water.
Oh, stop whining. Gun, grenade, equip stuff, make gun better, defensive turret, make weapon better. So that's combat based. Recipe station. A map. Increases fog horse. This is more like scouting and power. And better personal storage. Storage depot. Building drones, multi-tracks, and all that. Okay, so we're definitely going to be bouncing between a bunch of these. Okay, and this is just giving me a bunch of information. Alright, well, let's deal with... eating food. And see if we can't... There's water over there. See, there's plants in the water over there. Yeah, so it sounds like what we're going to do is we're going to be recovering data to unlock stuff to expand our general productivity.
Come here.
And I'm assuming at some point, instead of collecting all this manually, we'll probably get some type of like
That's
greenhouse or growing infrastructure or something like that. Did I play the beta? I did not. This is my first time playing.
What were those creatures? They didn't look like anything from Earth.
They're vermin, the main threat on this planet.
What do you mean, main?
Most of the people that arrived on Arcadia 7 were eliminated by these creatures. Natural disasters you can prepare for, but vermin are a bit more unpredictable.
Strange organisms. They look like insects at first glance, but they couldn't survive out here with this level of oxygen concentration. Is this some completely new species? Why don't I know anything about them? I know everything about this planet.
The IRO imposed a TS9 top-secret clause on their existence. They made very sure no one ever found out about them. Aside from high-ranking officials, only people sent directly to the planet have ever learned of their existence.
Claywood was here. You should have told us. You knew.
Nutrient chew.
Gotcha.
So we got nutrient chew. We got war bonds. Unlocks. Used to unlock new weapons and mods in the armory.
That's a snack.
So it's doing a little exploration here. So the big question is, with our data, where we are going to be applying that first. I feel like one of the places I want to go first is just to get the freaking map. Because I feel like navigating this world without a map is going to get real rough real fast. Especially since, unlike the space elevator in, unlike the space elevator in Satisfactory, where it's just like this column that you could basically, if you get high enough, you can see it from anywhere in the map. This one's not quite as tall. So I could definitely see where our vision could be obstructed to a point that we just couldn't see it. Like, cause, like, I don't know how much of that is in play and how much isn't, but I'll figure that out when we get there.
acquired.
All right. Okay, so it's honestly looking like we're mostly going to be needing data. Or I'm wrong. Okay. So looking at our buildings, we have vertical connectors and all that from the internal stuff. Okay, that gives you a lot of toxicity if we eat that.
Not hungry.
You literally were just, like, complaining about being hungry. Ah, I see. So, I'm slowly gaining materials there. Okay, that's fine. Alright, well then the question is, should I be making a second one of those? Yes, we're working on you. So you want copper. You also want titanium bars. So you can get that. And I believe I saw that we could make a junction. Then the question here would be, if we do something like this. Then go here. Building can't be placed. But why? So here's a question of if it will, oh yeah, wrong direction. Right. Yes, and the question is, would this then split out the supplies between both those rails? Okay, so do 50-50. Love to see that. So you're a net positive or net loss? Okay, so you are in a net positive there. You are slowly... Actually, it's all at a net positive, so I don't really have
water.
Okay, I will say that's gonna get real tiresome, the survival mechanic aspect of this. Only because it's very, very quick
2
that you
liters of water a
dehydrate.
day is the minimum.
So I've got that going. So I guess the next thing to work on is we're going to want to go over here with an ore extractor. So you put you over here on the wolframite or whatever. Can now build outside the base core area. Gotcha. So I can expand my titanium. We need the wolframite. Okay, that might prove to be a problem. So there's definitely going to be a way to expand this. It is interesting having like a hard, you can only expand this far kind of thing, which there's definitely going to be ways to boost that.
101. You look like you're a magnet for trouble.
I won't pretend I'm a saint. I've helped smuggle this and that in my time for those in need.
People like you don't understand order. You just cause more problems for everyone else.
And you always followed orders and ended up in the exact same place as I did. I'd rather not follow anyone and be free.
You know nothing about me.
Okay, so we're gonna get to learn backstory about the various characters even though we're here by ourselves. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I do like the rail system. Yeah, so we're not able to reach the wolframite, which is interesting because some of these upgrades here are going to require me to deliver that. Which is going to be unfortunate. Yeah, so we got those going as fast as we can. Take those from me. Alright, so since I can't build that, I'm unfortunately going to need to take a different approach for it. We can start by going here. Not you. And getting another smelter. Okay, so I'm gonna have to manually feed it. I wonder if you'll get a rail splitter that will split based on what's being transported. A smart one. Well, people have kind of stated that this is sort of a smart system to begin with, that I don't have to kind of micro it any bit. That like it will kind of work its way out. Alright, well, unfortunately, because of the range limit, and I didn't build, like, immediately where I started, I was like, let me find a flat spot. I'm just slightly out of range of this. So I'm gonna have to sit here and just mine this for a minute, get ourselves some material. Let's double check, make sure I haven't seen anything that's like this extends your radius. I'm just clicking all these to clear it up. Yeah, because none of these... Oh... I can make more of these. I see. Where I sold that meteor core, the meteor core is what lets me have more of those. Alright, let's go find ourselves another big meteor and see if we can't get ourselves another meteor core so I can get this in range, because I do not want to run back and forth. Yeah, no, it's a requester system, and you can do a requester system in some of the other games like Factorio. The way I would argue is when I play Factorio, while the conveyor belts are effectively a pusher system, I typically use my trains in a requester system, where effectively what I do is I have the train stations turn on and off their stations and all that. I wonder if there's like an just eat food kind of thing. Yeah, no, the trains definitely had some setup to them. But it was one of those things that was absolutely worth setting up. Okay. Okay, so that gave us another heart, so I can make another one of these core things. Yeah, so it does seem like the answer with the way you set a bunch of this up is you build a core thing to give you a building area within a circle and all that. And my suspicion of what's going to happen is as time goes on, the local wildlife, as it were, will attack your various cores.
Acquired.
Potentially knocking your stuff offline. Now, I don't know if it's going to be like Factorio, where they'll systematically go through and destroy anything and everything they find kind of deal. Or if it'll be one of those things that, when you're playing, like, they'll just take out the core and shut it down, and then you have to go back and fix it, or, like, replace the one building. Because that can always be a rough one, especially depending on how the combat works. Sometimes the combat in these games can be real rough. Now, I wish I could see better where the other one left off. Buildings placed in range of 2 business cores use the capacity of both of them. Oh, there's a capacity on a building core as well. That's good information. So basically, between the 2 buildings, basically there's a capacity of how much I can put on a core, and then if I want to put more on the core, I have to build another thing. Wait, upgrade core?
I need water.
So I increase the cooling capacity, but that's pretty expensive. Interesting. So we're only using 69 of its 1,000 capacity.
Hydrated and ready to work.
Oh, I see here. You got the gauges down there. Level up survival. What? Story items. No extra weapons throwables. Oh, okay. So, use the LEM station to insert LEMs. I see. So we level these up, and then we can insert the LEMs, which are the things that give me upgrades, like make me eat less often and all that. Alright, right, so I need to go to you. Make a bunch more of these. And I realize I could have this thing just export over here, but I wanna just deal with that. Alright, so we can go here, or extractor. And we can go to you and get the transportation. Okay. So now I've got the Wolframite and the other one set up. So I'm going to go ahead and do over here. is I'm going to need to collect more ore. What am I short on? Wolframite. So we're going to collect some more Wolframite, and we're going to use the Wolframite to make ourselves more of the orbital things. And my general thought with that is we could then use the, like, just the different pods, since there's 5 companies. And then for right now, we could just huck it all there. So this is going to take a hot minute because hand mining is not very fast. It's going pretty good. Getting our factory set up. I am noticing as the thing heats up, it mines way faster. That's fine. Can you pull from the extractor directly? Yeah, that's actually what I was checking, is if it had a backlog, which it probably won't because we're going to be shipping all that over. I suspect this will be one of those things that early on I'll be collecting some of this stuff, and then as we go, I'll end up putting like a buffer chest and everything, which is one of the things that we're going to unlock using the deliveries and all that. Okay. Yes, because right now we're just collecting the Wolframite ingots or whatever. But my intention here is to go ahead and get a second set of these set up. So that way we can have like all 5 of the corporations just getting their basic materials. And the assumption of what will happen is each tier up, the thing I need to get them will get more and more and more complicated and require more infrastructure and yada yada.
I don't get it, Sam. What's so interesting in beetles or flowers?
They're part of the world we live in and are inextricably connected to it. We wouldn't exist without beetles or flowers.
We wouldn't exist without fundamental forces. Beetles and flowers can be easily replaced with automated systems. You can't replace electromagnetism.
You'd really want to live in a world without plants?
I wouldn't mind it.
Okay. Get this. Is this sponsored or only the Fractal? It's only the Fractal ad. Yeah. It's only the Fractal ad. I am just required to put the ad disclosure because of the Fractal thing. But I was given the game by a member of the community, so this is not... Like, I haven't had any, I hadn't had a kickback from the devs or provide a key from the devs or anything like that. Okay, you want those? You're all hooked up. You want those? You're all hooked up. What do you want? You also want those? We're only a few seconds in and an entirely brand new type of spaghetti. Oh, right, we have to go... Also... You're not useful. There we go. Alright. So we are now working on all of the corporate interests at the same time. This is what we call being an overachiever. We're not going to make corporate happy, we're going to make all of corporate happy. Have backwards belts in there? I probably do. All 3. There you go. Okay. So would you look at that tangible progress happening? Corporate will be so proud of us. They might even throw a pizza party at the end of the quarter at this rate. I won't be given the time off to go get the pizza nor the transportation, but you know, it'll be in my honor, right? So that'll give us a
Excellent
fabricator.
work. The Selenian Corporation thanks you for your shipment. Your rewards are waiting in the corporate terminal.
Alright, so we got a fabricator. So what are you about? So fabricator, we can make wire, sheets, and titanium rods. So let me guess. You now need... Sure. It's like, you can make the more advanced and more complicated titanium thing, or, hear me out, have you considered just sending more of the thing you already were sending us? Alright, so I think at this stage, we'll want to go ahead and expand the operation here. Let's go and add another smelter. Titanium bar. Now we can go over here to the extractor.
So, you were a soldier?
That's right.
Then I have a question. How can you sleep knowing everything you had to do in the name of the IRO?
I don't sleep too well. But not because of the orders I carried out, but because of the ones I didn't.
So even after your sentencing, you're still on their side?
No. I'm on our side. All of us. The side of peace.
We are not going to be friends.
Okay. So right now, you also have an overflow lane here.
The Griffiths Blue Corporation is grateful for all of your shipments. Remember that supporting this particular company will allow you to upgrade your arsenal, which will certainly help in surviving on Arcadia.
Okay. So you want either the Wolfram wire or the titanium rods. Alright. Are you... What is your deal here? You should... Oh, the order's just now arriving. Okay, that's fair enough. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is change our production line, because now that wants something more complicated. We should also go in here and grab whatever the next upgrade in here is.
You've just unlocked the UPP-7. We hope it will help you better deal with the planet's dangers.
I'll need to learn to use this. In the future, you might consider adding basic weapons training.
Alright, so the next thing we're going to need is the fabricator. I'm going to need more basic materials. Alright.
Nice.
Okay, so let's grab all that, make some more construction stuff. And we'll try and get all that working. But we're going to need to get the assembler things going here. Anything else here? Ah, pistol ammo. Okay, interesting. Make a bunch of bullets. Oh, you take time to make? Where's the indicator on its progress?
Reloading!
Okay. So, like I was saying, now I need a fabricator to make the rods. We're gonna put that back here. I'm gonna delete this spot. And I'm gonna go and grab another rail support, another splitter. Now I plug you into here. You plug into there. You plug into here. And then you plug into there. Alright, so you're waiting for the ingots and to make out, you'll put out the rods. So what's interesting here is I am allowed to actually switch you up to the rods. And we can put our support over here. And I assume we're going to get some really involved logistics later that we can make this less cursed. But for right now, you know what's going to be? Utterly freaking cursed. Okay, and how are you doing? So you're getting plenty of material here to handle that. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a second fabricator set up over here. I'm assuming that means my power just failed. It does feel like this is another game that could benefit from, like, Satisfactory, where, you know, you blow the power surge, and it's just like, ooh. I feel like it should be way less subtle that your power just went offline. All right. So we can go here with the rail systems and just keep expanding. And I did see there was like multi-rail support systems and all that we'd find later. Which will help out a lot.
Detecting increased rupture activity. Prepare yourselves for a wave.
Prepare myself for a wave? Can I add windows to my building? I don't think it's the bugs, it's getting brighter. Viewport. Wave warning. I mean, the sun is getting real bright. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, a wave. Maybe it means the bugs.
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact. Extreme temperature detected.
The entire surface is just burned. Just scalded. Scalded.
Hey, Chris, I heard you've got 3 doctorates.
It's true.
What for?
What for what?
What do you need 3 scientific titles for? Wouldn't you have rather focused on your work?
I see you're not familiar with the world of academia. Doctorates open many doors. They increase the probability my publications will get quoted, and I have access to a broader spectrum of theoretical knowledge. Plus, I did them all at once.
I prefer practice over theory.
And that's why you ended up as someone who does the dirty work.
I'll remind you that you're also here on this planet doing the same thing as me.
But with a completely different mentality.
Hold E, lower temperature.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Huh? Did I go to my airlock and change the temperature of the planet?
What is this?
This is ignitium, a cosmic mineral that's good at storing heat, but also releases it quickly. It can help you cool your base. But hurry. If not controlled, it sublimates rapidly.
Well, no, the prompt at the door was lower temperature. Oh, unless it was lower the temperature of the door. The question is, in my inventory... Okay. Let's go grab this. I also know it's a meme between the engineer and the scientist. But he's not entirely wrong that when you look at the difference between engineering and science and researcher and all that kind of stuff, that there is a very large amount of overlap between those, but there are fundamental differences as well. So they kind of do all practice very loosely around the same principles in theory, but it's kind of a difference in like what their end objectives, what phase of stuff they work on. It's one of the adventures also in that stack. It's one of those reasons why when someone's like, you know, a scientist and inventor, it's like, ah, but you repeat yourself. It's like you're using a lot of the same fundamental things, but again, it's your application is the primary difference. And engineering falls in that as well. Like you're taking, you know, engineering is the practical application of sciences and technologies and all that, whereas a scientist is more on the discovery phase, and an inventor is more on taking the discovered stuff and then going, theoretically, what could I work with? And then you'd eventually hand it over to the engineer who goes, okay, well, you made the thing, but, like, maybe the way it was made doesn't scale and all that. But that's the reasons why sometimes the distinctions between them aren't really necessarily the most... You're underwater. I'm gonna be real here. I don't think you are underwater. I'm pretty confident you are not, in fact, underwater. You might be being conflicted with another object, but underwater is not what is occurring here. Oh, stop your whining. So we need to get more construction things. So we're definitely going to, at some point, need to automate the production of like the different building components kind of thing. Because that's definitely one of those ones that I mentioned early on. The mode I had to start like toggling the airlock is like, oh, the airlock's gonna get tiresome pretty quickly. But it could very well be that in time we just get an alternative way to like craft stuff. I know, you're all getting mad because you're all getting backed up because I didn't go and fix it. Give me a moment. And our little pod things here are such drama queens. They're like, you deleted my rail. I can't do my job.
Hey, S8466, how should I address you?
Sergeant is fine.
You can call me Doctor.
B1690 has a doctorate too.
Yes, but I have more of them.
Okay. So interestingly enough, I could have it start making the wool from wire and then feed that into the system. I'm going to do that. And then with this, if we go over here, I'm glad we chose the scientist. I've worked with people just like this guy. And the best thing is, like, you talk to them, and generally, like, they can come off a little condescending at times. But very generally, quite often, they're actually pretty decent people and everything. Alright. So what we can do is ultimately, if I need to start moving stuff over to these other rails to the right, I can put supports here and here. One quality of life change I'd love to see is I would love to see the ability to just, like, click there with the support selected and to put the support on that spot in the rail. I understand there's probably very valid reasons why they don't offer that. I'm also hoping we can get, like, a two-way rail system where it's like one lane goes one way, one lane goes the other. That probably is a thing. Alright, so plan here is straightforward. We connect you for the throughput. One rail is backwards. One rail is backwards. So these are all going this way. You're going that way. You're all going this way. It looks fine to me. Because the idea is all these rails route over there to the manufacturing, and then those route over here to where they can go out there. The only... Ooh, actually, you know what I'm going to need to do? One of these is going to need to be reversed. So it's going to be the one that goes against the stream. Yep, so the idea is wherever I need these materials, they should be able to get there. What are you waiting on, by the way? You're just busy doing liftoff. It's just taking its time. Alright, so we're about to make Clever Robotics happy. We're doing pretty good on getting Moon Energy happy and Future Health Solutions happy. So at first my understanding of this was that instead is going to be using the data and just sending the data over. And that would be how it...
Congratulations! Clever Robotics has received its order. A reward for fulfilling the order is waiting for you in the terminal.
You mean the farthest one? Okay. So you're all good here. Those ones are good. These ones are good. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Those are all working. Not seeing it.
Great work! Future Health Solutions is now receiving all requested items. New rewards and tasks are waiting for you in the terminal.
Ooh, okay, so that one needs calcium ore. I see.
I'm getting better and better.
Sam, have you been off Earth before?
No, this is my first trip into space. And a very distant one.
I bet the change in gravity is giving you problems.
A bit. Everything's a little different.
You'll get used to it. The spacesuit is like a second skin to me now.
Yeah, the respawn chamber. Ah, I see. So put the...
Your printing point has been updated. When you happen to die, I will send your mind here, and this is where your sleeve will be printed.
When?
Apologies, if you happen to die. Congratulations! You can now unlock new functionality for your buildings at the recipe station.
But the buildings can already do these things. Why would we need to unlock anything?
Arcadia 7 is a very particular place, full of specific resources and requirements. The building's programming needs to be updated as these requirements change, to avoid unnecessarily clogging up memory as well as transfer fees.
It's the Claywood Corporation that determines the cost of transfer. You could lower the price and everything would go smoother.
I'll respond with one of Mr. Claywood's favorite sayings. This is exactly why you're not the richest person in the world.
Offer it for free? What is this crap? Did he just say offer it for free? We don't offer stuff for free around here. Okay, so we can do lots of discovery here. Gotcha. Alright. So, it looks like the next thing we're going to want to do is we need to find a mining node for the calcite, whatever the crap that was. And we'll have to hook it up to our network and all that. Because
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Because it is one of those things that, very genuinely, I think what we're going to want to do is I want to keep things connected together. I could make a bunch of separate infrastructure, and that might be something we do in the long run. But I like the idea of having it where I can just kind of export stuff back to a main hub and have satellite areas. With that said, though, chat,
I need
what's going to happen here is I'm going to have to step away for just a couple minutes to welcome my wife home and all that kind of stuff, throw some dinner in the oven and all that. But we'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you for tuning in. We'll be back for some more StarRupture here in just a couple of minutes. So let me go ahead and put up my away screen and all that, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Playing some Trying Product Zomboid 00 16 times for the first time. You started forging day 1. How many you found a machete? That is what you call winning. That is excellent. Put it to use. You're not going to get as much mileage as you want out of it, but it is definitely a strong start. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes, so thank you again for tuning in. That's Windows shall forever give me nightmares. That is the, like, I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But all right, we clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait. I can hit them through that? Wait, is that actually a thing? That better not be a thing. I'm just hitting the window, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the window, not them. I was about to say, like, what the hell? If I could just stab them through the window and they would just keep lining up, I'm like, that'd be the cheesiest cheese. This is a dangerous game, Rual. Yes. The good news is those windows are durable as hell. Like, I don't think the zombies are capable of destroying those windows. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I could just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with, this is not our problem. We want no part of this. I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. It's like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. I just need to park it on the space, and I push a button, and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. I need you to move. Let me in. Alright. Can... Oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done, is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all... Yay! Back. The only thing I can do is get multiple. Which we will. So how stressed out do you think you'd be as Jeremiah Wiener in this moment? You're sitting here, trying to relax among the corpse of the things trying to murder you, and listening to this over your shoulder the whole time. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. That said, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. Luckily, I always keep my finger ready on shift.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Haha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Alright. Yeah, and it was 100%. She was like, you know, he's like, these are my ceremonial weapons. Like, don't take these from me. And I'm like, I'm absolutely trying to take these from her. I'm like, this is 100% gonna have bad consequences. But, like, I had to. And just being like 100% knew I was gonna do it the whole time. The moment that option came up, it was happening. There's just certain things in games where it's like, you'll have the game, and you'll start off, and there'll be like one of those, because you'll have some of the games have like the question at the beginning of the game, that's like, do you want to stay in the vault forever, or do you want to go out and seize your destiny? And you're like, stay in the vault. And some of the games will be like, they just force you to leave anyways. Like, it's a not decision. And everyone's like, okay, game over. Like, the vault is destroyed because you didn't go out into the world and do what you're supposed to do. I very much appreciate games that give you that kind of a choice, where it's like, oh yeah, this is the wrong choice, and there's zero question it's the wrong choice. But you know what? It's your choice to make, man. Oh yeah, the I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-licking good dating simulator. That is the actual name of the game. I actually do recommend it, and it is free, and you should 100% buy it. I mean, for free. You should 100% play it. Probably just one playthrough. But they do have, it's like, you have your alarm, and you're like, do you want to get up in the morning? And you'd be like, nah, I don't feel like it. And it's like, you fail, what was it, like, you fail to... I can't remember the dialogue. It was like, you fail to wake up in the morning and fail to fulfill your dreams of becoming a chef and your opportunity to, you know, romance Colonel Sanders or whatever. It's just like one of those ones that just instant loss thing. Alright, so what I'm doing over here is I saw what looked like... It might just be more titanium. That's titanium over there. But I did see over here what looks like another patch of something. We're looking for, I think it was calcite? Whatever the other material is, that it wants me to go and set up. And I'm hoping this is it here. Come on, let me put an extractor on you. Okay. And are you calcite? What are you? Oh, or calcium, not calcite. Okay, so we are a long ways away, and the reasonable, responsible, and everything else, insert your words, thing I should do is build a separate independent area over here that would just work. But to hell with that noise. Instead, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I am going to build the base core thing, and I'm going to ship these materials all the way across the map to the other area. Alright. Okay, so I build it here. I can get all three of those in there.
Han?
I'd prefer it if you address me using my rank.
Don't you think that makes communication more difficult? There's only 4 of us here. Who are you trying to impress?
I'm not. I've worked hard for my rank.
By murdering people.
Among other things.
So, Han, how about taking a little break? That sounded like a yes to me. Great.
Okay. I'm kind of hoping... Oh, okay, so rail system might not be under the same limitations. Okay, so we're just running this on over here because I know I got a rail over here. The best part is I actually might have a connection point I can take advantage of right there. Oh, wait, no I can't. That's not support. That's, Alright. Oh, I see a problem here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add another rail right here. Because all the other ones have been one-to-one between the drill and the smelter. So I basically need a bypass lane for the smelters. Alright, just like that, we got calcium going all the way across the map over here. Now, the downside is that place is very, very remote, so there's a very fair chance it'll ultimately get attacked. Take the spare and just get out my inventory.
I need water. Hydrated and ready to work. Mm-hmm. Nice.
Okay. So you got the rods, you got the rods. Alright. So let's see if we are properly shipping these over. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Cool, so that means it's all hooked up. So the other thing we should do is start collecting more plants and break more of these big meteors.
Acquired. Come here.
I'm assuming the planet Rapture Purge, whatever that's called, I'm assuming that event that happens acts as a reset. So just random junk left on the ground gets deleted. A bunch of the materials here get regenerated when these, like, you know, random plants of this, you know, random plants of the surface get respawned. So that's what I'm assuming its, you know, actual purpose serves. Versus a lot of the games just kind of cheekily respawn things, or it's just gone forever. I think it's a way of kind of doing something in between that. And then the fact that you also can get materials that are special during that time. So the other question I had is, it said it's sublimated. Yeah, so it looks like the thing that mentioned sublimating just stays in my inventory as long as I collect it in time. So the sublimation is just, hey, you got limited time to collect this material after everything goes down. Okay. I think the recovery speed of the plat's pretty funny too. Like the idea that the planet has literally had its surface scorched by being bathed in the sun's, like, blast adding out corona or whatever it is. And a matter of, like, a couple minutes later, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's fine.
I see you've approached the geoscanner. You can use it to see the surrounding area.
Let's turn it on.
Oh. Okay. I need to unlock the map before I'm allowed to use it. It looks like there's more calcium over here. So we do have kind of the approach that Satisfactory took in regards to you have certain places you get materials from. And you just have to kind of make the most of what you got. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to interact with it. Okay, well, I have been watching my inventory and it's full now. There you go. Let's go head back. Drop stuff off. It's mostly just kind of exploring the surface as best we can.
Come here. That's a snack.
All right. You missed the start. Does this game give you a goal to build towards? So the first thing you've got going on is they do have like a tutorial that teaches you the basics. And then the implication after that is you can't see it on my HUD right now, is there's 5 corporations that we're getting stuff for. That unlocks new tech and that kind of stuff. And that's like, if you look over here where you see these like pods shooting up constantly, that's me fulfilling some of those orders. But as we fill those orders, I would go in here. And I would unlock stuff here. So we look at future health, we get more stuff. They kind of mentioned that you're like leading towards paying off your debt, but I don't see anything that's specifically measuring that. Yeah, there's very large amounts of materials needed for this. So we don't have what we need to make these. We can make the smelter able to make calcium blocks and all that. Oh, okay, so you can set up the fabricator to be able to make our basic building blocks so I don't need to craft them myself. And then we would unlock a bunch of recipes. Gotcha. And meanwhile, we can go in here and pop other recipes in here. So we're going to want to collect a lot of the plants. I'm just going to start trucking stuff in here.
Your cargo has reached the Selenium Corporation. You've completed another order, and your reward is waiting in the corporate terminal.
Okay, so inventory upgrades the next thing I get.
Due to your hard work, we have decided to increase the capacity of your pockets. Your inventory has been updated, and you can now fit more items into it.
Okay. So we can now make titanium sheets. So let's see what it takes to make a titanium sheet. Alright, Basset, you have a good one.
You have fulfilled another order from the Griffiths Blue Corporation. Claim your reward.
So we need to unlock the titanium sheets. And then the next one would be wolfram plates. Alright, so let's take a quick look at the titanium sheet, see if that's one of the things on here, because that would give me another goal to work at. So that'd be fabricator. Those titanium sheets is a bunch of the ingots, and then a bit of research. So let's go get ourselves some ingots. And I'm deciding to go this route as opposed to just continuously adding more and more stuff on there, just to hopefully give me some other materials.
That's just what I need.
It's gonna take a hot minute to get all that, but that's fine. Okay, so you... And then the wolfram plates is that. And then we also need data. Okay, so that's just for research. Item type valuable. Okay, so that's literally for research as well.
This data will be useful.
A damaged circuit board, it's a valuable.
Another great day for science.
Those are all consumables. And the meteorite heart, even though it says it's a valuable, it's got our stuff. Okay. So with that, we'll want to get the data for that and that. Those are two things we're working on. Cool. So we need to keep grabbing some ingots so we can unlock those recipes, and then we'll get those other recipes producing. Thank you, wifey. I love you too. I'm dubious. Alright. So it's a very different style of progression in this game, which I like the idea of. It definitely feels like they could do some stuff to clean up how you actually do the interactions with it. Yeah, because like I was thinking, if we looked at the menus down there, I then had stuff that required the plates, and then had the stuff that requires the next thing. So I'm kind of going on the logic of, we're ultimately going to need to produce all the things, so instead of just speed running trying to unlock the next thing for the corporation by feeding it garbage tier stuff.
Yes.
We're just going to keep escalating up as the opportunity goes up and getting that sorted out. So again, fabricator. We're also going to want to get the thing producing the building stuff, because then we can scale this all up better. Because I'm sure I'm going to run into a lot of capacity problems as we go along the way. It is a factory automation game. I do wonder if this is going to be one of those ones that ultimately I'm going to make like a flat platform lifted off the ground, just to make dealing with stuff easier. Okay, so that gives me the titanium plates. So with the titanium plates, we can go over, so we've got the... So you're making the rods, you're making the wire, you're making the titanium plates. We already know this is going to get way more complicated on the other side. Now, obviously, I'm going to run into some pretty serious throughput issues as time goes on. Alright, so that's the plates in production. So the next thing I'm going to need is I'm going to need to improve the throughput a lot of stuff. Speaking of the throughput issues, that's what you call throughput issues right there. But one of the things we unlock from working through this is we will unlock, it'll be like multi-rails or whatever I saw. I'm not sure how those work, but I'm assuming it'll be an important thing. Maybe this will work, maybe not. Yep, and that's your 30 stream streak. So thank you, Dick Butte. I do appreciate it. Thanks so much for checking this game out. You're looking at it on Steam. You're wondering how it might play. It's been good so far. It's got some accessibility problems. Nothing dire that can't be fixed. You know, very, very much, you know, early access pain point kind of things. So it's colliding with this rail. Let's go over here and put a support. Okay, and that'll let me go over here, getting our smelter going, so expand the capacity. Of this rail. Alright, take that through. Alright. I do really appreciate, like, the whole idea that all the infrastructure in this is kind of like smart infrastructure. You just kind of wire it together and it'll figure out its way. Alright, so that'll increase the capacity of the wolf room. So let's go ahead and increase the... You'll figure it out, I'm sure. We'll increase the capacity over here.
Chris, as an astrophysicist, you must be intrigued by how Ruptura behaves.
Of course. If we understand the processes occurring inside it, we will deepen our understanding of the universe.
Do you control where things go? Yes and no. So you don't control it in the sense like you would in other games in the past. Like you wouldn't... One second, I'm trying to see what type of... So you're just... Like you don't control it like item A go to building B. Instead you would connect the rail and it'll kind of smartly figure out its way around. But you could sit there and make it so there's only a valid route between the two buildings you want as a way of controlling it. Alright, so that'll improve the throughput there. But yeah, so as people were mentioning before, instead of like, in a lot of games like Factory, you have your building, you put down your conveyor belt, and the conveyor belt just kind of pushes things along, and you just shove it where you want it. So it's a push-based system. This is a pull where I request stuff, and if there's a valid route for that stuff to get where I want it, then, you know, then I get it there. Okay. So I got all that going. And we can go down here. Yeah, and we'll be able to get rotors and stabilizers and all that. I'm assuming unless we unlock more that with this game's current stage of development, we're not going to have a huge amount of depth with a lot of this, which is fine. We'll definitely need to go there, because right now the recipe station doesn't give us too much. Okay, we can get a grenade out of you.
I'm legally obligated to go over grenade training with you.
I don't know if there's anything you can say that I don't already know.
The Griffiths Blue Corporation guarantees the highest level of safety during use. Even when activated, the grenade is stable and will not explode as long as you are holding it in your hand, making it safe to use by the whole family, regardless of age. The Griffiths Blue Corporation is not responsible for any bodily harm caused by the throwing or dropping of the grenade.
Oh, naturally.
Alright. Yep, so all those are actively going now. Cool. Yeah, let's take a look at the things we unlock off of here. So you've got the LEM system, which gives us upgrades. We have the food station, which gives us more food. We have the compounder. Okay, so the compounder does look like it gives us a bunch of new things we can make. If we check out you, we get the furnace, which is going to unlock a whole bunch of things we can make. The helium extractor gives me a way of just getting helium. Okay, so we actually have a lot of manufacturing stuff that we get out of there still. That's good. I was a little worried, like, oh man, I'm not seeing as much unlocks as I was expecting. I was a little worried that, because this is early access, there's sometimes you get into early access and they're like really well done, but then there's like nothing there. You know, it's just they focused on quality and they're gonna fill in the quantity later. And then you have some that go the other way where there's just tons and tons of systems, but they all work like hot garbage because they went full breadth without going through doing the cleanup. Then we go to the big stuff in the distances. I have no idea the scope of how far we can take all this. We can start running that way. Because my immediate thought is that feels like that's out of bounds. But it's always hard to tell with these kind of games. One of the things I'm worried about that I can kind of assume, let's wait until the next rupture before we try and travel out there. I'm having a feeling that could be a cheeky way of keeping you from wandering way too far before you're ready.
That's a snack.
Is I could see them being like, okay, the rupture is going to happen with a certain time. You know, you'd have to build a core over there and then leapfrog the cores and all that, and maybe you could do that. Okay.
Order completed. Clever Robotics cares about you, and so they have another reward waiting for you in the terminal. They also ask that you keep an eye out for old model drones lost on Arcadia. They might contain useful items.
Okay. So let's get my new tech and start up my new production line to doing all that stuff. So where's the blinking one? Alright, we have two blinking ones. We'll get you going. Okay, so we got a bunch of different things. Cool, cool. I hadn't done a drop off yet. Alright. So we got a storage depot. So we can basically make a place to store stuff, inline and all that. We can make a med tool to heal ourselves.
You know that feeling when you accidentally get hit by a car? Jumping out of a helicopter didn't go according to plan? Or maybe you were bored playing with a gun and you shot your kneecap. Those problems are over. You don't need a new expensive sleeve anymore. Future Health Solutions introduces the Med Tool. It will heal any wound in seconds. Future Health Solutions for modern problems.
So it's just medicine to heal wounds. Good device.
I'm sorry. Contracts with Future Health Solutions require I do things a certain way.
Alright, so I'm wondering with the requester setup, with the storage units, if those are so I can kind of set aside materials for myself to use, more than the buffer chest idea. Okay, so I've got that all sorted. So now I can run over here and set up another smelter, or not smelter, manufacturing, whatever. Distributes items evenly to all connected buildings, can store up to 400 units of one selected item. I'm sure I'm going to regret setting that up. We'll get there, though. Like, it definitely feels like something that's going to be necessary. It also feels like one of those things that I could get myself in a lot of trouble with. I need to make more of the component things, and then we'll need to figure out what we need to get that all going. So I can go and make a ton of those. And basic item printer. So the basic item printer will be able to make intermediate soon enough. The smelter, we just have that. And then the fabricator, I did unlock the ability to make the basic material components. So that's the fabricator. We'll want to get that going. Alright. So we can go over here and get this, and then we're going to go and want to make one of these that's going to start producing the basic components. And then I feel like what we need to do next after that is start making a bunch of storages and just make a storage bank, as it were. And then just pretty much configure it to hold, like, one of every material. Alright, and there's you. Okay, so for the bank, everything is eventually routed to be able to come over to this side of the grid. Actually, let's not put on this side. We can put it over here on this side. Because everything can route over here. Through the rail that goes this way. Everything desperately screams for attention from me. Can you connect that way? You can. I'm working on it.
Biologist, as an expert in that field, you must find the vermin interesting.
I find them terrifying.
They're just animals.
They've evolved and survived in extreme conditions. They understand Arcadia much better than we do.
We'll be the ones that conquer it in the end.
Okay. So let's start trying to figure stuff out. Okay. So, with all this, let's go ahead and set you two to the ore. So I'd have titanium and wolframite. And our power just went offline. I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen any type of power upgrade. That's just smackdown solar. Alright. Because my thought here is we could set up the logistics. Such that we could send any surplus to the storage containers. Okay, so with that, we can get the, Alright, so I've already done those. We can get the, for my bars, titanium bars. And that's that way we start building up a reserve anytime there's a surplus. And before I forget, we want to get another fabricator. Okay, so that's going to be the ore and the titanium. This is the first case where I've got two materials going to one of these. Alright, so we definitely need the multi-lane stuff because we are full on traffic jamming right now. Okay.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Good enough for me. Alright. We'll install stuff for the beams there. Basically just fill in things. The bus is a bit crowded. It's fine. How are we doing on our food? We're actually doing pretty okay, surprisingly. Alright, well, we're waiting for that, the scorching of the surface. Actually, you know what we could do? What I think what I'm going to do is not this way. The next one, I'm going to put an observatory on the second floor. We're going to put like a second floor and just make a glass dome the whole way around so I can watch the world burn. Because sometimes you just really want to watch the world burn. I'm going to mute my mic while we're waiting for this and just quickly grab myself a bite to eat and all that stuff. And we'll just sit this out while the world burns around us.
Maeve, what do you think of the technical resources for this mission?
They're amazing. All of these printed buildings are frickin' awesome. It's too bad we can't play with all of them right away.
I have to admit, I'm also rather impressed.
Raptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately. Warning. The planet is being incinerated.
It's fine. Okay. Oh, okay. I understand. Too early, too fast. We just gotta give it a second for everything to come back online.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Alright, let's collect more of this stuff, because this stuff was real valuable the last time. Oh, there's some over here. The good news is where they're like burning all over the surface, it does make it so they stand out pretty well. Okay. So after the surface all burns away like that, it takes a while for the planet to recover. Which is an interesting concept. It's also those things that makes me curious about, like, the bugs and all that. Like, so far, we've only, like, run into the bugs. We've not had them come to us. I imagine that'll change eventually. All right. And as I mentioned to people before, I think the purpose of, like, the scorching of the surface there, I think it is broadly to act as effectively a reset. That all these, like, asteroids and all that get, you know, regenerated. Or, like, new ones get placed or whatever. You get a bunch of these materials over here. That's my guess. Just doing a little foray to go grab a bunch of materials.
Doctor, do you see anything we should be worried about?
That's your job. I don't have time to pay attention to things like that.
You're not afraid of death?
What's death when we have sleeves? But losing time is definitely a setback.
Okay. There's a base up there of some kind. Let's try running up there. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, yeah, in reality, if you just had, like, your sun just, again, bathing the planet's surface in, like, a corona every so often, incinerating all life on the surface.
You're nearing the abandoned outpost of a previous expedition. Search the area. You'll find equipment and information you can use.
Can I use any of what's left standing?
Unfortunately, no. All buildings were created for a core that was an older model, incompatible with the current version of the building tools programming. But it's okay. Look on the bright side. Anything you find here is yours. I won't tell anyone.
I can't even build anything here?
Officially, this is still territory belonging to the IRO and its partner companies. Even though they failed, it doesn't change the fact that they were here first.
Okay, we're finding a bunch of junk in the ground. Okay. So it's curious because most of the materials I'm finding are stuff we just don't care about. Like, as I could just produce them cheaply. Here we go. That's actually something worthwhile. Because those blue patterns are stuff we use apparently at the armory to get stuff. Oh, there's double jump. Okay, I wasn't expecting double jump, but sure, we have double jump. Okay, the roof is missing if I could find a way up there.
Is that what I think it is?
Correct. A limbic enhancement membrane. It increases the brain's capabilities. Once placed in the disc, it will improve your motor or cognitive skills.
Wonderful. Pushing what humanity is capable of to the limit.
Read notes from LEM Systems Test Report. Researcher Dr. Beatrice Lakowski. Test subject Lieutenant Harold Wire. Comparison to subject Corporal Lewis Wire. Ask for reinforcements urgent. Lewis is dead. Harold is seriously wounded. Farther testing if it's because of the LEM. Lewis is destroyed when he fell. Tell Harold when he's better. They damaged the regeneration chamber. Repairs will take some time. Harold is unable to fight. Moved to the chamber room. We'll really die here if they come again. Suspend testing. Don't provoke them anymore.
I can use this.
All right. Okay, our inventory is very full.
Learning is the key to greatness.
So we got a bunch of food and water. Like tons of food and water, some shotgun ammo, and a bunch of other stuff like that. We can just toss some of that on the ground. Those are just raw materials we can find anywhere. We can go ahead and drop more of that on the ground. Yes, that was the one. Okay. Researcher Dr. Beatrice Lowski, test subject Lieutenant Harold Wire, comparison Corporal Lewis Wire. Despite the general fatigue that all of us are suffering from, the lieutenant appears to be functioning somewhat better than the other crew members. Maximum blood pressure during the exercise testing does not exceed 170/60. Reduced telomere wear was also observed when compared to the test subject. Conclusions. The LEM performs its function, generally improved vitality as expected. The conditions on Archaea 7 and bombardment by StarRuptures do not affect its functionality. It is my expert opinion to allow limbic enhancement membrane to be tested in combat conditions in Ruptura system. Let's see. From among the expected side effects of the LEM implementation, none of the subject...
You were right, Gal. That was frightening. Such power.
None of the subjects experienced dizziness, shortness of breath, color blindness, selective deafness, increased libido, diarrhea lasting more than 48 hours, stroke, sudden cardiac arrest, left-handedness, or right-handedness in the case of left-handed individuals. Both subjects experienced trouble sleeping, decreased libido, enlarged gallbladder. Only test subject experienced spontaneous allergy to legumes. Only comparison subject experienced rash, increased blood pressure. LEM behaves in accordance with expectation and some aspects better than on Earth. We will soon move on to testing in combat conditions. And I hear a party going on outside.
Changing mags!
Great work. The Rual Corporation received its order. You can find your right-hand reward as usual in the corporate terminal.
I'm dead.
Your services.
Dead. Reloading.
Oh, infection.
Gal, what's going on?
You've entered an infection cloud. Microorganisms from the vermin are reacting with your equipment, disrupting your shield.
That's what you get for using superconductive converters for defense. I once wrote a paper on the need to switch to trans-regulatory systems, but who'd listen to me?
Okay. So, the lesson I think I've learned there is while the planet's surface is, kind of scorched dry, no stuff, that the bugs kind of chill at home. Because they didn't show up until the grass started regrowing. And it could be like some scripted event that happened because I found that area. No response to that line stings. Yep. Yup. Oh, AutoMod held something. My apologies, I don't have the mod view up on my phone yet. Because the chat tool I'm using right now that I'm experimenting with doesn't allow me to deal with AutoMod stuff. Oh, well, that's weird. Now it's not showing me the mod view thing. Stream manager. There we go. So I'll miss whatever the AutoMod message was the first time, so whoever got AutoMod, you know, I won't be able to go through and clear it without going through stuff. Let's see. You did the thing? Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. No problem. Cool, cool, cool. You just like your main character based on his dumb comments? Yeah, I mean, well, that was kind of the thing we went into. Is
That's a snack. Acquired.
you could choose the different characters, and they all had, like, weaknesses or whatever, like, all had stuff, so, like, they implied that the soldier had, you know, kind of a superficial sense of justice kind of thing, like, he's, like, very preachy, but also it's as much, it's, like, not really necessary based on anything meaningful. Like, the one person, you know, literally was doing drug trade and all that kind of stuff, so she's got her things. So I think they've implied that pretty much all the characters are in some way kind of flawed individuals. And so our character is, you know, not exactly socially the best. Because I think the idea is you have the 4 characters, and I think they want you to get to like or get attached to the characters or whatever. Which I think is a good thing for them to go to differentiate, because when you think about games like Satisfactory and Factorio, your character doesn't have a personality. Your character is just present. That's what they do. Okay, now let me return resources to the grid. Otherwise, we got a bunch of stuff on us. Meanwhile, I need to select you to have a new production thing. Alright, so we can make calcite sheets. Those won't happen very fast. Let's see what we've unlocked here. A map!
You have successfully unlocked the geolocation service of structural and topological imaging.
Great. A map will be useful.
If you insist on using such primitive language, go ahead.
We got the blueprint for one of those. That's interesting. Alright. That's gonna be a major thing there. Okay. Let's see here. So far as all this goes, nothing to add in on that right now. But I've got lots and lots of food and all that. There was a personal locker. Let's build the personal locker. Any of the other ones here that I care about? Not really. Oh, right. I was going to, really quickly go up here. That's a little janky. Alright. Cool, so we've got ourselves a nice little viewport area the whole way around. So now when the world burns, we can properly watch the world burn. I'd like to go down. There we go. Okay, so a little hard to make the ladder work. You can just point down and hope for the best. Alright, so we got a bunch of food and all that. More than I can carry. Let's go ahead and chuck a lot of the spare food down in here. What are you? Got a bunch of things to put in there. But keep one thing for really good hydration. Oh, we don't have a shotgun, so put that aside. We don't have a assault rifle, so put that aside. Got you. We got the survival kit. Yeah, so that's decent.
It's just
food.
what I need.
Grab you and set you aside. Grab you and set you aside. Actually, grab you back out. Those are gonna want to process. That's our pistol ammo. Okay. We don't have the armor yet. Alright, so we were just cleaning up a bunch of our inventory.
This data will be useful. Another great day for science.
Let's hold on to the ignitium or whatever it is. That feels like something we're going to use later. Oh, we can also chuck the basic food in here while we're at it. And just keep unlocking these recipes. Because we're going to need to collect lots and lots of these various crops and all that. Okay. So, let's continue getting our storage setup working here. So I've got our ingots and all that. Okay, so that takes care of all of those. So I've got all you. We want the calcium ore to be on the network. Did I ever get you hooked up? Because I want to have all those buffer boxes where we can just kind of... Oh, you're not getting titanium.
Selenium has received the products it ordered. They're very pleased. You could become the best crew they've ever worked with.
Just what I need.
Okay, so it's looking like what I'm going to need to do is I don't have those on the rail network the same way I do the others. So let's let that produce some. And then let's get that fixed. That way we can have these materials reach this fabricator. Right, because the issue is here. I've got that up there. And I've got this one here. I got that one there. And none of these have a path to the rail. Let's yoink. 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 So one connector for you. One for you. One for you. We're gonna need a bypass over here. So his spare materials can go up here and connect way over here. All right. For that matter, I'm going to need a bypass that goes around this as well at some point. Where you can get raw materials around. What could I do for a good way of doing a bypass here? Yeah, because right now all those rails go one way. My hope is later we'll unlock it where it's kind of a one way this way, one way that way, so dual directional. But we'll see if that's a thing. Alright, so selenium. You're going to need the steel beams. Meanwhile, you can go over here. That'll be that stuff. And basically, I'm just trying to make a reserve so that when I need materials, I just go up to these storage containers and grab whatever I need. Not a fan of the sound that sounds low-key like a Discord ping. Oh, the like tillit kind of noise, a little chime kind of thing. Wow, that's weird. I had some like funky missing texture on the top left.
Let's see.
You know, for whatever reason. Okay. Alright, we'll make you the basic construction materials. Alright. Cool. So I'll get the construction materials over here. Alright. So let's go check on what we're missing that we actually have to go and get those prioritized. So right now, the Selenium Corporation... I can make the furnace. That'll be another thing I'll worry about, not right now. Right, so I gotta go on those two and get them figured out. Okay, so you're fine as you are. You're fine as you are. You need the calcite sheets. And you need the titanium beams. So let's see what we need to do to get those producing. So the titanium beams, I believe, are just the fabricator. And we just need a bunch of titanium ingots. Cool. So fabricator. So we'll give that a minute. Then meanwhile, trying to figure out where we get the calcite from. It could just be, well, there's a calcite blocks, which is a smelter. Yeah, I made the map thing. So this is the map. Oh right, we found the orbital lander. While we're waiting on that to restock, the orbital lander was over here and it's supposed to give me map information. Let's run over there and get our map information.
That's a snack. Come here.
And I am hoping over time we'll be able to grow these, as opposed to having to collect them. But we'll see. Because it does seem like if we get those all set up and we could grow them even a little bit, I'd be able to effectively automate that as well.
Geoscanner initialized.
Okay.
Ambush!
Geoscanning complete. Data acquired. Map updated.
Alright. Okay, so that gives me just a... Cool. Ominous music, that's fine. So we do have a thing that says, unknown location could be worth checking. Drone wreck. So basically it gives me a circle that I can see. And then also the area things like in that circle. So that's kind of neat. So it's like, you know, just having like a little scout tower kind of thing. So I'm gonna need more pistol ammo in not too long. We're gonna go ahead and run back on over here. And get our next thing figured out so far as mining and all that. It does seem like I'm gonna have to get this furnace set up. Which is fine. And that the furnace will ultimately let me make other materials to move those along. What is your debt this time? It doesn't tell you. At least not that I've seen. It's just like, you have a debt, and it's like, okay. Yeah, so we need to unlock the LEM station before we can do anything with the LEM. Alright. Oh, interesting. I can't mine that one.
Oh, yes.
What crime do you commit to get to put in the abandoned plant? So, some of the characters actually have their crimes mentioned. My character, the crime just says classified. Okay, so you can make the titanium bars. So to get those online, pop on over here. Grab you. That's fine, that doesn't sound good. Look, we're a scientist. It was for research. Don't worry about it. Alright. Those are all still running, so we're good there. We're definitely not set up in a way that's elegant in any manner. We are simply being like, you know what? Just shove it on the backbone.
Future Health Solutions has received its order. Homesick? Living in a space colony often separates us from our loved ones. Try oxytocinum, a syrup that releases a quadruple dose of oxytocin, the closeness hormone. You don't have to visit your family to feel like they're there.
Yay! Okay. Why does your character portrait look so like you? It's just the way that character looks. Alright, we've got the S, that, and that one. Do we have... It's the medical one we don't have. But how do you have progress already? Do you want wolfram powder or calcium powder? We'll choose the wolfram powder, and that's just not going to get done for a while. Ads in game were once fun, but now just brings trauma. It's fine. Yeah, I'm assuming the calcite sheets we just get from that. I can start dropping stuff off there. Alright. Now we can go over here. Grab some of these. Grab some of you. It'll chuck you off in here. I'm assuming I'm gonna need the intermediate stuff pretty soon. Oh, right, it's the smelter. Alright. Am I one of the devs? I'm not. No, if I was involved in developing a game, it would definitely be one of those things that I would feel I really need to disclose if I'm helping develop a game. Like, if I'm playing it on the channel. Yeah, so as you can see, we are completely 100% overwhelming our
Maeve, I'm really impressed by your skills.
Okay.
Where did you learn your trade?
On the moon, Mars, but mainly from my dad.
You worked together?
Only on Earth. Dad's afraid of flying through space, but he could fix a spaceship in midair.
I can use this.
Yep. We're running into our throughput issues on the belt, which should surprise literally no one. No one at all should be surprised by throughput issues on the belt. Alright, so what we could do in the meantime while I wait for that to go, I'm sure we could find some big asteroids to smash to gather some easy materials and go from there. Because we get stuff like meteor cores and that from here, and it looks like we use those to make more, like basically give ourselves more area coverage.
Congratulations! With another order fulfilled, you were able to increase your trust level within the Griffiths Blue Corporation.
That's a snack.
They are very grateful.
Come here.
Okay.
Acquired.
So we need to get their stuff. Yeah, because I'm allocating a lot of resources into convenience stuff right now, it is slowing down some of my production.
Vermin dead.
Another shipment has arrived. Clever Robotics is pleased with the quality of your work. There are rewards waiting for you in the terminal that should help optimize how you work.
Alright. Meteor, yep. We get a meteor heart that I use for certain construction. And at some point I'm going to need to have it manufacture ammo. Okay, so we got 2 more things for our production down. So this will be the blue symbol. So you're gonna want the frames. That's just another thing on my list. And you are not the spiral symbol, not the S. Clever Robotics. You're also going to want to have the titanium housing. Okay. And go to the fabricator here. Because these are all going to be things. So None of those are the stuff we're looking for here. We can get you set up. We've almost got the first step of that one done. I probably shouldn't be focusing on that, but it's fine. Drop off a bunch of helium. Drop off a bunch of the stuff for the heat resistor. Oh, we can go in here to the plant recipes. And then for here, we have the LEM station, the equipment upgrade, and the building drone. Alright, so all those we're going to want materials for. Yeah, that's interesting. So I'm hitting C and all that, and it doesn't seem to be working with the building drone. That's both what QWERTY Keyboard has for C and what I have for C. It's fine.
That's just what I need.
So we can go ahead and we'll definitely want to get the building stuff online. Try and get more of this all set up. Right, so I need you. We've almost got the smelter stuff done there. And so we need the titanium frames as well as a bunch of other things. Why are you all oh, you're pulsing yellow because you're not doing anything right now. You're just kind of idling at the moment. Yeah, but let's go ahead and get our stuff on the base, like the weapon upgrades and all that going. That's something we can work on. Meanwhile, I've got all this stuff coming up in here. And eventually they'll fill up and then this will stop being a headache. Alright. So the equipment upgrade station. So let's go ahead and remove the window. Huh? Did it cost me 10 material to remove the window? Because I had the material I need, and then I didn't. I think it did. I think it literally cost me material to have the window removed. Well, that's not how it's supposed to work. I think the idea is it gave me back the 10 material for the window, but then rebuilt the wall, and then took the material for, like, the wall's value or something like that. Okay. So, we can now make a new thing of a calcium block. Which is taking the smelter off my list of stuff here. I'm not going to keep investing in that right now. And these are missing blueprints and all that. We don't really care about that. The furnace, all of that's going to depend on me getting the other stuff set up. And then the smelter's already done. So that's the big thing we need to be working on there is the smelter stuff. And do we have more we wanted to dump off here? Not really. So you are slowly resupplying.
Just what I need.
Okay, so just let me get the construction stuff here. I probably already craft whatever I have the inventory for as well. As opposed to just waiting. Okay, so the equipment.
Congratulations. You've just built the weapon and modification station. You will now have access to a whole assortment of weapons. Nothing's free, but don't worry. You won't need to spend a dime. Griffiths will allow you to use war bonds to buy new weapons. You can find quite a few of them in the wallets of the Fallen on Arcadia.
War bonds? They can't pay us with money? We're not at war. Why the bonds?
The Griffiths Blue Corporation believes the world is in a constant state of war. War with the Resistance.
Okay. So don't forget to buy your war bonds.
Now you'll be able to install LEMs in yourselves, which will enhance your abilities. Remember, the more often you perform a certain action, the easier it is for your mind to adapt to it. Only after some time will you be ready for modifications. We wouldn't want your brains to get fried, right?
Of course. You can't upload a disc into your brain and suddenly learn Kung Fu.
Oh, I didn't know you liked 20th century cinema.
I am happy that the AI knew about, you know, was knowledgeable on the Matrix. It's an important feature. Okay.
Great.
So we jammed a thing in our brain that gives ourselves a little bit extra health. Okay. Ah, those are more expensive than I gave them credit for. They got the pistol, but then we'll be able to unlock an assault rifle, a self-loading attack modular shotgun. Interesting. And then we have a infantry machine gun and a bunch of tabs I don't have access to. So unfortunately, we're all excited thinking, oh yeah, 34 war bonds? That's probably a decent amount. I would be wrong. That is a very trivial and borderline meaningless amount. Let's replace our ammo before I forget. Now you need to go find ore and a whole bunch of stuff. That's fine. Okay. Alright, so...
I need water.
Oh, you mean you water. I'm thirsty. Feed me. Alright. So we're gonna go over here. And I don't even remember what the next thing we need to set up is. So we've got the furnace. So let's let it... Okay. The furnace does make the powder we need. Okay. Okay, literally it's just the powder. That's the only thing I can make right now. Alright, have that, because it's not doing me good here. Well, that powder is one of the things I selected as one of the products I need. So that's good news. The next thing I'm gonna need is I'm gonna need more smelters. We'll put another one over there for the Cals whatever crap it was. Let's pop over here. Give me more of that.
Yes.
And before we go too far, I am going to try and make it a point to at least hop through and keep the stuff moving on both ends of the equation. Because again, the whole point here is I want to keep a storage setup here where we will always have a buffer for when I need various upgrades. I can just go here, yoink the supplies I need, and move on. Alright, so let's see. So the next thing on our list, we've got all those sorted out. We have not done the titanium rods yet. So we get titanium rods added to the list. This also means it's suddenly going to have a run on needing those materials. Alright. Okay, so now let's go back here, and we're gonna need another smelter. And I'm also figuring if at some point we end up having to do, like, you know, we get a smelter 2 or some nonsense, where we have to do, like, a massive upgrade kind of thing, that the way I would probably facilitate that, we would want to add where I can put multiple tracks here to not...
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
I'm busy. Okay, let's get inside before I die. To the observatory. Okay. Don't forget, you can be anywhere you want where the light touches, just not the shadowy part. That one backwards rail seems to be MVP right now. Oh yeah, no, that was deliberate, as I wanted a way to have things go back up onto the sequence. Realistically, I'd want to reorganize the way a lot of this is set up. It's just doing its thing. Is this Planet Crafter 2? No, it's way more satisfactory than Planet Crafter. Because you see all this lovely environment around us? Don't worry, it'll probably be fine. Do the bugs burn off and respawn? I have noticed...
Has started. Prepare for impact.
I have noticed that, right after this happens, I haven't seen bugs until it takes a little while to recover.
Extreme temperature detected.
Yep. The whole place looks quite lovely. Well, let's go in here. Grab ourselves something else to drink. I don't really have much to drink. It's probably okay. Drop you off.
Gal, do I have access to the doctor's research?
Your rights were written down and presented to you as Appendix 6A in your contract.
I didn't get that appendix.
To normal. Exactly.
Okay, now what happens is every so often the sun just like puts out a solar wave that overtakes everything. So you notice the whole factory is shut down right now. It's just gonna be a minute for that to alleviate itself. So interestingly enough, I'm not seeing any of the incinerite or whatever it is. Yeah, no, in this particular case, this is more than just like what Earth's going through. This is like literally literally a wave of, like, the corona of the sun just blasts over the planet, wiping out everything and scorching it completely barren. And after a while it recovers and you do the whole process again. This is more than, like, this, you know, the Earth's magnetic field protecting us. This is an extreme situation where you have this weirdly unstable star. Alright, well, we might be consuming some questionable stuff. Okay, so you got all that going. Meanwhile, the factory's coming back online as everything starts to cool off. Oh, that was badly positioned. I have a feeling when we get, like, our rail upgrades, there's gonna be so much cleanup to do. Okay, so now we can go ahead and we'll put the Wolfram wire on there. And that'll be the... what I'm doing so far is expanding all that. We got the smelters for the stuff over here. Okay, so I'm gonna need storage for the blocks, because I believe that's gonna be locking out some more of the stuff we're making. So let's see. So we've got that material done. The fabricator. A lot of this is going to want stuff here. The furnace. We can start working on getting the calcite powder. We got tons of stuff to unlock down here. We've already got everything on the smelter. Okay, so that'll be the next storage we end up putting over here. Let's also just check the fabricator, because the furnace didn't offer me anything new. The fabricator mentions the calcite sheets. Let's see if I've overlooked those and what I need to set that up. Yeah, we got our wire going and all that. It would also be nice if I could set up a place to drop things off for that research bench. That it could be like, I'm putting the stuff in there to do that. I stayed inside in shelter, of course. And then walked out after everything cooled off several seconds later. Because, you know, that's all the more time I'd need to reduce the temperature. Oh, we got the ore that sublimates. Let's grab it before it cools off too much. I was trying to look for this stuff, and I didn't see any out here this time. I was like, oh, the other times I was able to score like 7 or 8 of them each time we went out here. Because I'm sure we'll end up needing a lot of this. But also the classic, it's a video game, suspension of disbelief, yada yada. If you're gonna get upset about things that are like unrealistic, you know, gotta greatly limit your options of games to play. See if we can get over to this one before it goes away. What do we have here? We are living on a planet as part of our sentencing of our crimes. And I don't think we're not terraforming the planet, we're exploiting it for resources. They did make a comment about, you know, potentially it could be a new Earth or whatever. So I do wonder if, well, I mean, because it wouldn't be able to terraform it, because it is getting just obliterated by the star again and again. Unless it was one of those things that the idea is that we would make some, like, super magnetosphere or some garbage. It's giving you some No Man's vibe. It's definitely more, it's definitely more satisfactory than No Man's Sky. Like, I'd definitely say it's very, very satisfactory. If you're looking to compare it to an existing game.
It's incredible how much can fit into these backpacks. I can't imagine going back to a time before pocket technology.
Alright, so it's looking like I'm gonna have to go up top to find more stuff there. That body is probably up there in a cave or something. I see. Okay, and that'll be where we get those flowers later. It's looking like I'll be able to cross up here, maybe. Yeah, no, you can choose between, there's 4 starting characters, and they all have their different things. They have like one person who got into like drug trade and everything. The other one was like a dereliction of duty, that they were like a deserting soldier or whatever. And then this one, it just said classified. Because we are a scientist who has 3 doctorates and a whole bunch of stuff. So it mentions a dead body here. The dead body, I think, is over there. Dead body's over here somewhere? Must be below me. There you are.
Nice.
I want my war bonds. Okay. Yeah, that's a curiosity. Like I said, there isn't a strong implication being like you will terraform this planet or anything like that. That hasn't been something the game has like mentioned, suggested, prescribed, whatever you want to say for your verbiage. They definitely promote it as a factory automation game, and you could just look over there and it looks like a factory automation game. We got a bunch. They're not conveyor belts. They're 3 doctorates at 16. I don't think they mentioned the age of our character. They did mention that he got all 3 doctorates at the same time.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Alright, let's... He sounds 16. They did... All the characters have, like, a pro and a con or a weakness or whatever. And his weakness was he's basically socially inept. Alright. Let's get another storage building going here, and then we're going to go and get our fabricator going. We have overloaded our power grid. reason I want another storage is we got our new material. That we're going to be cooking a bunch of the calcite into. And I need that to unlock more things. So I'm going to get that all hooked up so I can slowly start working. So let's go get your thing. There's the calcite block. And let's go over here and grab more of you. Okay. And now I'll go to our production, fabricator.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Go put these on either side. I'm imagining if you're someone who wants to make like a really organized base, there's going to be a whole lot of like building giant platforms and all that just to hook it all up. Alright, calcite sheet. So that requires calcium blocks. That's good. So that shall be wired up, and that'll be another one of our things going. Did it show how the water came back? I wasn't paying attention. My assumption is it just kind of comes back up from below. So let's see. So you need the frames. We don't know how to make those. You're already getting your thing. We just got the calcite sheets in production. You need frames. And you're already going. So we need frames for 2 of them. So let's see if we can't figure out what we need to make any of this happen. So you have stuff you want from me. Yeah, we'll worry about all that later. Yeah, so you don't see the frames under this building. The furnace and all that, we've got stuff to go here. And drop off more of the helium for that stuff. And then the smelter we're done with right now. Alright, so what building does it say I used to make those? So the furnace makes the frames, which is interesting. Let's try running over here and see if we can't get more plants to eat real fast for water. And also, let's eat.
Not hungry. Acquired.
Let's grab all of these.
Here. That's a snack.
All right. Okay, we got the spider things on the other side of the water over there. Okay. All right. Yeah, the star tuber things are one that we We won lots of. This looks neato. Oh yeah, no, it's solid so far. It is early access. It does have some significant accessibility problems. Like if you watch when the subtitles come up, they are microscopic. But it's very much on a good start for an early access game.
Changing max.
But it's very satisfactory. Like, can we get a shout out for How to Be Quiet? Absolutely fantastic content creator as well.
Acquired.
Plays a whole range of games, including games like Project Zomboid and all that stuff.
Come here.
Very fun times over there with Queet. Alright. And right now I'm just exploring for a minute. But yeah, so absolutely fantastic. Plays like, you know, it's played Project Zomboid. I believe you've played, I'm pretty sure I saw you playing Satisfactory a while back. I'm just doing a little jaunt out here while the factory catches up. Grabbing tons of this stuff to try and feed in. Somehow everything looks the same. Satisfactory got you into streaming. Amazing community. Oh, I didn't know that. Heck yeah. Alright, so let's check things on the map. The drone wreck, we did that scan. There's a dead body down there. It's doing a little bit of exploration. This game also does try to make the characters more personable. So instead of like Satisfactory, where, you know, your character doesn't have personality of them. They just exist. This game, you choose between 4 characters. And even though you don't have the characters loaded, because it is co-op if you want, and even though you don't have like the characters in your world, like while they're in stasis, they still chatter with you and all that, which is kind of weird. But it lets you kind of get to know them all there, get their personalities. Realize they're all insufferable in their own ways.
Acquired.
I'm hoping that body was not up top and... There you are.
I can use this.
Okay, so we checked the body. Oh, okay, so when I loot a body, it disappears. Okay. That's pretty good. So then we can just run around and, like, once we reveal stuff, track it down, and then take the goodies and leave. The graphic is yet another Unreal 5 game. With most of the assets everyone is using. But I guess it's 2D indie sprites, base 2D or this. I'm what? I mean, it doesn't stand, like... It doesn't feel like they just ripped off assets from like, downloading stuff. I mean, maybe they have and I'm just not familiar. But yeah, no, it's definitely a Unity game. This game looks the same. Oh, if you think this looks the same as Satisfactory and Subnautica, you are being far too critical. None of the buildings have really looked at all to me like either of those games. Like, it has similarities and all that. It's Unreal Engine? Yeah, but... okay.
Reloading!
Actually, it's not Unreal Engine. It's Unity. Art style-wise, I mean, there's definitely a thing where some of the engines have kind of a feel to them. Like, you look at the creative engine, or the creation engine, everything kind of looks washed off. Yeah, and I would sit there and say, like, very much this game, like, I wouldn't say it, like, just looks like another game. I think that'd be pretty unfair. Alright. So we grabbed a ton of things. I can go over here. And go down here. And feed these into this thing. Okay.
Take a sip.
So let's work on getting that one unlocked. Which is not great for toxic, but that's fine. We won't worry about the others because I'm going to need a source of water, so let's not just use those. It's not actually a criticism of the specific game. Just guess I'm getting old complaints about the state of the industry. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, you'll have people, it's like, oh yeah, well, they're just using insert name of engine kind of thing. And it's kind of the reality of, that's just what you do. Do you want to be someone who develops an engine, or do you want to be someone who develops a game? Pick one. Because at this time in the world, the scale of what has to go into a game engine, if you're not doing something kind of smaller, it ends up being such an astronomical time sink that unless you're doing something that you're trying to keep it nice and simplistic, you're going to spend your entire time doing nothing but developing an engine. So it is kind of those things. And so that's the reason why you kind of only see the big, like, the only companies who really do put time into, like, developing engine tend to be, like, AAA companies, and that's honestly partially just as much because they don't want to pay for it. Yeah, CDPR built the Cyberpunk into their own engine, and it works so well that they'll switch to Unity for the next Witcher. Yeah, there's not criticizing, you can't do anything different nowadays. Yeah, no, it's just the reality of how much we've added to gaming, like for graphics and different technology supports and all that. I think the days of someone just spinning up their own engine, like, even, like, unless you're, again, a AAA studio with money to throw around, if you're anything shy of that, you're probably just going to be using someone else's engine because, as I said, otherwise you stop being a game company, you be an engine company. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily, like, the state of things looking the same, it's just an unfortunate reality. The scope of games keeps getting bigger. Even on the indie end. Okay, so we don't actually have the recipe for the housing. So that's an interesting consideration. So that's just going to sit there right now because I don't have any recipes to use for it. Because the other recipe we're already producing. So more than likely I got to go over here and unlock some more stuff. Yeah, not just the unfortunate reality. There's also definitely something to be said about the fact that you can just make Unity stuff happen. Like, the idea that nowadays you're like, I have a game idea, and you can just boot up Unity and have a prototype that's playable in a matter of hours. And yeah, it's not going to win any awards, it's going to be kind of a hot mess. But, you do have it. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I need 600 of the plates and 300 of the steel beams. Yeah, I mean, look at one of the biggest complaints about Satisfactory and made it better. Can be you fault as a team for taking something and running with it, yeah. Your own engine, long-term investment, you'll have to complete. Get the money for that. Otherwise, proprietary use engine. Right, and that's the other thing is like, okay, you decide we're gonna make our own engine. So, you know, dev hours cost money. And so you're going to sit there and go, okay, well, I'm going to spend, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 dev hours, you know, making our own engine, and now I'm going to make my game, and then the engine doesn't make you money. Not unless you're, like, licensing it out, and at that point, again, you hit the point that you're an engine company at that stage. And so it's kind of one of those things, you can invest all that money, or you can try to deliver your game and focus on that. Alright, so we want the titanium plates to be over here and the titanium bars to be over here. There's the bars. Let's see, it leaves a developer to come up with a winning idea. Well, I mean, also, to be entirely fair, being in the industry, like, not game industry, but being in software industry, one of the jokes we have is that ideas are worthless. Everyone has very genuinely many million-dollar ideas. Like, that's not even that special anymore. 100%, like 1000% of everything is just execution. The idea is cheap. No one cares about the idea. It's the person who can take that idea and make it a reality. Now, you're just a bit sad that you can't look at someone playing a game and go, oh, that's Game X at a glance anymore with many new games? Yeah, well, I mean, that's partially also just the volume of games that are coming out. Like, again, we had like 20,000 something games come out. Inevitably, there's going to be stuff that just looks similar because it's not like everyone's coming up with a completely new look every single game. It's just not going to be a realistic thing. Even if you independently come up with your new look, it's not often you have something to go, oh wait, that is distinctly a new look. Like, Cly, of course, has their very distinct new look, you know, their distinct look, but there's not many that goes there.
Engineer.
Yes, Han?
I've been thinking a lot lately.
That's great.
We're stuck here as a small group. In unusual circumstances, the protocol allows for more direct ways of addressing one another.
So I can call you Han?
Yes. Maeve.
Awesome. Thanks, Corporal.
That's not my rank.
I'm just kidding. That's what friends do, Han.
Just what I need.
Okay, the game engine don't have to do anything with looks. I mean, yes and no. As mentioned earlier, stuff like when you look at certain games, they'll have like certain lighting situations and all that come out of the engine, and you can go through and do effort to re-implement on top of that, but there's a lot of time you're just going to take what works out of the box and just run with it unless you have a specific reason to not do that. Yeah, no, that's, there's 4 characters. There's the engineer, there's the scientist, there's the soldier, and there's the biologist. And so even though I'm the only one here who's active playing as the scientist, they still, even though they're like in their pods or whatever, sleeping or whatever, they can still talk to me and still, I guess, see everything I do. Don't worry, it's not super creepy. It is super creepy if you didn't catch the drift. They're just gonna change everything? They can. But, again, that's a matter of if that company, or if those devs decide they're gonna put the effort in on the shaders. Okay. So, we got all that sitting there. It just needs to cook. Hey, Lucky. How's it going? You remember 3.0 shaders being a game changer? Oh, yeah. It's also one of those things that nowadays you all have to take into consideration, like when someone boots up a game, it's like... Is the ground voxel? No, it is not a voxel-based game. Yeah, so that's there. Where was it, the stator? Was it... Yeah, it was the furnace, and I needed 300 and 600. We'll go ahead and insert that. That's going to be holding me up for now. I did notice we've got more assault rifle ammo. I picked up... Well, that's actually standard ammo? That's for turrets and all that. That's fine. So what is that big thing that they're doing better than Satisfactory? Craze mentioned it, but you didn't elaborate. Oh, I missed what Craze said. So you got a couple things. The first one is it does have combat in it, like proper combat, so it's not just like whacking people with it. Like, we got a gun, we do shooty bang bang, big angry bug thing. It has that the sun occasionally explodes and rips across the surface and all that, so more of an environmental survival aspect to it. Whereas, you know, Satisfactory just doesn't really do survival. Like, that's just not the point. So you've got that element to it. It also has, like, if you look at, this is the equivalent of the conveyor belt system here, and it works entirely different than a conveyor belt system would work in regards to the logistics side of it. So if we look at it, normally when we're dealing with a conveyor belt system in a game, whatever the output is gets tossed onto the belt, and it gets shoved until it reaches the end. Now in this case, you'll notice, with this, if that was the case, that material would be going down this one and this one at a 50-50. Instead, what happens is it works as kind of a pull setup. So I tell this machine, I want ore, and it'll just try and, you know, smart route the ore from whatever's producing it over here. Do we get evolution of these biting things? I have no idea. I've been playing for just a couple of hours now, so unfortunately I can't really answer. There is also an RPG element. You'll notice that I just leveled up movement. Not like, there's not like a whole talent tree or anything to go with it. You get these, like, chips you install in your head periodically. Let's go ahead and chuck you in my personal storage as well. So I've got water, I've got food, I've got these, we got bullets. Yeah, no, to me, I've been comparing it very heavily with Satisfactory. Because while it does have elements of both games, and a little bit on expand on that, it definitely feels like that. Can you set priorities for our ores, or equally split it, pull? So I can set priorities. Like, if we go over to these, I can go over to here and say, you are a higher priority, you are a lower priority in the drone request. I don't know about...
Sam, you seem to be the only scientifically competent person here. Could you look at my calculations when you have a moment? I'm designing a dome under which a city could be built.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
I am, of course, also considering tunnels, like on Mars, but designing a structure that could withstand Ruptura is simply much more intellectually stimulating.
I don't think we should be colonizing this planet at all.
How short-sighted.
Okay. I still did like the earlier on where it's like, you know, what should I call you? Oh, Sergeant. It's like, what should I call you? Doctor. It's like, well, this other person's doctor is like, yeah, but I got 3. Just matter of fact, just, yeah, but I got 3. Like, I'm more of a doctor than they are. It's like, all right, okay. I see where, you know, pulling up the stacks of credentials to see whose are higher, is the route we're going with this. Ooh, that's a curiosity. So when you do a structure... Ah, so that is going to have 2 different components required. Alright, this is going to be the first properly cursed setup we're going to be doing. Because no one is going to like the way that this works. And I don't mean like in the game. I mean the way my setting up of this is going to work. Because if you like efficiency... oh boy, are you going to be unhappy. Because what's going to happen is we're going to be making these plates and all that stuff. It's going to go... can't come in on the same rail. They might be able to. I'm choosing not to, but they might be able to. I just assume bring them out and everything. It could also be that, like, one of these inputs becomes one thing and one of the inputs becomes something else. I don't know, I haven't tested it. But yeah, so what's going to happen is we're going to have our bars and all that are going to get produced. They're going to run all the way down here. All the way over here and over there. All the way down here. They're then going to cross into this set of storages, where they're then going to cross back out here and go all the way over here, and all the way down this length here. You get where this is going, and keep going all the way back over here, past the machines that produced them in the first place,
Selenium thanks you for the shipment.
and then into this machine to produce the
Very
good.
impressed. The other crews they had previously worked with weren't even half as good.
So, definitely think. Another thing I'm noticing, it doesn't look like there's health regen in this game. Because I got injured a while ago. Unset items will be returned to your inventory. Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
So this is selenium. And you want tubes. I'm not making tubes. Alright, now meanwhile, let's get over to our storage boxes because we need to unlock the titanium frames. This is the game smarter to route half the stuff through a parallel rail if you just built another rail or an extra clock? I have no idea. Like, again, I've only been playing for a couple of hours. But I could build parallel routes and all that. Like, very, very genuinely, like, the clock on there, take about an hour off of that, that's how long I've been playing the game. So, I would love to answer your questions, but, like, the game came out today. There's just not time. I would be surprised if it couldn't handle parallel. It might not be a smart kind of parallel operation, because I could see it being one of those things that it finds the two separate routes that go to your point, and it just goes half and half and half kind of thing. But then if this one backs up, it'll keep go half and half until it backs up to this line and then go over. That's my guess of what would happen. Because if each and every single thing that goes onto this belt has to calculate what its fastest route is based on that, it'd be one of those things that you get a complicated route and you'd watch the game just chug. Because now it's doing ridiculous amount of pathfinding computations. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and since we're waiting on materials, get more of these set up. I really look forward to when we unlock multi-rails. Because in a case like what I'm doing right now, one would assume what I could do with the multi-rails is, assuming it's like a bus of like 4 or 5 rails or something, I could then have like, you know, a bus of like 4 rails going to say, multi-rails. My expectation from what it was described in the research is that it would be, instead of having 1 rail occupying that space, it'd be like four rails parallel to each other kind of thing. You know, whether it's based on the junction or whatever. And we could definitely do a lot with that. Alright. So, I really wish I could kind of see that's available and recent. I do wish I could see, like, what all I have already built storage for someplace. Okay. So, we've got wolfrite, aluminum, ingots for both, the calcite, whatever, construction thing, the rods, the cable wire, the calcite that's refined. Okay, so we do not have the wolfrite sheath. And we do not have the calcite sheaths. And then I believe the only thing I'm missing is the wolfram powder. So let's just build that now, get the wolfram powder, and that would mean I have literally all of the, all the goods I am currently producing wired up. So with that, I would then be able to approach this as, I'm adding a new material, get it on the network. Okay, so every good I am producing right now is on network with its own storage. How much does platform cost? Can I make this platform...
Why did you choose a career in the military?
My father was a soldier, as was his father. My aunt's a cop, and my cousin's in special forces.
So, oppressing people is a family tradition?
Yes. We drink discipline and courage with our mother's milk.
That was not how I wanted you to answer that. Why did you have to make it about mother's milk? Like, don't get me wrong. The other guy was being judgy of you. This feels too easy. I mean, we're early game. There, so that we can just run up here. Like, we're very early game. We haven't reached the point of, like, Factorio where you'd hit oil, or Satisfactory where you'd be getting, like, coal or anything online. The places where you have to suddenly be like, oh god, what's going on? We're in that earlier part of Satisfactory. You go, like, drill refinery thing that stamps out the plates and then stamps out the bars and all that. We're at that stage. But I actually appreciate that there's not nearly as heavy of a focus on just managing conveyor belts. Because, like, this one, it looks like the bigger issue is instead of, like, struggling really hard to get the conveyor belts and all that sorted out, instead the place where your struggle is going to end up being is on the throughput of all of it, which I think is a good thing to go. So, like, the minimum is it working probably will be a bit easier to set up, but then the is it working and not like crap is going to be the challenge point. Oh, let's grab a bunch of the rods and the wire and shove them into these machines as well. Oh, nope, not you. Put that back. Not you, not you, not you. I need the rods for a bunch of things. Let's grab all this. And then the wire. So we can start unlocking more things. Okay. The machines only output stuff if it has a pulling storage machine. If there isn't something pulling or storing, it'll produce until it fills up its capacity, and then it will stop. It won't just endlessly produce at that stage. Smart way to avoid congestion. Yeah, no, the idea is that we're going to have congestion until those boxes fill up, and then the congestion will go down. So the idea is I'm thinking of those as, like, you know, you'd have your buffer chests, and normally your buffer chests are in line with whatever you're producing. And in this particular case, that's not going to be the case. Alright, so we're almost at the point of being able to turn on the thing to make the frames that have been our holdup for the two of the corporations. So not you. Yeah, so it's these titanium beams are the holdup. Now, the reality of one of the things we could probably do to fix my whole setup to not be nearly as cursed is instead of where I'm making everything kind of redundant with all the paths flowing through it, would be to instead be approaching this... Wait, do I have the... Yeah, I've got these over here. They're just not any in stock because they're being all used. So all the items are requested, that's nice. Yeah, that's what I was kind of making the comment as one of the differentiators for this versus, like, Satisfactory and Factorio, is this one, it's kind of you request the materials at a place as opposed to you push them. So it does have some different implications as a result. Yeah, so it looks like the only bottleneck right now is just along this route, just feeding the things in to get to the storage area, which should sort itself out over time. And then obviously I'm going to need to add more redundancies and yada yada, and that's going to take time to make happen. Let's make sure our... Yeah, so here's the bars.
Nice.
You're literally like just backlogged because the the rails are overwhelmed. I probably just need to get a second set of rails going, but I'm kind of low-key trying to be lazy about it until we get the upgraded belts. Rails, I keep calling it belts. Alright, titanium housing can be made, so let's get the titanium housing online. We've already got everything built, we just gotta turn it on. And that'll choke up the whole system even more. Alright, titanium housing. Okay. So that's got titanium housing online, which will unlock 2 more of our corporate sponsor whatever things. So let's go over here and figure out what we're missing. So you're going to use the frames. You need tubes. So tubes are one to look into. We already have that material being produced. You already have the frames. And you're good. So we need to get the tubes next. What do I need to get the tubes happening? So I don't see tubes listed there. It's not on the smelter. The fabricator. For tubes, we need to find a blueprint. So this is not something that I'm just like needing to make happen through research. We gotta explore the map. So let's go ahead and drop off these. Oh, you're not hooked up. Well, this is gonna create some problems. Oh, we're gonna break it again immediately. Okay. You love that the mining spots, if it's not requested or anything down the line.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Okay. I'm gonna drop you off real quick. Yeah, because it looks like a lot of these you combine the plants together. Alright, so we're about to have the planet surface purged. Okay. So when that's done, we have some important places. I've got an unload location that we were checking out just north of us. I wonder what all the little white dots are. Is that goods on my... Well, no, that's... Oh, that's where I've walked recently. Yeah, so that's the orbital lander where we started. Yeah, so you got these unknown locations. We should start working our way to those unknown locations once the solar flare thing passes. Okay. And
It's
while
been
we watch...
years since I've seen my mother, or abuela. Do you miss your family, Chris?
I don't think about them at all. I need to focus on my research.
You wouldn't want to see your mother?
What for? She wouldn't understand my work anyway.
Family is to get you away from work.
That's the worst.
Raptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately. Warning. The planet is being incinerated.
Low key, I really do enjoy watching the surface of the planet burn. It is just kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, the planet's being incinerated. Just having a sip. All right, we'll reduce the temperature of the door. And we just gotta wait till it's no longer death outside. Okay, so our first destination is we're gonna leave here from the right and head up to that dead body. I was gonna try and leapfrog between stuff looking for that not that blueprint, any blueprints. Because it looks like that tube is now a blocker. Oh, actually, do we get any new technology in a bit? I do have new technology. A greater minor LEM.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Great.
So we now mine faster. Okay, so about that far. Alright, I do wish we could have a HUD, and maybe it's something we unlock later. I mean by a HUD is where I could go here. I would like to pin that body. But, there's no compass or anything like that. Okay. Okay, so the body is right over there. Grab some of this while we're right here.
I need water.
Okay, so there's the body. So we got another body around this heading. We're gonna run on over here. So it's right. There's a new location on your map. Oh, I hate this. Can I climb it up and down? Do I have a flashlight?
A cave. It's worth exploring. Changing max!
It gave me a red crosshair on that.
Come here.
You know what I don't want to do? Yes, that clearly has a red indicator. Okay, and the little crystals aren't actually a thing. This would be... We're gonna use 5 mags. And if it dies, great. If not, we move on.
Changing mags!
Alright, so we got that. There may be something valuable down there. It's fine. Let's head back out because I think the valuable thing is like the quartz and all that. So next spot is over this way. I believe just past this? Yeah. So just past this thing. Oh wait, I have grenades, don't I? Let's try dropping a grenade on it real fast and see if anything happens. Nope. Okay. I'm satisfied to not waste any more materials on it. Because like I said, it weirdly gives me a cursor as if I can do damage. I suspect it's something where we'll have like a very specific type of weapon or something we can use on it. Alright, so it's looking like it might be down in this crevice.
What is that?
A monolith.
I asked the wrong question. What function does it serve?
Unfortunately, all information on that subject is highly classified.
Okay, well... There's a monolith there, but I start having a radiation gauge go fast climbing up the moment I get near it, so that's gonna be a noperino for right now. Let's go check out the dead body up here. And I'm trying to run around and check out areas as fast as I can before all the bugs and all that come back. Classified as your specialty. So specialty wasn't classified, but almost everything else was. There's a body around here somewhere. There you are.
That's just what I need.
Hey, Drongo. We can get a shout out for Blade Drongo, our fantastic content creator on the platform. Also plays a lot of similar games to what we've been playing. We play. Been doing a lot of Project Zomboid and such recently, so if that is your jam, you can find it over there. One of the channels I spend the most time of my own when I'm not streaming. Like basically, I wrap up stream. Drongo's like right after me, so I usually pop in there after stream. Always a good time there. Did a really fun Karlak cosplay, like really impressive cosplay. Like genuinely an amazing cosplay. So absolutely good times there. I'm grabbing the helium because I know it mentioned I need it for glass. Yep, so yeah, so playing some Baldur's Gate 3, doing the Karlak cosplay and all that. Like Horn's Tail, Contact, like the whole bit. Right, so let's go find this other body. And if you're wondering why I'm running around here instead of doing any of the factory stuff right now, we have one of our corporate sponsors here. They want me to make tubes, and I don't have the ability to do that yet. And there's apparently a blueprint I need. There we go. It's got a weird hitbox. Okay. Griffith Research Outpost. Right, we've already been up to there. So that one we've already checked out. We've got a drone wreck down here. Let's go run over to the drone wreck. Oh, I thought that was something else. It's fine. Yes, the drone wreck looks like it'll be right over here. Alright, note to self, the double jump thing mostly just lets you jump a little higher. It's not like some games where you could like fall really, really far and then pop the double jump right at the end to like save yourself. I'm not sure if there's fall damage or anything yet, but the implication here is that... Alright, let's check on the top part first, but the implication here is it might be if you fall a huge distance, it may not save you. Okay, like we're on the spot, so it's clearly below us. Alright, fall damage. Alright, we didn't take damage. At least not that I saw.
Just what I need.
Okay, we got another dead body over here. If we don't find this blueprint this way, then we'll have to go farther afield. Oh, yep, that's not gonna be back yet. Did you take like 10 HP damage? I mean, I've not been full life for a long time. It does not appear that there's just natural life regen. It does feel like you have to eat stuff to give yourself life regen. So I'm still hurt from way earlier. Because all the stuff I've seen that heals you also gives you toxicity. So I haven't felt the need to deal with it. Okay, so we got 2 unknown locations to the south here. So let's run that way. And we're going to be probably dealing with the bugs again pretty soon. The plant's starting to get its green color back to it. So I'm assuming we're mostly recovered after the planet's surface got incinerated again.
Raptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
Okay, so it looks like it's up on this ridge. It almost looks like a meteor crash site or something looking at the map. So my guess is the bugs are out and about again. Why is everything getting very ominous and red? Alright, it's stabilized. Oh, I can't take those yet?
That's a snack.
So it's another monolith. Can I interact with it?
I feel like my bones hurt, but they don't have any nerves.
Cosmic radiation has reached a dangerous level. I suggest leaving the area contaminated with radiation.
Oh, I do hate when my bones hurt. Alright, let's get over here to the next unknown location. Okay. Ah, I understand. Okay, so what happens here is after the surface gets purged by fire, the vines get knocked back. So I can jump down there and grab whatever the heck's down there for a little while. And then, you know, then once the whole planet gets restored... Nothing. Now that we're chasing map markers, we could say it's satisfactory. Witcher 3. I mean, that's a thing in so many games. Alright, oh, and I missed the drone over there. That's alright. So, unfortunately, it's looking like... we didn't find... more stuff there. So I think what we'll do is the next Rupture, whatever, it's all the same. The next purging of the planet through Starfire... we beeline directly towards that thing that looks like a giant engine to sell or boring drill or whatever the heck it is down there. Or up there, over there. But we run over there to that.
That's a snack.
And see what we can find. Or no, I take that back. Disregard all those things I just said. The next one, we go to that hole that had the vines over it. Over there. But yeah, after that, we'll go towards that and see how far we can go. But I'm going to wait till the next time the planet gets kind of purged. Because my fear is I'll get over there, and then you'll get the warning that the planet's about to be purged, and then, you know, stare out in the middle distance as you are just washed over with starfire. Okay, so how are all these things going? You have not received any of your stuff yet. Interestingly enough, it says you're at... Oh, you know what? You have received some. But you're working on that. We aren't going to get any of the tubes, because that's what we're working on that. You're getting really close to done. It's a boring drill? Nah, it's not an interesting drill. It is genuinely a boring drill. Alright, let's go over here. Drop those off. We have more of those. We don't have more of the hydration things ready. We do have a bunch of you. Got a bunch of purple plant. Yeah, those give toxicity. And a lot of it at that. We also got the glow cap. Okay. So we're getting close to having that done. You can also pop over here. So increase fire weapon swap rate, stamina regen. We'll drop those two down here for right now. You can drop off the war bonds. There's more pistol ammo. Drop off some of that food that's dodgy. We did find quartz. Get ourselves more food. And we will research the drone. So I said I was going to wait to the next one. We're already at the position of just waiting for things to get done. I don't want to really expand the factory with that current thing. So let's just start booking it over here. Because we usually get a decent amount of time. And we're just going to grab plants along the way. Fight what we have to fight as we go along the way.
Acquired. Come here.
Alright. And we're just moving towards that engine to sell thing. I think that's an engine to sell. I don't think that's a drill. I could be, like, it could very easily be wrong. But, to me, that looks like a big engine from the back of a ship that, you know, someone failed the part of, you know, rocketry where you always want to keep the big thrusty thing pointing down. And, you know, stuff happens when that happens. Yeah, so it looks like you got a path up there we might be able to take. Someone heard of litho braking and wanted to try. Oh, the lithosphere will absolutely stop you. The catch about stopping is the rate at which you stop. Every material has its limits on what amount of acceleration is acceptable. Because I figure if I grab a whole lot of these plants, potentially unlock fancier foods we can make. It is a curiosity that we're going to effectively use some foods that give us all sorts of benefits, but they build up toxic, and our weapons that reduce it. Okay, no new discoveries yet. We also earlier had a thing we had to protect to scan the map.
Oh, yes.
Okay, we got another one of those holes that when the surface burns, we want to check. Okay, so this is a invisible wall kind of situation up here. I do not appear to be able to climb that. I'm sure with the way it worked, there's a good chance you could probably like glitch it and get up there.
Changing mags! Vermin dead! Changing mags!
Alright. Thought I had another one of those ones alive. Okay. Let's try going up this way. Ooh, that is a lot of the toxic buildup.
That's
Get
a
away.
snack.
Get rid
Acquired.
of stuff. I'm a little concerned that we're getting this much toxic buildup removal.
Come here.
Because that, to me, says we're about to experience a lot of toxic buildup. I was actually curious if those other things we just fought cause toxic buildup. Oh, we have another platform up here. Okay. So there's definitely a strong, like, hey, you're not just gonna go run up this thing. And I have this low-key feeling that just going inside these buildings during that... they aren't just gonna be, like, able to zip up the sides here. Playing the combat music from where?
Reloading! Vermin dead!
I'm hearing terrible noises beyond what these little ones are doing.
Changing mags! Reloading!
Okay. come on. Yeah, so you've got shields. The shields seem to be pretty tanky. The combat in this game doesn't seem to be like it's particularly hard, which I think is fair. It is a factory automation game at the end of the day. And considering as a new character, you could just go right here. Oh wait, that was damage behind me. And it does seem like there's a range component with your damage as well.
Reloading.
Okay. We got weird glowy. Weird glowy blue spots that are hazardous to us.
Congratulations. The Moon Energy Corporation is grateful for your shipment. Another reward is waiting for you in the terminal.
Gotcha.
I'd like to point out how clean the energy is, produced by Moon Energy devices.
Where are you? Is by a game that might be possibly down your end called Grimshire? Gotcha. Yeah, no, if either you or someone could post on the game suggestions channel on Discord, I much appreciate that. Oh, I can actually grab you. Well, crap. I've killed so many of those. It's fine. Just because, like, stuff that gets mentioned during the stream. Oh, you just spawned right in front of me.
Reloading. Spinner. Reloading.
Would you stop spawning on all sides of me, please?
Reloading.
Oh, I can still be attacked. It's one of these games. Hey, devs.
Better and better.
If you're going to have dialogue to be read in the middle of a combat area that has respawns, you know, maybe make it so I can't be attacked while I'm reading it. Otherwise, you need to, like, pause the game for me or something like that. Because it's super annoying to try and read something while you're just constantly dealing with enemies.
Changing max.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna have to do there, and I'm not loving it. Okay, grabbing all this.
I can use this.
Okay. Let's check to make sure we're not missing anything on the map. Okay, so we are missing a few. I'm hoping those get stored and we can read them later. Because if not, I'm not dealing with trying to read. Alright, we did get a blueprint. I'm not sure if it's the one we needed.
Changing max.
But there was a blueprint up here. Would you go away? Alright, so we got a body and a drone down that way. Yep. Okay. Find the droner over here farther. Yep, drone's up here. Getting the corruption spots stops the respawning, right? Not that I noticed. Because it was destroying those. It's possible I missed some, but I was still seeing a lot of them popping up in areas I had destroyed things. Alright, well, our inventory's full, and we did get a blueprint.
Is that all?
Okay, so now we need to get back out of here and get back home. So we didn't get up to the engine, but we got up there. I'm a little worried we're gonna get caught out here by the next solar flare thing.
That's a snack.
Yeah, so home is straight that way. Alright, most likely we'll have more enemies down here because we did fight a bunch of enemies coming into this place. But we'll see. Yeah, I fought enemies right down there.
Acquired.
Probably not be going this way. I should be going home. Oh, no wait, there's a mapping point. Let's go hit the mapping point. I'm very much expecting this to be a rough fight here compared to the first one. Because the first one, they just spawned, like, kind of the rubbish enemies. Okay, we got another area to scout out here later. Ooh, new thing. Let's see here. What do we want to drop? Try and get over here as fast as we can. As we tag this, it'll reveal the surrounding area.
Geoscanner initialized.
Slashers.
The heck's a slasher?
Reloading. Reloading. I need water. Reloading.
Oh, they attacked it.
Changing max. Dead. Done. Vermin dead. Changing max.
Go away.
Changing max. Reloading. Vermin dead.
Ooh, you hurt a lot when my shields are down.
Too hot to think.
It's too hot outside. Seek shelter. Where am I even being hit from anymore?
It works.
And we are running away. Give me the plant.
Come here.
Oh yeah, there's lots of stuff over there. Alright, regardless, we need to go this way. Yeah, so the too hot thing was, whatever that projectile that landed on the ground, it was starting to cook me. Alright, so it looks like this way might be the faster way out. Would you please die in a fire? I'll just miss every shot, don't mind me. Very rusty on my FPS skills. Used to play tons of first-person shooters back in the day and do really well, but that's a long time ago. Ooh, what are you? Okay, so we got stuff there. I should be heading home, but I want to just... A slasher bio. Alright. Get the slasher bits real fast. Calories low. Eat
Food
that.
provided.
Drink that. There, we discovered that. There's a bunch of dead bodies right here. Let's leave that alone. I don't have inventory space. Can you build a portable base like Plant Crafter? I'm imagining you can. The thing is, there's a main component cost to it. They have to build like the big tower thing.
Ambush!
Ambush where?
Changing max! Reloading! Changing max!
Ooh, that's a lot of the water things.
Acquired.
Okay. I need to be going that way. Because it's starting to be a pretty long time since we had the last solar flare.
Reloading! Vermin dead! Changing max!
Okay. Bunch of dead bodies. Leads right. Let's run right towards it. But that was the thing. It's like, all right, what are we gonna be in here? Am I gonna go up here? It's gonna be radiation. Like, what am I walking myself into? Is there gonna be some like awful creature to deal with? Okay, let's not go that way far. Let's go up here, grab these. Just how many bullets do you have? I got 164 more. Yeah, that's my spare bullets is 155 and I got 9 in the
Danger.
mag. I made a lot before I came out.
Changing mags. Is that all?
Okay, and this way should head home. Would you stop having a bajillion enemies for me to fight?
Changing mags. That's a snack. Acquired.
Alright. Alright. We could just drop those next. Basically, the stuff I'm manufacturing at home endlessly, I don't need to be carrying with me. Versus the plants, I could take them home to make stuff. Yeah, and that's the thing, is we have to find war bonds to unlock other weapons. And we've been collecting them, but it's pretty expensive. But it makes sense, because once I unlock the weapon, I have it. So, it's gonna be a thing we work up to. There's so many of these things. I'm just waiting for the, like, you know, the sun stability warning and being like, you know, crap, kind of run home kind of thing.
Come here.
And that's the one we've already been to. We don't need to go up there. Okay, and we can see our factory out in the distance. Cool. So we did take quite a bit of damage while we were out there. So I'm probably going to have to actually use something to heal for once. Because as I mentioned before, if there is a passive healing, it's real slow. Yeah, no, I like, when I got the first warning, I was like, okay, and, you know, I kind of set up outside, and it was like, okay, it's distinctly getting really bright outside. I don't think it's the bugs. Yeah, no, it was the same thing where I stood outside for a second, like getting ready to like fight some bugs, and it was just like, it is getting really bright, and the sun is like, something's going on there. I feel like I'm misreading what this was.
Changing mags. Reloading.
Can be considered a deliberate way to do this spawn mechanic? I don't know. Like, I feel like it's a player assumption that it's the bugs. Because they mentioned the star, like, Ruptura is, you know, active or whatever, not the planet Acadia. So I do feel like it's one of those things that, you know, if you think about the fact that they're discussing the star and everything's getting brighter and yellow and the star's, like, visibly getting ridiculous, I do feel like they have enough tells there. Now, granted, I could 100% see, you know, again, misreading the situation that you're about to get thrown in with a bunch of that. Yeah, and I can see that, Sindalash. I mean, like I said, for me personally, I didn't fall for it, and I wasn't spoiled to what it was. Like, I did walk out there first being like, what's going on? But then when I noticed the star started to bright up, it's like, wait a second.
That's a snack.
Is this co-op enabled? Why is your character barking as he reloads? So this is a game that has co-op and all that. It also has the idea that even though I'm not playing in co-op right now, the other characters in the world, you know, even though they're in stasis, as in they've never loaded in or whatever, my character will have conversations with them, even though they're not technically active or whatever. Which they even go in and give, like, in-game mechanic reasons for it, too. Alright, let's get home and see what we all got. And thank you, Infinity Simplex, for the 255 stream streak. And thank you, Drunko, for the 10 stream streak, if I missed that earlier. And Uko for the 15 stream streak. And Cuz Jackie for the 85 stream streak. And Alpha Stitch for the 5 stream streak. I missed a lot of those. I do apologize. With, like, the combat and all that, you know, I've been kind of getting focused in at times. Alright. So let's get in here. We did unlock a research here for a lesser infiltration mean. We're gonna worry about that in a minute. I'm gonna start by going here and just being like, take that, take those, take these, take those, go through there. Cool. That's a bunch of those done out of my inventory. Take that, take you. Cool. Get that out of here. Take that. Cool. Purple plant, take that. Take you. We didn't get more glow cap. Alright. As far as the basics and all that, so a lot of what it's bringing up is the data point stuff here, which I've been getting a lot of, and because I don't have like a super overabundance, I don't really want to hold on to a surplus to do all that. So which recipe did we get? We got the stabilizer recipe, which is not one I can make the stuff for. So we got more exploring to do to try and find things, unfortunately. Meanwhile, so if we go here, I do have a movement. One. Let's grab your thing. So. So that's blue. So it increases Fog of War uncovered by the player by 15%. Increases the Fog of War uncovered by the player by 25%.
Great.
And then we already have a red, and so the green one here increases the harvest mining damage by 25%. Increases all consumable stats by 35%. Reduces heat, corrosion, and drain buildup rate by 20%. Alright. Interesting. So I can pop over here real fast. We'll chuck you in there. We can grab the shotgun shells and fill that in. Fill those in there. Fill that in here. We can go to our analysis tool. There's the damage logic board.
This data will be useful.
Unknown logic board. Security logger. Unknown casing. A slasher. Yeah, so it's just flesh we can claim, I guess. So that's a new thing there.
If we could capture a slasher alive...
Out of the question.
I could hook it up to the apparatus and study its reactions.
Security protocols would not allow it.
There's no discovery without risk.
Find a different path to fame.
It's not about fame, it's about science.
Okay, so we're trying to get all these extra chips in here. So I'm avoiding the ones that give me the toxic buildup. Or are you actually just fine? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm like juggling all these things. Okay. So let's get something that heals us going. They built up a little bit of toxic. Alright, the rest is all fine for right now. So, blue... Not you. You. So you want rotors. Alright. So what do I need to make rotors happen? Yeah, we probably need to just make another chest. The question is it says personal chest. So I'm curious with that. Okay, cool. For right now, we'll offload some of this. Don't worry about sorting it later. So that other voice arguing with us about circuit, basically, no, it's not a placeholder. Basically, you have 4 characters, and there's a story between the 4 characters going on. That they're all kind of working together, supposedly, even though in practice I am alone on the planet. Like, so far as me, the player play. Ooh, wait a second. Oh, you are sending the frames out. Alright. So let's go check out what I need for the rotor. And we'll get that going. Hopefully you have a better way to explore where you don't have to, like, slog through fighting the enemies again and again. Let's also check for the equipment.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
Let's see.
So, I can go in here, and I could unlock the assault rifle, the machine gun, or the shotgun. I think I'm going to go with the shotgun. So now grab me the shotgun ammo. Does that give me the availability of shotgun ammo? It does. And that requires calcium powder. So it is a more complicated thing. Oh, I have to also make the gun itself. Ooh. So we can make piercing barrel, range barrel, short barrel. So wider pellet spread. Better range on that. You can get a rapid fire mag, an ALM mag. Or shredder ammo. Then we get a standard stock, an ammo reserve stock, or a runner stock. And then the pistol here doesn't look like it's got any upgrades.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Alright.
Extreme temperature detected.
Okay. It's fine. Alright, so I believe we checked... Ooh. Which one of these did we check? Does anyone remember which of these we checked? Did I check the one up here, and then this is the one I haven't checked yet? I think that's the case. I know we had a bunch more of those. I'm just gonna run for this one down here. Unless people like that I'm actually asking a question if anyone remembers. The one by the south was visited. Weather report, slight drizzle with a chance of apocalypse. Oh yeah, okay. That's no big deal. And hey, Belnar, can we get a, we got a couple shout-outs to get. Can we get a shout-out for Treacle and then another shout-out for Belnar and right after that?
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
I'm just spending this data. Because I'm tired of it giving me the arrow even though we're not Raven. Yeah, Belnar's our fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency Stream Team. Stream Team I'm on. Plays a lot of similar games to us, playing some Bellrite recently. There we go. Alright, so with that... It was back here? Yeah. Alright, so let's try and get over here. To the other place that had the vines covering it up, and we're going to check that out and see if we can't find any goodies. Okay, so we want to go back here. Alright. Yeah, so as you can see, once the eruption happens, it kind of scours the planet's surface of all the plants. So you can run around to explore places during this time, but also on top of that, you can't collect any of the plants because they're all burned away. It could even be that there'll be plants later that do survive it or something like that, or I mean, it'd be more that are only available right after it's happened kind of thing. I haven't seen anything.
When the temperature isn't going wild, this planet can be really beautiful.
Yeah. Earth doesn't have these beautiful landscapes untouched by humans anymore.
Alright, so let's go drop in the hole over here.
That's a snack. Acquired.
Okay. So we didn't see a body or anything down in this one. Do one last pass. Alright, so there's no more of the holes really nearby that we can see. I'm going to quickly run up here while we're clear of enemies. And just see if there's anything else up here worth mentioning.
Great work. Future Health Solutions has received your shipment. Claim your rewards in the terminal.
As this is feeling very not passable terrain. As you can see, it kind of slide down it. Okay, so let's grab this stuff and move on down the hill. Oh, we haven't been down this way. Okay, cool. Because while the planet's scorched, I'm going to run down here and see if we can't spot stuff. Because we're still missing the tube blueprint for all the stuff related to that. I'm having a feeling that green mist stuff is either signifying the edge of the map, or it's going to be something like radiation or toxic or... Yep, that's radiation. That is all the radiation. Okay, and clearly we're going to be able to go down there eventually, because we do see that I get the radiation buildup, and then there's clearly more titanium over there. So that could be a number of things. One, it could be this is an early access game and that's the area that's not done yet, so that's just their cheeky way of preventing you from exploring it. It could be that we will get some type of radiation protection, that kind of thing. That'll help out with all that. But regardless, that's looking like it's going to be a no-pass go for us at the moment. But here's hoping we find anything in this direction. There's another damaged drone. Okay. I'm also guessing that that heart thing I tried to destroy is if you're down here when it regrows. I bet you hit the heart thing to force it open again.
Why did you become an engineer?
I like to know how things work. To take them apart and put them back together so that they work again. I got that from my dad.
I agree, but machines are not enough. I want to understand how the entire universe works. That's why I'm here, to move science forward. That's a snack.
Okay. Yeah, so first when we went down to these, we did find a corpse in here. Alright. So we checked that one. And I expect to hit radiation soon again. Hello, corpse.
Ah, gotcha.
Starting to get green again. No, there was people who came before us, just not in like apparently hundreds of years or some nonsense. Which of course makes you objectively stop and go, how on earth are you finding still intact corpses hundreds of years later on a planet that has its surface scoured every, you know, very regularly by like these solar storms. And here's another corpse. Alright. So just running around and seeing... Yeah, so get radiation again here.
I need water.
Don't worry about it. I'm actually able to get a lot farther out this time than I thought. Yeah, so we're gonna have fighting soon. Alright. It makes sense you found the corpses only underground? Yeah. It's a very soupy and sodium looking area. Sulfury. Not sodium, sulfur looking area. Alright, radiation.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Alright. And that means we go back to getting mauled by the, you know, the native bug population. What I'm trying to look for is any other ships, buildings, wreckages, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Alright. How far can it go down here before it's not safe anymore?
Come here. Acquire.
Alright. So that's interesting. We've got a flying orb thing.
That's a snack.
Let's work our way around. And it'll probably be in for a fairly obnoxious fight. I do have a shotgun this time. I don't have nearly as much ammo for it as I did with my pistol. I also did not restock my pistol ammo, though.
Another fight.
Okay. I'm not actually looking to fight all those, so we're gonna stay up here on the hill. Try and...
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Slashers. Vermin dead.
I was about to be like, where? Now let's run over here to the pod.
Geoscanner initialized.
Enemy spotted.
Where?
Reloading. Changing max. Finally.
Okay. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going?
Reloading. Changing max. Vermin dead.
We need a flamethrower, we need a lot of things.
Changing max. Learning is the key to greatness.
Okay. Oh, didn't mean to fire that again. So we killed that. We got a bunch of bug bits. Oh, there is lots of dead bodies up there. How are we doing inventory space? There is a lot of dead bodies up in that
That's a
middle
snack.
area. Is this gonna be a place that's gonna be an obnoxious fight? I'm guessing yes. Oh, to hell with that place. We're coming back right after we have a solar flare, so I don't have to fight it. I also need to restock my ammo. I've only got about 60 rounds left. Okay. So we'll just...
Vermin dead.
Do not?
Changing max.
Okay. Yeah, I will say, I mentioned this a couple times. I'm pretty on the combat. Like, it's fine, it's serviceable. But for, like, the factory automation side of thing, I feel like I am just kind of going, oh. Because the enemies don't feel particularly hard. And I wouldn't want them to just get, like, a ton of extra damage. They just murder you in seconds.
Come here.
But at the same time, it's kind of like, alright. But I really just kind of want to explore and do a bunch of stuff like that. And it does feel like the enemies are a slowdown mechanic in the sense that you start going into an area, and you just kind of have to fight through it, and you have to replenish your ammo. It's fine. I don't think it's bad. It's early access, it's something that could get cleaned up. But so far, I see them as, like, a more obnoxious version of, like, the satisfactory enemies. Because satisfactory enemies mostly just chill at where you want to loot stuff. And then you go and you take care of it. Okay, so you are future health, is that right? Yeah. Future health, so you want ceramics. Okay. So let's get in here. And you are going to give me natural calorie loss and hydration loss down. Okay, we've got that for the advanced stuff. And none of yours have anything we need. Okay, we've got the figglers we're able to make now. Alright. Is there like a quick stack or something here? Yeah, these are my tabs to deal with. We don't unlevel up those for a while. There's a take all. I could really go for a quick staff kind of thing. So let's go ahead and for right now, grab all this.
I can use this.
Pop over here. Grab your nonsense. Okay. Fog of War. Stamina regen during slide. Firearm swap speed. Increases all consumable stats by 35%. Harvest by 8%. Heat and corrosion resistance by a bunch. Natural calorie loss down. Natural hydration loss down. Versus what we have installed right now is increased mining damage by 25%. I probably have to replace at the station. It's fine, we'll deal with that. Okay, and we've got standard ammo to drop off. We have the shotgun and all that. We have food. We have a Nutri-Chew we can drop off. Put like the actual meal down there. There's the energy boost. We have these things, whatever they are. Snacks. Okay, we can go over to our research thing. It is interesting, the idea that we could farm materials, and instead of doing any of the other things that we need to do, just basically go with that kind of bit. I mean, I'm gonna need hydration things. Let's go check. We got the hydration plants near here. So I've noticed these ones are not recovering. I think because our factory is in the area, it's preventing them from giving me more of the stuff there. So let's run down here real fast and grab our stuff for the hydration, because I ran out of the hydration pack things. I'm not gonna grab a bunch, I'm just gonna grab like a stack or two. Or not a stack. I'm gonna grab a couple of plants here and there. Just enough that I don't have to sweat it. So you did not come back.
Come here. Acquired.
Okay.
That's a snack.
Alright. That should do. I don't really want to fight a bunch more, I want to work on the factory. But I don't have hydration just floating around. Yeah, no, I suspect we're going to get some better weapons. I do know there are sentry gun kind of things. The thing I'm finding interesting so far, though, is I'm having to kind of push to where the enemies are. We do have the map things where we'd potentially benefit from the sentry gun, but once you activate it, it's activated. I actually didn't even check what we revealed here. Yes, we revealed a bunch of bodies and a bunch of other stuff there. I do really like the revealing the map points and doing all that stuff. I think that's pretty slick. Alright. So let's check our unlocks. So we've got the furnace here. Which I'll just chuck more of this stuff in here to get it so it doesn't keep telling me. Alright, so we have the fabricator. So we need a pattern for the rotor, so I can't do that. We need a pattern for the tube, so we can't do that. You depend on the rotor, so I can't do this. We can get the stator, but I don't need it. We can go to the furnace. So I can get the calcium powder. So ceramics are one we can make happen. So we need to get a furnace, and that'll let us make the ceramics, and that'll keep one of our researchers going. So let's run over here.
I can use this.
Cool. And all the rest of you are all fine. Okay. So I've already forgotten that I need to go grab the actual materials. So what materials did I need? So I can go down here to the furnace, and I need... So we need the calcium block, the calcite sheets, and the wolfram powder. Yeah, so unfortunately you're not getting any material yet. I think we're just using it all up. There's the sheets. There's the powder. Okay. So I can go down to you. There's meaningful progress on that. Oh, also, Before I forget, we can go to your recipes. Those two are fine. Skip the water one for right now. Cool. And that's all that. You didn't think you'd get into a game similar to Satisfactory, but you're enjoying StarRupture. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the things you run into at StarRupture are a bit different on the production line limitations. We'll see as things get more advanced where we end up running into pain points and that kind of stuff. But it does feel like there's going to be a lot of the crossover there. So nothing new in any of these. We are going to want another furnace up here. Then we can go and grab our logistics stuff. And I forgot this requires 2 inputs. Yeah, and so right now, we gotta wait till we can make the ceramics. That's fine. And we got, like, a very, very significant bottleneck going on here. It's all the way over to our storage place. I'm sure I could figure out, like, fixing it, but I'm also sure I don't care. All right. Let's take a look at the unlocks and all that. So looking at our heavy unlocks, so you're gonna get the food station and a bunch of stuff that is not really my concern right now. You will get helium extraction, refinery assembly, that's fine. You are going to just give me that. A defensive structure automatically aims and shoots at enemies, requires standard ammo to work, has to be supplied manually. A defensive structure automatically aims and shoots, requires standard ammo, can be resupplied via drone rails. Okay, so that's just combat stuff. Wind turbines, that's better power. Increases base capacity by 20, works for every base core placed within its range. I see. So you're primarily going to be electricity. Oh, good. Literally, your next thing is the multi-rails. A connector for, let's see, connector for rail, drone rails, used to support long rails.
What about you, Doc? Why medicine?
I always wanted to help people.
So did I.
Soldiers don't help anyone except those in charge.
We don't have to talk about politics right now.
Okay. Can connect 3 rails. Let's see. A connector for drone rails allows the splitting to or merging of up to 3 rails. And then we have a better rail, which just has a higher capacity. A cargo dispatcher allows for a long-distance transfer of selected material, requires a cargo receiver. Better storage, larger personal space, bigger multi-rails. Rail 3, expandable storage. Interesting. All right. So the idea there is... Okay, so that's going to give me where I can run a bunch of rails along one length. So that means this thing here I'm doing, where I was mentioning it's definitely a mess. And it ain't getting better. So we are going to have to just work on de-screwing up all this stuff. And I was hoping to avoid needing to fix that. but reality is what reality is. So what I can probably do... I was thinking about seeing if I could make like a bypass lane. What I mean by that is I could have a row over here that they'd all branch out to, and it skips all of these kinds of things and goes straight to the storage. But I mean, all of it is already going to the storage. Like, almost nothing is branching off, so that wouldn't fix much. I think the idea is I would need to change the routes so they're not all following the same rail path. Now, the other possibility is that when I go over here, I could do like the 3 split and just keep splitting off one lane to the right and have one lane that's effectively a bypass. So if it makes sense, you'd have like the one lane that runs up the middle that's connected on every point. You'd have the one lane that maybe connects only every 5 points on the outside, and then the inside lane just veers off to each one as it goes. Alright, let's pop over here. That's gonna be such a mess to improve the throughput there.
I think I can use this.
Okay, that's kind of where I'm at, is like going, how do I want to tackle that to de-bottleneck it? You're getting there. Alright, let's look at our bottleneck, which is that main railway. So, assuming we get this thing that's the 3 rails, I can do it with the single rail connector, but it's going to be very space inefficient and all that, which is fine. I think one thing we do is, let's start by trying to get these platforms set up. Where's the platform at? There you are. I haven't seen a zoop mode. I love you, wifey. Okay, you sleep well. I figured. Yeah, okay, they do have a zoop mode. It is not well explained. Alright. Okay. Alright, so we made it have a much larger flat platform to work with. But the intention here is what we're probably going to want to do is where we've got this mess here. It's these storage units that are the thing that's killing the throughput right now. It's feeding all of that onto that one rail. So I do think if we're going to be able to branch it off into 5, that what I'll want to do yeah, that's not going to work the way I want to. All right, how much is it going to take me to get to 3? 3 would be acceptable. Because like I said, the idea is I want to have independent rails for a lot of that. So that they don't all bottleneck on the same thing. And we can bring them all into storage. Now, honestly, the other way I could do this, that probably would have been the smartest. Like, right now, I've just got all of my production there and all my storage here. It'd be to have these over, like, so it goes, you know, directly feeding out to the thing. Then you have the storage right there. That's probably what I need to do. Ultimately, what I need to do is... Yeah, that's how I'm going to have to deal with it. Alright. So, basically, I'm going to need to give myself a big factory floor. And we can start working on trying to...
Is everything alright?
Yes. No threats detected.
I was asking about you. You've been quiet lately.
I have nothing to say.
A person can start feeling lonely out in space. If you ever need someone to talk to, let me know.
I wonder why it's saying not suitable over here. Huh. Use supported platforms with beams? Oh! 1 second. Might need supports? Really? Not suitable. I was not expecting that to be a mechanic. Oh, not stable? Yeah. I'm pretty mixed on that one. I understand why you have that, like, why you would have that kind of thing. But at the same time, then when it comes to, like, doing the sloop kind of thing, I would, you know, do this. And then now I need to change, you know, to put that away, change this, grab a support, run down here. So it feels like that's just going to be a lot more tedious. Do they? Oh, they have the same cost of materials. Oh, all right, that's never that. I still wish I didn't have to do it this way, but it's fine. I keep letting go, expecting it to build. Get to left click. All right. But yeah, so what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to give myself a flat area to build. So that when it comes to setting up my like production lines and all that, it won't be nearly as cursed. Okay, so the plan here is going to be straightforward. What I want to start doing is making it so all of these storages end up in line, so that I could go over here, I would have like my, I'd have the ore come in, and we'd have a storage, and then that would go through, and you have the smelter, and it would take it to the next thing. That's kind of the idea, because right now, all of the thing is going along that one bus there. And I could do a thing where I just, like, literally put a bunch of the rails all together and had, like, a main bus kind of thing, which would be interesting. But because of how big of the space that these take, it's going to take a tremendous amount of a tremendous amount of space to facilitate that. Alright, you need multiple of those. There you go. Take a tremendous amount to facilitate that. So we're going to start by just trying to get one of these set up at a time. And unfortunately, with where I've got these storages set up the way they are now, I'm not really going to be able to use the existing storages as they are. It's going to be a huge pain point. And you're passing the materials over there. Because you're all crafting this. Let's go over here and see if we can get the next thing into
this wealth
production.
could reach the people in need and not corporations.
Money goes to those who have earned it.
Not everyone has the same opportunities like...
Everyone has opportunities if they only make the effort. Stop crying over lazy slackers.
Well,
that's just what I need.
I don't like our character anymore. Because that's definitely a naive opinion. Our character says, like, corporations are the best. Sponsored by corporations. Can we scoop out our character's brain and get a new one? I know, right? Okay. So. I hate that person. Can we stab them? Yeah, it's definitely one of those ones that eek. Alright. So let's start the process here. So, let's remove this tile. Logistics. Storage depot. Well, here's another question. Can I just plug the storage depots into each other? Are we gonna fix the spaghetti? Yeah, that's what we're looking at, is trying to decurse everything. I'm wondering if literally you could just have them pass through the buildings and it will just drop off the stuff as needed on wherever. Not that these aren't gonna do anything. The reason they're not gonna do anything is not because of anything that's mentioned about them not working or whatever. There's just not a reason for them to route that way. Okay. So, what I'm gonna go ahead and want to do is gonna start way over here, and I'm gonna rip up these ones. Gotcha. I didn't think they would at first. That's the reason I built it that way. So let's grab the storage depot. So there's our storage depot. You are going to be storage depot for titanium ore. I'm going to give a nice big amount of space. I'm going to yoink you out. I can put it on top, but I want it to go in there. When I tried to set her... Oh, actually, I see what you're saying. Let's do a test. Because when I went to put it down, I didn't think to scroll wheel it. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. And so this way, if I need to splinter anything off, we can, but later I can do the 1 to 3 split, that kind of thing. Is that how I want to do that? That's the question. I am a little low-key upset that this takes an even number of tiles, so no matter what, it's going to have to scooch over. Alright, we're going to change this up. I'm just going to go ahead and connect straight on through. And we can add extra stuff as I need it. Okay, and then we get another one of these. And you're now for the titanium bars. Okay, so the idea here is...
The aliens are almost as annoying as the terrorists.
The resistance movement believes there's a better way to organize the world.
They're animals that only know how to destroy.
Their methods can be brutal, but the ideas behind them?
You know nothing about life, Doc.
The flexibility of these rails is making it harder for me to decide how I want to do this, because I don't want to be like one pass through, one pass through, one pass through, and have it such a wide area. So I'm kind of sitting there with like decision paralysis on how I want to deal with that. Let's see. So we need more of your
Just
junk.
what I need.
And your junk. So keep working on unlocking stuff. It should, like, ultimately that stuff will slowly resolve itself in its own right. It's just a matter of whether or not it's going to do so in a meaningfully timely manner. So we can go down here. Alright, so we're now down to just needing the wolfram powder. Okay. So... Because one thing this game does differently is because of the power needs, or the heat, whatever dissipation thing, for this base core thing, it does limit some stuff. Yeah, you can work on upgrading that, just because. Okay. Are you actually running smoothly now? Just because enough stuff is shut down? I mean, it's actually running... Until we get back here, it's running pretty smoothly at the moment. Is each building one heat, or was the limit? So, I don't think it's each building is one heat. I could be wrong. I mean, it could be. I actually haven't been keeping track. Oh, here's a question. Let's, please don't let the platforms count. Okay, so we're at 365. Let's tear up a piece of platform and check something. Don't count. Please don't count. Okay, it's still 365. Yeah, it's not super clear. Oh wait, did I cancel that one? Okay, you're fine. Yes, I don't really know what determines the heat and all that. So far as like, it's clearly the number of buildings. I think it'll be certain buildings create heat, and certain buildings don't. It's a matter of like all that. Like that might be what that icon there is. Yeah, and that's gonna be what these icons here are, because that one's for power, that one's for heat. Versus the tabs there don't have a setting. I'm imagining there's certain buildings that have those and certain buildings that don't. And it could be that there's some buildings that count for extra heat. I mean, honestly, these are starting to pick up the speed just because of things balancing out. It'll probably be one of those things as well that we'll need to separate that all out. It's always a tricky one, and with a game like this, it's a little harder to get a feel around where I should have those things set up. Because like with the Wolfram, that's going to be done here in a minute. Because my other fear is I'm going to set it up like I've got here on the right. And because I'm trying to do all of it that way, the moment we add in a thing that I need my titanium ingot someplace else.
Activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Oh, I know I'm gonna regret doing this, but...
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we can craft ammo and everything. Okay, so we're about to get another thing of research. We'll want to get the pistol ammo. Alright. Yeah, that's gonna be a tricky thing, is figuring out how I want to make it scalable. Like I said, when I get the 3 splitter, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Is I think I'm gonna set up the 3 splitter to have like your local lane that's going to be just immediately branching in and out at each spot. That's where like the splitters going to the individual things are going to be. You're going to have your one that just kind of cuts across the long distance without having a split offs. Then you're going to have like the outside, well actually, the outside rail will probably be like the full bypass, skips the whole area. You'll have the one in the middle that stops like every 5th. And you'll have one that does every turn. And so what should happen is the stuff that needs a turn will go onto its subsegment. You'll have like the ones that go on the outside the whole way along the line. And that's what I'm thinking. So effectively an express lane of sorts. And so things should merge on and off as needed. And it can always be one of those things that if I...
Rapture's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
It can be one of those things that if I run to a place where the express lane backs up, I'm trying to figure out how to pull off a 3-rail lane.
The planet is being incinerated.
Yeah, now the thing is, I think you'd use the 3... Oh, I see what you're saying. Because with 3 rails taking one... Well, no, because I can take the 3 rails from one spot to another, and then you can probably then, when you hit the 3 rails, you can probably do the thing where I put the 3 rail on the other side, and then this lane can branch off and do its thing, and then these two can continue on their way. Because if we look at the, if we look at the 3 rail thing, it was just the junctions, not the area in between the 3 rail. So I think that should be a very doable thing. How is my food and water and all that? Okay, so we just had another explosion. So we've explored that one, we explored this one, we've explored that one. If we cut straight over here, we can try exploring that one as well. We went up there. Yeah, we want to cut really far northeast once it cools off. Yeah, so then you're down to 2 rails? Right, unless you introduce another rail there.
Within acceptable parameters.
Is that a good angle? Yep. Alright. You have to balance out which rail goes, otherwise you're going to get backed up. Load balancing seems complicated to design. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be kind of like... Almost handling it like you... Oh, I know what you could do. So you do your 3 rails, and you'd have, like, again, your 1 rail that leaves off to the left. And then when you merge up, you don't just go, like, middle rail to middle rail. You'd have middle rail goes to the left rail, right rail goes to the middle rail, and then you could have your secondary one to, like, loop in there. So you'd almost do it bus-style, like Factorio.
I still can't believe I'm here. What an incredible place.
Good to know at least one of us is happy.
So I could see that. So you'd have like the independent rails that bring everything across, and you just kind of keep scooching them over, and then one by one. You wouldn't even need the splitter or anything on it either. Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's spaghetti rail, because you have like the straight line on your pass-through, and you just keep branching off the leftmost rail, and then everything just kind of slowly works its way to the left until you've got everything. The problem is I can't do that effectively without having the split there, because otherwise each rail is its own tile. But that might just be what I need to do, is I might need to just build a bus factory and call it a day. Okay, we're just going up here and trying to check these areas right afterwards.
Acquired.
Let's see, 3-to-1 rail goes to a 1-to-3. Yeah, so that's what you unlock with the research, is where you can split one rail into 3 and 3 rails back into 1. Yeah, this is true. If we're thinking about from
That's
the
a
pole
snack.
system, you wouldn't even need the dedicated rails to do the different things. You would just basically need a bus that you can toss a bunch of stuff on and do its stuff. You would then just need some type of junction to like let stuff switch where it's at. Alright, so let's go straight north, which is that way. Yeah, that's part of the thing I've been hoping, is that my current setup, I can limp it along until I get the 3 rail, by just taking advantage of the fact that as these things finish what they're doing, they're just going to shut back off. And then, yeah, I could almost see, not a proper main bus, but I could almost see a bus setup. The biggest challenge there is when I have a material that's advanced enough that I then need to have an output material that circles back. Well, that's an interesting one. Yeah, so like set up a mall, but like have, you know, your 3-5 rail or whatever on the outside that just cycles things around for construction materials. It's pretty good. It's definitely taking a little figure out for the factory automation side of things. It's very Satisfactory-esque, but like they don't use conveyor belts; they use a rail system, and it very much has changed like the dynamic of how a lot of it works, which has been an interesting thing to try and sort through.
Come here. That's a snack.
Alright. We can give a shout out for Azrael. I think we got a shout out for Treacle already, right?
Acquired.
I'm suddenly second guessing myself. Alright. Okay, for those that don't know Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games, so definitely a good time to check out over there. Let's keep running around and grabbing a bunch of these as we're out here. Here you are.
Gotcha.
We got a corpse over here. Yeah, I noticed the new icon. Okay, where's that body? It should be right around here somewhere, and there you are. Okay, we got like what looks like a sulfur pit back here. Okay, so just jumping through the crack in the wall is not the point. All right. That was deep.
The reward from the Griffiths Blue Corporation is already waiting for you. You'll like this.
All right. Oh, interestingly enough...
Bravo! Shipment delivered to Clever Robotics. They're still very happy with your services, but remember, everything can always be done more efficiently.
So there's another unknown location that we were able to see from really far away over here. Let's run over here. We don't have long until all the bugs are going to be back, and I'd like to check this out before I have a lot of obnoxious fighting to do.
Great.
Okay. You can also check out Azrael, another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation games like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, Farm Sim, all that kind of stuff. So if you're into sim games, you can definitely find those over there. So definitely go and check that out. Okay, we got the, I believe that's the tubes blueprint and all that. Go ahead and rush up here. Okay. All right. I think we got...
Ruptura status, stable. Arcadia status, stable.
Ambush!
And I'm outie. Stage left. Because I don't have much to gain from the fighting other than just depleting a lot of ammo, so I am moving on. Apparently this whole area sucks with all the enemies.
Vermin dead.
Come on.
Changing max.
Okay. So I missed the dead body, but there's apparently another unknown location right here. Okay, so it's not one of these monoliths. There we go. There's a body over here. Wait, actually, what did Sune moused over the body? Oh, there's a body and a drone wreck, like, at the same spot. Okay, so I think you're down below.
Nice.
Okay, so our inventory is full. We could certainly use to eat some stuff.
Food provided.
So we've got that.
Delicious.
That's our inventory full. And I believe that way's... No, home is farther to the left. Alright. That's more titanium and more titanium. A big... That is a lot of enemies over there. I just want to go home. I want to deal with... Oh, come on. I don't want to deal with any of this crap. I believe the slashers are fast enough to keep up with me from what I was seeing earlier. Okay, so I want to just work my way.
Changing mags.
Down this way, is that right? Yeah, it's not going to be a convenient route, but that's okay. So basically we ran way the heck out here to explore. Now I got a full inventory, I'm trying to get thing. Please rate from 1 to 10 how much you like it so far. Usually don't rate things like that way. I'm very much enjoying the game. It does have some problems with, like, accessibility stuff, like the subtitles are microscopically small to the point of useless. You know, there's, like, the UI is very small and there's no scaling of it kind of stuff. Nothing that's super terrible, but definitely a lot of things are like, okay, it needs a little spit polish kind of thing. But nothing I saw that would particularly ruin the experience in any way. Like, yeah, it can be a little frustrating and all that. But, nothing too glaring. I'm, like, juggling with my inventory. I'm gonna eat that. That's a waste. But I want my inventory space cleaned up enough that I can grab those. That's an interesting thing. I think that's where we're gonna build the, Oh, don't do this. You keep finding me cool places to look for stuff. And those are all gonna have a bunch of bugs that I don't want to deal with. But I'm also acknowledging the fact that as we get farther and farther away from home, it is going to be a thing that'll end up being a thing we deal with. For right now, we can drop the titanium ore. I don't need it. There's a drone here. Don't worry about the drone down there. Okay. Kind of worried this is going to be a Norwal's area, so we got a whole bunch to fight through. And the fighting's fine. I just want to kind of move on with stuff. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to fight up here.
Slashers. Reloading. Vermin dead.
That the way home? Yeah, there. That's home. Okay, so they don't seem to be able to follow me down there. Okay. That is not necessarily the way home, but that's fine. Okay.
What is that? Reloading.
Okay. You know, we get a jetpack or wings or something like that. I could definitely see that being a an easier thing. Stick the box right in the tree. Yep. But we keep finding all these different points of interest and all that. Alright, so this is gonna be another hole to drop in. I can see the vines from here.
Changing mags.
I was curious because it did highlight that I could aim at it as like... Okay, that one's got a body in it. I was curious if I was going to be able to like go down there and, you know, shoot at them. Okay, there's going to be another one of these things where I got to defend it.
Reloading.
Okay.
Reloading.
Okay.
I can use this.
I got a shotgun, but it's only got a couple magazines. Which is... Oh, interesting.
Reloading.
Geoscanner initialized.
Vermin dead. Changing mags. Reloading. Dead. Changing mags.
Okay, it's a third done.
Vermin dead. Changing mags.
Would you stop it?
Reloading. Changing mags! Reloading!
Okay.
Changing mags! Reloading! It works.
Okay, got it. And let's get out of here.
Too hot to think.
Stop. Want to check? Okay. Man, I wish there was just a basic compass in the game. I didn't have to pull up my map just to go north, south, east, west.
Vermin dead. That's a snack. Come here.
All right. And just moving on. Okay, this looks like a dead end, which is not what I'm hoping for. Okay, so let's see. So there's a dead end there. We probably have to go up and around. So they also have spitters? Yeah. This is honestly one of the games I'd be totally on board with the passive mode. The enemies are fine, but it definitely doesn't feel like they're challenging. Like, maybe they get there. It feels more like they're there just to slow you down. And honestly, you can see I'm already getting kind of over them. Because I know later on when we get ourselves some better weapons, we'll go through them faster. But it's just one of those things like running around doing that. I'm actually pretty okay with the enemies like in the ships and that kind of stuff. But just running around the map. It's just like, come on. I just feel like I'm spending so much time just killing enemies that don't really drop anything I care about that much. Like Factorio's bugs?
Danger.
Yeah, I mean, the Factorio, the bugs come after your base, and maybe these will eventually. But it's like having the, or not ships, I'm sorry, wrecks. Like the wrecked bases and all that. But it's like having the exploration element of Satisfactory, but with like more obnoxious enemies. Oh, that is a lot of enemies, actually.
Reloading.
To be fair, right now you are World War II grandpa out there. Just... Oh, like I said, it's not even the matter. Like, I understand we're gonna get better weapons and the combat will go faster, but I'm thinking late game, unless it's something like we get armor that like counterattacks or a little laser on our back that zaps nearby enemies, it's just gonna be like, oh, first-person shooting, running back through the same areas again and again. Now, granted, like Satisfactory, you get around a lot of that because you get to the point you can move fast enough and all that to just ignore them. Oh my god, please. I'm just tired of fighting. And without, like, the compass, I have to stop and pull up my map all the time.
Acquired. That's a snack. Come here.
It just feels like I go on the base if I don't go... Man, you just... How freaking many of them are you?
Vermin dead.
They don't even want to go up in that other base location right now. I don't have the inventory. We're just trying to go home. It's fine, they're not worth much anyways. Yeah, like, I would be down for, like, almost like a boss bug. Without the friction for the enemies, there's no point to tech up. To tech up your combat. Right, I don't disagree, like, if you don't have that, you don't have a reason to tech up. All the rest of the tech up is around a factory automation game, which is what this is in its core. It's a factory automation game. I'm not against combat existing in the game. It just definitely feels like the fighting in this game for me feels very much like a slog. I'm not finding it particularly enjoyable. I just feel like I'm just going, it's like, alright, I guess I get to kill another 50 enemies. Oh, it's time to kill another 50 enemies. Okay, it's time to kill another 50 enemies. I'm getting old. Grandpa wants to rest. I didn't want to discover a whole new area again. And, like, to be fair, I still think excellent game. It's just one of the places I'm feeling is one of the weaker spots right now. Hey, Sal, thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Sal? Playing some Fallout 76. Heck yeah. I hope you had a good time with that. But for those who don't know Sal Berry, absolutely fantastic content creator. A lot of fun, a lot of chaos over there. Gotta eat for food real quick? No problem. You get that food. Thank you again so much for that raid. I do really appreciate the raid and all that good stuff. But again, check out Sal. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Inventory is full. Welcome to the story of my life. Pistol ammo. There we go. Grab that thing. Don't care.
That's just what I need.
I don't think it is. But you never understand removing enemies removes the tension and validates a lot of tech tree? Yeah. You gotta understand, for a lot of people who play factory automation games, that, for one, they might not be oriented towards doing a lot of combat. But, for me, it's more the combat in this particular game is a little bit more tedious from my experience. Like, if you look at some of the other games in the genre, so you've got, like, Factorio, there's the enemies. And, like, Factorio, part of the thing that makes them not quite as bad is effectively you've got auto-aim, for all intents and purposes. So, really, the enemies act as a means of kind of a pressure in that regards, and a material pressure. And then you play a game like Satisfactory, and by and large, the enemies so far as quantity are very, very low. You have, like, you'll go to an area, and there'll be, like, one relatively tough enemy, or 3 weaker enemies. A few exceptions, like the little spiders and all that. But broadly speaking, it's very, very low numbers. And I'd even argue that Satisfactory, the enemies are not really that big of a deal. Whereas part of the reason I'm having a little bit of frustration with this one is it's almost feeling like I go around every corner and I'm fighting like 20-30 enemies. And it's a very laborious fight in the sense that, you know, it's first-person shooter mechanics, which is fine. But I'm also not feeling like I'm getting much out of killing the enemies. It's more I just gotta kind of wade through the swamp to get to the other side. Like, I genuinely just want to run by and not even fight them. But unfortunately, stuff like the slashers do seem like they do a pretty good job of keeping up with me. You played Satisfactory on passive mode? Yeah, no, and I didn't play, like, for the record, and I've done, like, Death World in Factorio and all that, and I very genuinely enjoyed that. So I'm not against combat. It's just in this particular game, I'm finding the combat, for me personally, it's the same thing that happened with me in Dyson Sphere, is I didn't find the combat enjoyable in Dyson Sphere, and so it went from being something that was a supplement to the game to a detractor. Right, and that's the whole thing. And this one you supposedly will get defensive structures, because, like, they're not attacking my base. If they're attacking my base, it'd be a little bit more interesting, but it really just kind of feels like I'm just running around the map, slogging through, and part of it is I'm doing exploration. Like, to be fair. But it does feel like I spend half the day just killing the enemies back to back to back.
Come here.
And again, instead... Okay. That one wasn't too bad. You feel the same. You appreciate the moderate pressure Factorio bugs a lot. For many people, it far outweighs the benefit the challenge will work against. If you other people this challenge work against... Yeah, because keep in mind, I don't feel a pressure to get more guns. I haven't seen any new enemies, but all the enemies I'm fighting, the pistol carries through fine. It takes 3 taps on the big one as long as I hit them anywhere important. All the other ones it takes 1. Unless I'm at really long range. The effect for combat feels like it's integrated in the rest of the game. You can automate and industrialize it. Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm struggling here is... It feels like combat in Stardew Valley. You know, it's fine. It's present. But, like, a lot of the way you kind of go, oh, I gotta go back into the mines. It's fine, but it's nothing to excite. Alright, so let's check. So we got the red one over here to set. We will choose those to get those set up. We've got the health place, we got the red one, we got this one. And very much I am enjoying the game. To be clear, where I am kind of complaining about this right now. Oh, that's a duplicate. I have no idea how I switch you. There you go. You. Oh, that's a stabilizer. Stabilizer's wanting to get going. But, like, I want to work on my factory and all that stuff. But yeah, because this feels like I've got a first-person shooter in my automation game, not that it is a automation game with proper first-person shooter mechanics kind of thing. Because there's nothing happening in this first-person shooter mechanics that's particularly noteworthy. It just feels like it's there. Let's see, for Factorio, you never got why they put more traditional top-down shooting controls. Mainly easier skill transfer. Yeah. If there's a lot that could change in optimization since they released the early access, let's see, how does the state of things compare to the early access of Satisfactory from 4 years ago? I think they're just very different things. Alright. You're just gonna give me war bonds? Me, it's early access, constructive feedback could only get better. The combat needs some tweaking. Yeah. Well, I think a big part of it is, like I said, to me the combat's kind of getting in the way. Is how I'm experiencing it. And it is something that I would love to see change. Like, by all means, combat should be something that you have to deal with, you have to figure out, all that kind of stuff. I don't disagree with any of that. But so far, the enemies have been kind of just whatever. And I'm sure they'll scale up in some manner, and maybe that'll make it way more interesting when they do. I'm just kind of already fatiguing on it. Okay, so we got another thing we can make there. Yeah, no, definitely agree with the idea that Satisfactory, when it first dropped in early access, it was a fairly polished early access title. Here we can go over to you.
Another great day for science.
Got all that stuff.
Doctor, is there any point to your research? Does it change anything?
It will revolutionize science.
How?
For example, if we understand how the rift works, we'll be able to open more of them and reach other galaxies.
What if we encounter other civilizations?
Then that's a job for people like you, not scientists.
Okay. And I'm just spending all the data to get all the recipes queued up. Because it puts a little arrow to like be like, hey, you've got materials to put in here. And unfortunately it does include the data. So it makes it hard to see where I can actually dump materials. Luckily this is all cheap and then the data seems to come easy. Alright. So we got all that, and we did get the tube materials sorted out. Did we actually get the tubes? I missed that part because I was busy clicking on all the things to unlock. No, I need the titanium sheets and titanium rods, and I need the, wolfram whatevers. So we can go...
Just what I need.
Get those. Grab those. And grab those. Yeah. On the bright side, while I was gone, we basically finished all those other things. And got that sorted. Okay, so with the fabricator now, I can go over here. The tubes are now unlocked, so we'll want to get that. The stabilizer is another thing we'll need. That requires the rotors, and we haven't found the rotor blueprint yet. And that gets the ceramics unlocked. Cool. Okay, so ceramics are unlocked, and then the tubes were unlocked, I believe. So let's get both of those going, and now get more of our research stuff going. We did get the 3-to-1, and so we really should start getting that online. But yeah, I'm also not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, so it's 1 tile for 3 rails. Alright. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll get these online, and once these are online, we're going to start flipping things over. So you are now good for ceramics. That's you online. And I'm assuming it's you for the tube. And we're gonna go ahead and do like the bypass and all that. So tube is... Oh, it's also 2 materials. Hold, please. Okay. Then I'm going to do is I'm going to start on the other end after I get this connected. We're going to start fixing the bottleneck we have here. Alright. Humans' base response to new varying order. Can I eat it? Can I break this? Yup. Alright, so let's check on what we got here. So you need the stabilizer, which requires the rotors. We don't have that. We are now producing the tubes. We need the rotors themselves. The heat-resistant sheet. Let's check that. And then we are making ceramics. So what does the heat-resistant sheet need to continue? I also kind of wish these things that we already unlocked, I could hide them. That would be a nice benefit. Alright, so the heat-resistant sheet must be the smelter. Heat-resistant sheet requires glass. Glass requires helium. And calcium powder. And calcium powder requires calcium block. So we gotta get calcium block going. I have more stuff in my inventory that we don't need right now. Let's see here. I think I mentioned it before as well. I could really use a, when you go to the inventory and be like, stack all kind of thing. Crafting material used for various recipes can be exported. So there's exporting materials as a thing. One day I wish to be at the level of playing games like Rual is. You have a level of methodology that needs to be studied. I'm pretty happy with how this all goes. Alright, so what's going to end up starting to happen here? Oh, wait, we added 2 more things onto this. So let's go ahead and get these onto the whole list.
If my parents were to see me now,
They'd be proud?
they'd be disappointed that I wasted my potential.
You've got a doctorate. You're a doctor.
I'm a prisoner working off his debt on a godforsaken planet.
Minor details. I'm sure they still love you.
Huh. It's nice that you think so.
Okay, so we had the ceramics. What was the other thing we just set up? Is the tubes. Okay. So, what we're going to start doing is the change on both ends of this here. So my intention here is we can go and grab the triple multi-rail. So let's get here. All right. Ah, there's effectively a height. Oh, no, never mind. It seems fine now. There's effectively a height limit on how high the platform can go off the ground. It might be one of those things that have to do like... Okay, weirdly, so that says no. But then if I do it one at a time, it's like, never mind. Ah, there we go. So the question is, can I do something like this? No. Okay, so there is to a certain degree, effectively a height limit. Like how high you can build off the ground. And there's probably ways to get around that a little bit. But that's okay. What the heck? What are you? Oh, okay. It's showing that we can connect it there. Let's see. Then use. Then what use are platforms? If you can build other platforms on top of platforms. I'm sorry. What? Okay, so the thought here is I'm going to grab the rails, and we're going to see how this works out. So I've got a multi-rail 3. Can you... So the multi-rail 3... What I can do is I can grab the outside lane and plug it in there. And then we can go to this side. And do the same thing over here. So it's kind of the merge in lane. Can I make 2 of those go to the same spot? I probably can't, right? No. I didn't figure I would. Alright. I tried to do it, but it didn't seem to want to let me. We'll try it from this angle. Yeah, so it wants to put it off of the ground. And I'm not sitting there seeing... Yeah, and I can't, I put up the side there, but I can't put on top. Let's see, is that, actual merging thing? Or 3 space saving separate rails? They're 3 space saving separate rails, but I have an idea on how I can use this for what I want to do. So now let's go ahead and grab the next set of 3 rails. And do the same over here. That's not what I was expecting or wanting.
Every day, we try not to die out here, and there are some people just wishing for it.
Who are you talking about?
You've never heard of the Church of Immortality?
That doesn't lie in my areas of interest.
They believe the fire waves are a test. If you survive them, that means the aliens chose you.
For what?
Who knows?
What nonsense!
Those people are just lost. They're trying to make sense of a world they don't understand.
I say we let them in here. Once a few of them burn to ash, the rest will quickly smarten up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So again, same idea here. These go to the outside rail. And then what happens here is this outside rail goes to the secondary rail. The secondary rail. Secondary rail goes to this rail. Now the catch is, how do I merge in the last rail? Because I could go over here and do a 3-to-1 off to the side. And then have them all, like, squish in. You know what it could even be? We leave the outside rail, I go down a couple of these to where we would have 3 of them, and then I squish them in, and then we bring that into the outside rail, and we start that process over. I think that'll work. And then we do the reverse on the other side. Let's see, another rail 3, then the last loops around. Oh, I see what you're saying. You could run down the length of it and then have, like, the outside rail thing. Didn't you end up adding 1 rail per depot to your chain? Yes. So that's what's happening, is basically we add this one, and it wiggles over. Then we add this one, it wiggles over. And then the idea is I want to merge them as needed. It's like, right now, that's what I want to hook up, because I'm trying to find a way that I can make this...
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
I'm trying to work on, like, expanding it all out there. Where we gradually merge things together. Before we go over there... we need the block. We're not going to have that. Okay, you're not going to have it. It's fine. Let's see. AB, like, AABB, CC, BACB, AAB... Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to think of how we would do that. But the thing is, I am adding a rail onto it. So each time we're adding 1 more rail onto it, and I gotta figure out what to do with that one. But I see what you're saying is that, like, being able to loop that in. I think what I'm gonna actually do, though, is with the modular 3 rail, is because I'm gonna use that as effectively a express rail or whatever. What would be nice is if I had a way to merge the rails. Like, this is what that's gonna do for me. And then merge that, and then we can just send that, like, loop it in, and then go 3 rails, and then loop it in, then do that. Which is gonna have the idea of, like, shifting it all, or I could not merge it. Well, no, I'm gonna have to merge it because I'm gonna keep introducing new ones. Because if I had a rail connector like this, but also, Let's see. So the first third rail splits off into the storage. The first 3 rail splits off into storage, into a second, into 2 slots of the 3 rail, then inserted in the 3 rail, where the first outlier lane skips to the second.
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Okay.
Extreme temperature attained.
It's fine. Okay, and the world just burns around us.
Gal, what's the temperature of Arcadia 7's core?
Around 8,000 Kelvin.
Correct.
Did you just check me?
It's always better to be sure.
How could you? I'm an advanced artificial intelligence, capable of things your protein-based brain has never even dreamed of.
A sensitive ego. Interesting.
Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back here in a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Go on. I'd like to see how this plays out. I feel like we have one major problem in this whole thing. I like this continuing to extend it, not like trying to back out and try and find a different route. Clearly the issue is I can't actually reach that spot. But you can see where it's putting the outline, where it's trying to do whatever that is. No. Or potential alternative for saying no, too. Yeah, how's that feel, Boomalope? Sucks to be you, huh? That Boomalope right there? That one? The one who ate my crops, who ran away? Sucks to be you. Even Cassie's tired of your garbage. Locking you into a one-style spot, telling you to get wrecked. Okay, we're through the trees. Yep. Did I get away with that? She's like staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. You need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. All right, pick you up, put you down. Really, game now? Well, that's a reload, because Cookie's dead. What the color is? A khaki lightsaber? Okay, and I'm back. I forgot about that one. We were taking over one of the bases in Kenshi, and Cookie got a pretty bad bleed on him. And I went to pick him up, run him outside, put him down to patch him up real fast. And it went spike, sent him sailing over the wall, like, into the sunset. And you're just like, well, I can't save him now. He's gonna bleed out because we apparently football spiked him to the moon. Okay, so we need to
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
eat that so we can heal ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
All right. So one curiosity we could potentially do is I could see going and putting another 3-rail, like, have the tall one, have the short one. So, like, different elevations. So you could take, like, the spare and, like, put down an express rail that just goes straight on by. There's a lot of stuff. Ultimately, the big thing that needs to happen is the ability to merge these together, which we do have. And so that's what I'm thinking is we'll collect the extra rails, and then we'll merge those there. And there's a possible you might bottleneck on the merging ones. Which if we do, we do. One of the big things I'm trying to do... Let's consider. So the things we're considering here is right now, ultimately I need a way to get this one onto the rail. Easy enough. We've already got that set up. Each time the very first rail, we merge in the new good. It's there. Then the idea is, what I'm ultimately aiming to do is I want to introduce a good onto the rail. And I want the outside rail to just be a straight-on shot down. There's not, like, as little friction as possible on the line. Whereas, basically, like, this one grabs every time. Second rail maybe grabs every, like, 5th. And then the last rail maybe grabs, like, every 10. So we can slowly get everything merged up into it. Which might just be a matter of needing multiple 3 rails and having, you know, one gain stuff and then merges, and then we start the process over. You know what? That'll actually probably work. It's going to be a little cursed with what we're doing here, but I think that's how I'm going to work, is I'm going to have a second 3 rail running along here, and we're just going to merge it every time I get up to 3. And then just that one then goes to the next 3 rail and starts the process over. So let's start working on this curse situation. Let's see, you can use the plus rail to have 2 in and 2 out, which should lane balance us to. You can use the plus rail to have 2 in and 2 out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So let me just to clarify this. Let's pretend here for a moment. So we're gonna turn you, drop you. So what you're saying is if I were to go here... Oh, there you go. So what I could do here is for, like, the balancing thing, I could do something like this, so that I got 2 lanes going that way, 2 lanes going this way, and then we'd just figure out how to deal with those middle lanes, the ones that get introduced. Because the problem I'm running into is when I do the merge. Because, you know, effectively, this is effectively the same as on a road. I put the older let's put the older plus style in between. The older plus style. So you're saying the 1 to 3 in between. Oh, the connector. There's a 2 and 2 that makes a plus sign. But it's got, like, the strong
May,
horizontal.
You've worked on the moon, right? Did you know any of the army guys there?
I once went on a date with one. Turned out to be a real Boy Scout. Like every guy in uniform. No offense.
Okay, so you're saying use the 2, so let me read that again. So you can use the plus rail and have 2 in, 2 out, which would balance those 2 lanes. Yeah. But that should lane balance 2 lanes, right? That should lane balance 2 lanes. So I could let's talk theory here. So I can go someplace like this, grab the plus rail.
I need water.
Oh, stop whining. So dip that under there. Yes, I could use this as a two... I could use this as something like, say for example, we would take the outside rail here, and it would potentially loop in there. That looks so cursed. And then merge in two and then take the other one out. I think I'm going to try with the 3 and see how it goes. I think that's the way I'm going to do it for now. And if we run into problems, we can revisit it. There's definitely going to be ways that you can balance this that'll probably look cursed, is what I'm thinking is going to ultimately happen. But I think that's okay. I need to start on that end, though. And I know I'm way overthinking a lot of this, and that's fine. I'm trying to come up with a strategy I can scale before we go and commit too much, because it's just one of those things. If I don't at least get myself something to start, there you go. If I don't at least try and get something scalable to a certain degree, it's just going to escalate. Okay, so start on this end. So we got all these rails doing all sorts of funky stuff. The first storage is there. The problem is part of all these rails just looped over everywhere. Are you even a necessary rail anymore? What do you even do? So you're a bypass to here, which automatically forces it to go down that end. Ah, I see. So you're the bypass when I want to skip all the refineries. We'll deal with that in a minute. Do we have a bypass on the other side? I don't think we do we? I do have a bypass that goes over here, but not that bypass is on the far end over there. Let's just make a really lazy bypass over here real quick. That way I can delete that one and get it out of my way. So real lazy bypass, we're just gonna go right here, rail, regular old junction. There. So we got a new bypass for anything that doesn't need to go into the manufacturing. Obviously it's running over that and taking up a line, but we're going to be starting to fix this. One thing I want to check is what I need for unlocking the next thing, because I don't want to get caught up to where like literally nothing is happening because I'm just working on that. So that's the bypass line gone. We'll need to clean up this back and forth nonsense, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. I wonder if there's like, I haven't looked if there's like a pinning of stuff here. Right, so the rotor we gotta find stuff for. We don't need the applicator. We don't need the stator. Right. So it'd be nice if I could go here and pin this in some way to be like...
You don't have any patience here. You can finally focus on scientific work. No distractions, only alien organisms to focus on.
To be honest, I like taking care of my patients.
That's strange.
Okay. Right, so basically we're going to be waiting until this starts filling up. I'm starting to worry as to why that's... Let's check to make sure that's not busted in some way. So that's what you're making here. That's running all the way over there. Oh, it didn't have a bypass lane. Right, because the bypass lane was on the other side. That'll fix that. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because the bypass lane was over
the
here.
Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Alright. So. For here.
It's dehydrated.
Oh. Oh, that's bad. Let's get inside. Okay, I got water. I need water. We're in the red and everything's trying to turn light, so I'm assuming we're in trouble. Alright. It's not this way, it's over here. The other one that makes me curious is the idea that we can craft a bunch of food. I haven't really seen where we do that.
Come here. I need water. That's a snack.
Okay. I'll run over here and grab more of these.
Danger!
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
In the combat music. That's fine.
Is that all?
Failed to reach big pole, still 30. 32 at most cluster. Yeah, I'm missing things. Okay. So yeah, let's start working on the input lane, because I feel like the input lane's easier. And I could be horribly wrong, and we'll find out eventually. So, you shift on over. You shift on over. Was looking at this game. I've been enjoying it so far. We are struggling hard on figuring some stuff out, but yeah, so to remove that, it's going to glitch the whole thing out. Congratulations, everything is broken and actively on fire now. As it should be. There's the sound. There's the sound of everything screaming. Screaming its little robotic beepy scream. Yeah, so I can't go that high. So you weirdly have this kind of curse thing going on. And it's interesting. So I can't even put the stairs here. That's fine. Alright. Can you have a suggestion on building? Sure. Oh, I mean, for right now, actually, I can use the regular platforms here. Okay, and let's grab the poles. the multi-rail 3 pull. Do this. Grab you. Rail. Outside rail goes to the container. This rail goes here. This rail goes there. You can use a pillar to stack the platform up. So you can make one high pillar and a max... Oh. Let's check this. So we can add a pillar support and then put a pillar on top of the pillar support? Building must be connected to the ground. Alright. But I can put a pillar on a pillar on a pillar and then a platform on that. Gotcha. Okay. I see. So when we get to the point where it's like too high, I just gotta stack pillars, so there's effectively an additional cost. I can live with that. You seem upset. Here, I'll fix your problem.
A friend of mine was an army doctor.
A sleeve guy?
No, he treated people for real. He resigned when sleeves were introduced.
Makes sense. A soldier can't waste time on getting better. A new sleeve and he's back in the fight.
My friend used to say that, in a way, that's more cruel than amputating someone's leg.
That's nonsense.
Okay. And this is where we're gonna get the creative side of it. So again, one here, you go there, one there, you go there, one here, you go here. So now I got 3 open on the outside there. So then the plan is for me to go here. Actually, wait. Yeah. So plan is then I would go here, and we would do the 1 to 3 rail. Can't see which way it's facing. It's facing the wrong way. Oh, wait. There's gonna have to be an adjustment. Okay, one thing that's wrong with this. One thing that's wrong with this. You need to actually go over here. And there's a reason why it needs to go over here. What's gonna end up happening here is you go there, you go there, and then at this stage, we would need another one. And I'm just setting this up so I can, like, see the pattern. One thing I could use is the ability from the base of this to see which way is facing which. Because that's one of the things I'm running into here, is because I have to look down to scroll this up. Oh, actually, I guess I could do it this way. There we go. That'll work. So what ends up happening is this outside rail is effectively the rail that kind of bypasses to keep going, and then these two deviate in to fill that in. And then, you know, this series will go over. So it's a little spaghetti, but I think that'll work. And then again, I should be able to just, like, straight up repeat the pattern again and again. Okay, do this, grab you. Alright. And so every other tile gets the 3-1. Oh my god, please just cooperate. There you go. You have such weird targeting. Alright. Yep, and so each and every one of them. Outside lane goes to storage. 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 You get where this is going. Middle lane goes to left. Middle lane goes to left. Middle lane
Chris,
goes.
Why did the vermin cross the road?
What? There are no roads here.
Because it already ate all the streetlights, and some idiot turned on a flashlight.
Flashlight batteries are too weak of a power source. They wouldn't have attracted the vermin.
I'm trying to tell you a joke.
I don't get it.
You come up with a better one then.
Okay. And we will see how this goes. Because I might be doing a whole lot of stuff to just have the one lane just choke up on the same side just like we did before. But at least this feels a little bit more interesting. Maybe. Alright. Let's see. This is the kind of humor of all these characters. You can see why they were banished from this planet. Well, to be fair, my character's whole bit is that they're just kind of like not socially competent. Like that's kind of like the recognized weakness of the character. All right. And if this doesn't work, a way I can scale this is to just keep building more 3 lanes over here. Can you choose which team to play? You can choose which person to play, yeah? Between the various characters. Okay. And the classic factory automation game classic, I've repeated myself, of you hit a point where your factory's just not working the way you want it, and so now you're going through and getting this all sorted. You are not positioned right. All right. Nope, that's interesting, but not what we're looking for. All right. If nothing else, it'll look interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this. If things don't work the way I want it to, I can go and make it a 3-rail leading into this, and that would let me do a lot to sort this out. Okay, so now what I need to do is every other one needs to... I don't need to remove that. Every other one needs to be one of these.
Why so angry? As an individual soldier, you don't have any impact on anything that couldn't move the world forward. You don't mind being a cog in a machine?
No. It's not a career. It's a duty.
Okay then. Keep shooting at stuff. As long as it brings in money for research.
Alright. I do really appreciate the drone. So outside just goes here. I'm still worried about this outside rail getting saturated. But like I said, I do have the idea of a workaround where, again, I can make like an express rail that's a 3-rail. That I can kind of do the same thing I'm doing here with the 3-rail on the outside. And it should let me just keep scaling this up more and more and more. Ultimately, I don't think this is improving anything. I'm looking back at this going, I'm just doing all this work and I'm still going to be on 1 rail to start. What might work with it though, okay, I'm doing all this, but really if we're being real of what I'm doing, is I'm effectively doing a split off this rail and then this path just goes into 1 machine. So I could just literally make it keep being 3 rails and just put like 3 of them deep or whatever. Yeah, I'm not utilizing the 3 rails. No, I'm not. Other than looking cool, yeah. So I think this inside lane. I mean, if I could just merge the paths, that'd be a big thing. So I don't think we pull it all up. I think this outside lane here, that's not doing us any good. I feel like this is where I need to be able to do some stuff here. Yeah, so that part I don't think is helping any. Because ultimately, what needs to happen is you have to do, like, the whole split-off thing. So what I could do... I'm wondering if I could put a 1 to 3 here, and then these would go there, and do a 1 to 3 at the next spot. So it'd be you'd have 3 that exit on this side, you do a 1 to 3 there, and then a 3 rail on the other side. The big thing is how we jump stuff between one and the other. Can storage speed units be anything? No, because of the way this is a requesting system, I have to request something for it to route that. So it is one of those things that this one I have to set it to a material for the whole building. Yeah, so I'm thinking we might be able to do is, because ultimately what I'm trying to, you wonder why you have a whole 3-pillar line. Let's see, I'm wondering why you have the whole 3-pillar line and 1 to 3 splitters you had should still manage it. I'm wondering why you have the whole 3-pillar line and 1 to 3 splitters should manage it. The 3-lane line. Yeah, so the problem was we had 1 rail is getting backed up. So what I'm kind of envisioning now is doing something like this. I mean, at this point, I'd probably just make that into a 3. Can I hot swap you to being a 3? Can I do that? I cannot. Ultimately, what I'm trying to figure out a way to do, for practicality reasons, is where I can get my 3 rail here. I can take 1 rail and branch it off, and have a bunch of goods go down that rail.
Everything all right, Doc?
Yes. Thank you for asking.
You're quiet. When it was quiet at my house, that meant one of the kids got into trouble.
You could afford a big family?
Afford, schmafford. The more of us, the merrier.
Let's see. Pull out 2 of the outputs. Let's see. Pull out 2 of the outputs for a 3-to-1 splitter, and a third output to feed forward. All right, let me, because part of it's like reading in text, and like, let me get away from that so we're not listening to that beeping to no end. I know we're kind of staring at here, figuring stuff out. It is just the nature of some of these games. Oh, and I need to eat something or we will starve.
Lunch is over. Let's get back to work.
I have suddenly forgotten how to play the game. There we go. Okay. So you're saying, so let me catch there. So pull out 2 of the outputs of the 3 of a 1 to 3 splitter, and third output is the feed. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So basically I would do something like this. These 2 outputs would go over there, and then you'd have like the third lane to go there. And there's that side of it. Ultimately, the problem, to go back to what we're trying to fix, is I'm running into an issue where 1 rail is not sufficient to move the goods from over here to over there. And that's what we're trying to figure out, is how I can expand that. Now, the 1 to 3 thing, oh, wait, I see how, no, okay, I see how we can make your thing work. I see how we can make your thing work, even with that. Let's get rid of all this, which I immediately am sad about doing. But what I can do is I could do the 1 to 3 on the left side for 3 things. And I'll have a separate, like, 3-lane thing over there. Because ultimately what I need to do is I need to be able to use the multiple lanes and merge them off. I'm going to go with just like a Factorio-style bus that is going to be just a disaster. Effectively, what we're looking at doing is effectively sushi belting, because this game, that actually can work. Because, like, there's not... It's got, like, smart everything going on. Let's start on this end. Okay. Yeah, so just to get my head around it, the monorail is basically a smart train network where the connected entities request from suppliers and then find a path to get through. Correct. So my thought here is we'll have 2 sets of rails. So we have this one, and you go over here, you go over here, and you go over here. So we have that set up. You see, after playing so many games with push logistics, playing with pull logistics is royally messing with the factory. I know, that's what I'm happening here. It's like, with push, it's like, okay, each belt has to be its own thing, yada yada yada. It's like, well, no, I can multi-utilize the belts, but then it's going, okay, well, every time I've done this, I've had to consider this. Now, with stuff like Factorio, the closest I can have for the pull logistics is your train network. But the challenge I'm running into is your train network, you could just merge 2 lanes, and you just thumbs up your lanes are merged, nothing more to say. you're Gucci. But in this one, the only merging lanes is like a dedicated construction that goes, I make one lane into 3. I can't just like cross 2 of the rails and now they're one rail. And that's what's trying to break me, is going, okay, but how do I commit merge? Alright, so we've got all those.
For her beloved to return from the edges of space.
I met a very nice girl at the penal colony, but I doubt she's waiting for me now.
Why not?
Her debt was small. She probably paid it off already and returned to her normal life.
That's too bad. Hun?
I don't want to talk about it.
Romance in the lab has a negative impact on the work. I never stooped to the levels of some of my colleagues.
That's pretty weak, gentlemen. Pretty weak.
Okay. So, we've got all this. And then what I want to do is do the 3 rail over here. And this is going to be effectively our bypass lane, wherever you're going to go with. Alright, so now the trick. How I connect this up to here in a way that works. And I'm thinking the way... Okay. I kind of wish there was a 2-to-1, because what I could see doing is... Here, I'll just make like a messy... Actually, can I even make a messy setup? Basically, the idea is that I would, I think this is what we were... Oh, you know what? I understand what the person was explaining before. This is a terrible way of demonstrating it. But we could do something like this. So, your rail goes over here to feed the next setup. Fair enough. Yours, you would pop over here, and like pop over... Ooh, what do you want to make it one of... Actually, 1 second. I might actually be cooking with really inefficient gas here. Where we go and do this. So you two would pop like this. Well, actually, you don't even need to be the 1 to 3 here. Okay. So I'm thinking we could do is we could split it out and then have it merge back in, which is what was being said before. It's just a matter of how to like actually accomplish that, because I don't want to use the plus thing because it's like it's sideways, so it's gonna be really hard to make it all play nice. Yeah, because we have the 3 here. And that would let me branch it out to those. Okay. This would be overkill. Oh, I forgot those don't exist. We don't talk about those. So I could definitely see a thing where we're starting to like split this out farther and farther. And then what we'd do is on the reverse side is we would merge it in and again try and merge it down to 3 rails. The big trick here is taking those 2 rails and being able to move stuff. Like, basically the issue is being able to move something that's on this rail over to this rail, but still make the middle rail. Yeah, move stuff from this rail to that rail without eliminating either rail. That's the challenge we have. And then same for this. That's currently what I'm looking at, without dropping down to just 1 rail, because the moment I drop down to 1 rail, we bottlenecked. And that's the pain point we have right now. So I'm wondering if I could do something like... you. The outside rail goes straight on through. This rail goes here. Oh, but it wouldn't be able to loop through. Because then the idea is this rail would split. One of those splits I could bring back around here, and that goes to the outside lane. And then, well, no, because it'd still be a problem for getting stuff onto this lane. Let's... I have an idea. This is super wasteful and is going to have effectively dead lanes. We need to shift it forward. I need more space. Okay. So you, over here, are going to go down to one lane. Do we want down to one lane? Because I could see something where, like, we go over here. And then we go here. You would drop into this one. You would drop into that one. And then we'd have this lane that passes through. Sorry. We'd have this lane that just basically passes through all the way on to the next one, thereby effectively getting this in position to be fed off to there. And then what I would need, I would still need the two. This is all getting way more complicated than it probably needs to be. Yeah, because the idea here is I could take the outside lane from that first one, and if I can loop that out and around to go to the third one over there, then what I can do from here is I could do one of these. And I'll probably have to do different heights, but I could have you effectively bypass over here somewhere, but then go on all the way, you know, all the way up and by. We would then have the middle lane here. We'd then have the middle lane here go straight onto this one, and this lane go to that one. Then, you know, same kind of deal. This one, I'd probably have go straight on through here. I'd need to, like, put a little area that's, like, shorter down here to, like, loop it down to that side to effectively give me a crossover. But like I said, it's going to have to be, like, different elevations so one can go under over. The fact that it's automatic is that, but you definitely see bottlenecks hacking. So you get the idea here. Because then what will end up happening is each time I do this, these two lanes go through. The goods can swap to whichever lane they need to go to move on to the next thing. And it could even be that we just... Yeah, the big thing is the cross there. I mean, that's like, again, lift one and lower one. Oh, what it could be is, like, literally they caddy corner up and down. And that whole bit. Nope, didn't mean to do that. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is that logic here. And I know I'm slowly starving trying to figure this out. Because that's what I'm thinking, is if we can set up a thing where it can swap the lanes, that'll be the key. So let's try with this. Because I've already lost position where I was working on. Okay, here we are. So let's pick this one up real quick. And pick you up. And grab you. And I'm not sure if that'll be high enough. It is. Okay. And that's your pass-through lane. And that's your pass-through lane. And here's the kicker of where do I like wiggle this thing? Okay. Is that utterly cursed? You betcha. But let's consider how this works now. And this also leaves me an open lane over here on the right to interact with stuff like that. Okay. So let's like just do a quick look. That looks so terrible. Alright. So I've got our three input lanes. No problem. So the left lane here, it just goes on to dump off to those 3 containers. So that should be good. That's the output lane. These 2 lanes are carry-through lanes, and so it goes to the 1 to 3 splitter, that then goes to the output lane of the next one to go to the next 3. What it does from here is we have the middle lane here, and it splits it up to have one that's a pass-through, and then one that lets you switch to that lane. And then we would go onto this side, and it's the same idea. It goes through, it has the crossover as the pass-through, and then we could potentially have it dump out into stuff like that. You know, so you can have dual-sided. I think that works. I hate how it looks, but I think that works. It wouldn't look so bad if I didn't have to raise and lower it. It's also going to be an absolute booger to duplicate, like, each time. Unless there's blueprinting I've just utterly overlooked in the game. Do we want to stick with that? Yeah, because it's a 3-to-1, merge back in. There's probably a way to make this look so much better too, but that's fine. Okay. Let's just start wiring it up and get it going. So you are going to pop over there. Okay, so you need to go, oh good, I already have gaps there. Let's get our lanes that just pop into the next area. So let's double check this. Right. So you do your split. Yes, the outside lane goes down there. I feel like that's way too far back. Alright, 1 second. No, that's right. So you go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. Okay, so we've got the outside lanes done. So now we're going to need... Next to each of these, I need the 1 to 3 splitter elevated by 1. And once we get this set up, this will hopefully be a thing I don't need to babysit anymore. Let's see here.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
I'm busy. Let me build. Come on. There you go. I'll deal with it in a second. All right, I think we've got our strategy. It's gonna be spaghetti, but I think we've got the strategy of how this is working. Did I ever go through and check those other circuit board things? It's fine. In the meantime, the furnace. Insert that garbage. We have another thing for the furnace. Insert that garbage. Grab you. Insert that garbage. I'm gonna keep the water on me because thirsty. Alright. I hate the way that looks. I know the cosmetics don't really matter, but I really dislike the way that looks. There's gotta be an easier way to handle the 3-to-1. Because like I said, I could just make it a straight up bus. Where if I have... I might just make it a straight up bus. Well, no, because the problem with making a straight up bus is I still have to feed into it and make it work right. You know, and at that point...
Arcturus core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
Alright. And it's also not taking advantage of the
planet is being incinerated.
The pull side. Wait, am I overthinking this? I think I might be overthinking this. Because what I might be able to do is take the 1 to 3 from before and branch it off to go to those containers like before. A+. Then what I could potentially do is just do like a shimmy back and forth. Yeah, no, I can just shimmy back and forth. I don't need to do the whole over, under, all that. I can have my 3 rail, and what we end up doing is, on this one, I take these 2 lanes and we go to the left. And then the next one we do the lanes to the right. And we just kind of zigzag them back and forth to give me out lanes on both sides. And because they're switching back and forth, I should be able to make that work. No, wait. If I have one lane go outside and skip.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Let's before I sit here and duplicate this thing, let's just ignore all of this for a second. Just leave it alone. I'll get caught up on that. Let's go real quick and just deal with like some logistics. So what I could do is I keep forgetting how to switch tools while I'm building. Okay. So, let's just pretend this is our series here. So we've got all this.
I need water.
Oh, hush. So I'm kind of thinking... Yeah, because we just loop it around, it's just shifting it over. So what's ultimately going to happen here is these are going to be the ones that branch off. Alright, these are gonna be the ones that branch off to storage. So what we could do is something like this. But this lane goes here. It ultimately goes there. And there. And you go straight across. And then what we do on the next one... That need to be lower one. Yeah, this'll work. This'll work and be way less cursed. Are you lower? Yeah, you're lower. Because then what happens with this one is instead you cut over here. I mean, you get the idea. It's like right now I don't have the height right. But the idea is this lane just shoots right over the top of it. That one separates out to hit the other two. And then we just shimmy back and forth between the two. That way it's effectively giving a route to switch left and right lanes. That'll work perfectly. Okay. I like that more. That is way less absolutely god-awful. So let's fix that up.
2 liters of water a day is the minimum.
Let me... out of that? Okay. So let's fix all of this crap. These controls, eventually I'll get used to them. But it's just taking time. So all of this garbage where we're like spinning it out and all these lanes and all that kind of stuff. Even that splitter off there on the left, I don't think is even necessary anymore. Because we'll have the 2 lanes going back and forth. Yeah, we're gonna clean all this up. And I've got you popping up and down now. Okay, so that's gonna be 2. That's not enough room to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna need the split off lane for practicality. That's fine. That's fine. We can make that work.
I can't wait till we figure out a better way to fuel the biological body. Food is extremely inefficient.
And your mind doesn't ever get tired?
Of course not.
Really?
Maybe when I have nothing to work on. But that almost never happens.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep the 3 off here. Because what's gonna happen is otherwise they have to be too close together for me to work. But yeah, I think this is gonna work the way I want it to. And it should give me 2 dedicated lanes. It should allow me to move stuff in and out of the lanes as I need to. It'll also give me an opportunity, if necessary, to have stuff branch off the other side too. I haven't looked to see if this game has the concept of blueprinting in it. It's definitely one of those things I'm probably going to want to blueprint. Is the like whole, I'm trying to have like a 2-lane express area. And then if I need to expand it, all I would do is I would have a 3-lane thing next to it. It would do the same exact idea, except the 3-lane would have, also dump 1 lane off into the other 3-lane. And this is one of those things you just run into with these factory automation games. is there's definitely times you have these bottlenecks, you're like, okay, well, how do I set this up? It's like, have you ever seen anyone like play Factorio and work on trains the first time where they have more than just like a one-to-one relationship? It's that kind of thing. Okay, so we got that outside lane reset. So what I want to do here is now roughly halfway in between them. We're going to go ahead and take you. I'm going to have to remove those tiles, aren't I? Because these need to be sunk in one tile below the height that they are. And the reason I need to sink them in one tile is just so I can creep one of the other things over top the other. Okay. So, here, we have you at halfway. We drop you down. Drop you down. You're already dropped down. Dropped you down. Okay, so here we go. So, left lane is going to merge off to that thing. That's fine. Middle lane goes to the merger. Right lane goes straight on through. And in these two lanes, they hook up here. Now again, left lane goes off to the merger. And this time, middle lane goes straight on through. And then right lane goes to the splitter. Wait, is that crossing over? Hold up. That needs to be adjusted. That needs to be adjusted. That's not quite right. It's close. What needs to happen here... So the problem you're seeing here is the right lane. It stays on the right. Oh no, that's probably all right. Yeah, so middle lane can reach both the left. Right lane. Ah, that's okay. Okay, I see the way this can work. So right lane is staying right here. That's fine. Middle lane, because we move the middle and the right lane, they just switch like that. I'm just trading where they are. It's not changing that they're the same lane. What I need to do is I need this, when I do the split, I need to split to switch those over.
Ruptura status, stable. Arcadia status, stable.
Yeah, so one lane is exiting off the left. So left lane is the get rid of it lane. And then these two...
I hope it's not the calm before the storm.
For once, I agree with you.
Okay. So you cross through, you go to the left. And then what this is doing is this is crossing through, and it's also going to the left. Now... if I have this one shift it right, and then that merges in the middle... ultimately, I need a splitter to put the two lanes on the right and eliminate a lane, so it's constantly popping back and forth. But I need to do it where it doesn't isolate it back down to one lane. So we're 3 in, you're dead. You go here. You're going to go to the lane. Ah, so effectively this doesn't help because I'm terminating this lane here. This lane goes away here. So it's effectively just... well, I mean, that might also work. That might be fine, because then it does mean both the lanes on the right, while they're continuing as one lane, they are trading who's dropping stuff off. So it'll split the load that way. What I really want to do is I want to cross them over each other. And with the dip down, I should be able to accomplish that. Just a matter of how I want to approach it. Yeah, because you go left, middle, and the right lane is unaffected. You go left, right, but it's unaffected. If I switch you to be middle and right, then that forces the middle lane to go to the left, which means both of these lanes effectively terminate, bringing me down to just one lane that passes through. We don't want that. What I need to do is I need a way to eliminate stuff. I think I'm just going to go with this for now. It's not really how I should be doing this, but I'm spending all this time making zero tangible progress. Okay, so as the middle cross through, versus this is at least load balancing between two lanes.
Thank you Toy2 for subscribing for 1 month.
You're playing. And thank you ToyBCM for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. What are you colliding with? You don't look like you're colliding with anything. I see. That's fine. In this particular case, I could just make it so, we'll separate out a little farther so it actually gets around. Okay, that's the over the top. Same deal. You drop. You go straight through. You shift off left. You go here. You go there. You drop. You go straight through. Wait. What's the third one going on down here? Oh, that's the problem. Okay. Okay, that's why that's all goofed. I understand. It's like, why is that not working that way? So you're supposed to go from here to there. And then you just go straight through. And you go over. Okay.
You've got a strange idea of what comic life is like.
Alright. So now that we've just spent all of that time getting it all wired up, we still have to do it one more time over this way. And this is going to require me to disconnect all of this stuff, which is fine. Most of this stuff back here anyways has not been in use because that was to bring like the very basic materials back over, and we're not doing that anymore. So I can get all this stuff out of here. I'll worry about that in a minute. Alright. So basically with the platforms here we go boom. So it'll be 1, 2. Yeah, 2. We then have the sunken one there. 1, 2. You're colliding with something. Don't tell me that. What are you colliding with? It's perfectly content now that I'm not looping. Okay. So you don't need to be here. That's that whole thing. Alright. So what ends up happening here, to go back here, that this one's going to have the 3-stage. Okay, so you're the middle route dropping. So then this is the right route dropping. Middle goes straight on through. You go over here. You go over there. Okay, so that's all the storage the whole way down connected. Now I got a 3-lane back here. So now we're dealing with is the merge-in side of things, which should be basically the reverse of what we were just doing. That's fine. Okay, and how are we doing on food and water and all that? We need to eat something. There we go. Alright, we're getting close. We can start here by grabbing the supports. It's so annoying that it says colliding with something if I'm slooping at all right now. It's literally if I do it at all. Yeah, even 1. So that seems to be a bug of some kind. And obviously we would want to replace all the production side here. But for right now I'm just trying to get the platform down. And then what I imagine we'll do is, for all these resources, I have it going through the storage. We'll just want to go ahead and take that setup, and we can have it drop off on the other side. Like I said, we'll have like a way to introduce materials onto it and a way to drop it off. And we'll use that same strategy, even though it's effectively just using 2 outside lanes. As I mentioned before, I believe with that, I should be able to turn around and pretty quickly, go and adjust it. Alright, let's start with that. So we've got our 3 lanes here. And I do think we keep basically the same kind of pattern. Oh my god. It's so easy to accidentally exit out of that. And have to go through the whole setup here. I really wish a button like tab or something like that was how you do this instead. So, you're good. You'll be a pull. You're good. You'll be a pull. You're good. Alright, so the entire idea here is where I have it splitting off there with the 3x3, we're having it merge in on this side. Okay, and now we just go boom. You. Boom. You. Boom. You. Then you come in from... Oh, okay, we have a problem with that. It has to be one farther back. Because if I don't do the split, this is just going to feed in and onto that lane and not have a chance to do the separator. So I actually have to have one separation before we do that. The idea is going to work. I just need a separation from where this lane kicks over to drop off, and these lanes start kicking in. That sucks a whole lot, because I actually don't know how I'm going to fit that. I am going to fit that by pretending the problem doesn't exist and going from there. Now on this side, this is going to remain the same. Yeah, I think that remains the same. Because ultimately, that shuffling... Does that remain the same? No, because we're getting rid of the outside lane on the left. We want to be bringing that over now. I don't think we reverse it. Maybe we do reverse it. Let's think about this. So in this case, the right lane carries through. That part's fine. The middle lane, we don't want it to exit right because it goes away. So instead, we need you to be reversed. So you go here. And you'd go there. Because then I'd have this thing feed in to go there. Alright. This is a nightmare. I still needed this to do this one more time, unfortunately. Okay, so that hooks up all those storage. So the problem now is that's all too close and needs to be completely adjusted, which I hate. And all of that's a hill, which also sucks because it means I'm going to have to do this up a hill, which is going to probably screw with things. But let's just pretend all of that's fine. Oh, it's not fine. Alright. So what I end up needing to do here is I probably need to go and get a platform lifted up here and then drop down to go that tier. But in the interim, what's the laziest way I can do this just to get this wired up again? Because we have this thing designed to eliminate the outside lane, where now we want to introduce things into the inside lane. So I believe the idea here is we're getting rid of that being that way, and instead turning it this way. And so the right lane passes through the left lane, so this one has to go to the middle lane first. Ooh, unless this might actually work. I'm gonna hate this. Because instead, we have you feed into it this way. And then you become the outside lane here. Yeah, because that lane's not going away. Oh, right. I see how this works. Because then we would take your lane here. You'd merge that way. You'd merge this way. And then the right lane would pass directly through. Catch there. Yeah, that's fine. Because the middle lane's the one that has to be split first. This one we get a chance to do stuff with it. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. It's pretty cursed. But that'll work. Oh, those buildings are much bigger. Okay, so you can be farther back. Yeah, because those are 3x3s versus the other buildings I was dealing with were 2x2s. I really wish it wasn't that awful. You could also loop it back here and drop it down, which would work. But instead of merging it in this spot, so I go here, then merge it down through this, sets that to the center lane. Then we go back and merge on the next one. Okay. Right. So now the catch and what we got a problem with here is those are sunk in the ground. So I need to raise the height. We'll see how that goes. Alright, so it's finally gonna let me sloop this. Okay. So we've got all this. It's the same as before. I need to get my logic stuff here. I should have left this all alone and just let it be disorganized. This whole time this thing could have been running. Okay, so you shouldn't actually be there. So then we need a couple more of these things. Oh. You should be gone. And you'll be gone. It's fine. Alright, so we're gonna have a lot of cleanup to do with all this. Alright, so for you, every other one I need to dip down, face you this way. That's gonna have to go up. We'll see how that works. And then you... If I put you next to it, will it make it look less cursed? I know it doesn't matter how it looks. It's just really annoying me how it's like making this like super duper jank, like instant turnaround kind of thing. I want it to not look that way. It doesn't really matter as far as functionality goes, but is bothering me way more than it should. Yeah, it's not as bad. It's still pretty awful. Okay, so this one goes to the middle lane. So this time, you go to the outside lane. And the right lane was the carry through this time. So this time the middle lane's the carry through. Okay, so this will be 3 machines here. Okay, so now we're going with the right lane as the pass through. I'll be so sad when I get this all done and I realize I've just goofed up something terribly. Now it should happen eventually. I'll hit one of these and we'll see the whole thing kind of like come back to life real fast as we, you know, materials we've been going through suddenly come back into the needs. So the next one isn't until way back here. Let's get our more platforms again. Oh, let's keep playing them too far away. Alright, I still gotta get you all sorted. Yeah, my thought of what I can do here is I can dip it down there and bring it over. Let's see if we can't get that sorted already. Yeah, because you notice on these dip downs, we've got all that. So there's 5 down here. Honestly, what we could even do is rather than make this a whole big fancy thing, we can just do one of these. You pop off here. That goes there. Which goes here. Goes there. And there. You've got another one here. So grab yours. Okay, so those are all wired up to at least do their job. Alright. So let's get over here. Get this production online. Because right now we have the problem of just the fact that this is all, this is all elevated. I definitely, if I were to do this again, I'd definitely choose someplace I can get farther without running into a steep a hill. Okay, so we can go here, do this, grab the 3. So you go there, skip you, grab the 3, skip you, grab the 3. There's the 3. Alright, so we got We've got all you sorted out. I think honestly that one needs to stay flat. It doesn't need to be lowered because of how steep of a drop that is. Those drops are going to be a problem, I already can tell. Okay, so we got 3 at this stage.
I need water.
Oh, be quiet. And grab you. And you. And you. And you plug in here. Alright, so middle lane is the bypass lane here. Right lane drops down here. It's colliding with something. So that bypass lane I can bump over here, because it's going to merge in anyways. It's not following the pattern of everything else you've done. That should let me eke it around. Because it's going to get merged into the middle lane right there. Okay, so that's fine. So you're good here. And we don't have a third machine up here yet, so I'm going to just put the... next with these back here, I guess? And then this can be our bypass lane for all our materials. Okay, so now we got our stuff here. So you are... middle is the bypass. So you are right, bypass, middle bypass, and honestly, this one's just going to be straight on through. As much as I don't want to do that, this one's going to be straight on through because that height is going to make it impossible to do anything with. Honestly, a lot of this input, I'm willing to bet I could have made it way less complicated. Okay. All of it should be connected. So let's see what the heck is going on and what we're missing. Because it should all be connected, and if it's not, I will slowly scream internally. So we're not making the stabilizers yet. The tubes I should be able to make. The rotors I'm making. And all that. No, I already know what the problem is. Okay, so the problem is I have lanes that are going over this way. Oh no, that should actually be fine. Because all you are feeding into this whole monstrosity on this side. We haven't... oh, I see. Right, so these are the materials I need. So honestly, for right now, because I don't want to deal with this, let's just get this working again.
Maeve, what do you miss the most?
The food.
They have the same algae bars back on Earth as anywhere else.
The women in my family are able to cook anything from nothing. Not me. I've got grease on my fingers. But you really need to try my Aunt Alita's cooking.
Okay, you're all connected the whole way through. That's all connected the whole way through. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on with our tubes. I have something wrong here, and I'm gonna be real sad with myself when it's a whole big deal. But over here somewhere should be the tubes up on this hill. So we can backtrack that and see why it's not going. You do not have a recipe set. You are making ceramics? Alright, so you're the tubes up here. You're just not turned on. Cool. You are not moving forward, which you should be, because
I need water.
I'm busy trying to understand this madness I have created and probably broke. Okay, so that lane is my bypass lane. It goes down here. That goes in the left-hand lane here, which then follows it over, and then switches to the right. Then it drops down here, and it goes down here. It's on the right side here. Follows that lane. Oh, I'm seeing stuff moving. That's what we want to see. Yeah, so basically it's getting passed down this right lane the whole way. Then some of that gets branched off there, and some of it goes the outside, and some goes the inside. And then we repeat that process. Oh, I think we're going to run into problems where things aren't going to be able to reach their stuff because of that. What do you call the tower stuff that... And what do you call the tower stuff that needs? The tower stuff that needs... I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. But it looks like the whole thing just kicked into life. I'm a little concerned that some of this might be broken, and I put a whole lot of effort into something that's fundamentally wrong. See, what do you call the tower stuff that needs feeding? So you need for every 2x tower building needs resources 1x 1 to 3. Splitter. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, like. So you have the ceramics. Let's check to see if the path to the ceramics goes there. Because I think what's happened is I think with all that effort I did, I'm not actually switching the outside and inside lane, they're just going. And then the problem is that means it doesn't line up. So needless to say, I put in a whole lot of work and it's wrong. It's just wrong. Which sucks. Because like I said, I'm trying to make it so I can effectively merge the lanes. So I can merge like to the middle lane or merge the outside lane. And I'm overcomplicating it. And I'm trying to do without that. It's something I'm going to have to think about off stream. Because I've already gone way over to try and get that done. Only to, again, realize it's just not even working. Because like I said, effectively what I've got now is I've got the two right lanes over here. And I'm putting some goods on one and some goods on the other, but they're not going back to where. It seems, let's see. Why did chat suddenly bounce around? Oh, it went the wrong way. Tear it all down and start over. Storage full, so they're stopped moving. Orbital launcher. Yeah, no, it's not storage full. It's what's effectively happening is I've got these 3 lanes here, and the one lane is coming and going to add and remove stuff. That part's fine. Nothing wrong there, because it is being merged into the other lanes. The issue I have is those 2 lanes, I'm feeding goods on them, but they're not switching lanes at some point. I might be able to do a quick and dirty thing here to fix it, now I think about it. So right here, we've got a really big gap between the 2. So instead of repeating...
I love Vulpires.
Why?
Do you know, the last time I saw a live wild animal? Ages ago.
Flocks of birds would often fly over the penal colony. I liked watching them. They're free.
Birds! I'd kill to see a bird again.
Watch what you say.
I heard they brought some to the moon, but I never saw them.
I'm glad there are no birds here. They'd try building a nest in the machines and would probably break something.
Okay. So I'm thinking we do is I got a real quick and dirty way to fix this. Because I just need to swap the 2 lanes. So we got you, and we got you. And so with that, here's the 1 lane that needs to swap stuff. So it goes here. Here's the one that needs to swap stuff. It goes there. Fair enough. From here, I'm going to need... this nonsense. So, again, 1 we're just going to want to pass through. Boom. You're the pass-through. You're just going to go right on over to the other side. Oh, that's a problem. I don't have enough room. So basically what I want to do is I want to split the 1 lane off into 3. And split the other lane off into 3. Okay, so I've got those 2 there. So at that point, we've got all that set up. And now we need to go to the other side here. Actually, I can make this shorter, and then I can make that work. This is gonna be a real mess of a way I'm setting this up, by the way. But it will make the factory function again, at least short term. So then... you've got you 2 here. Where are you? What we can do here is add a rail support. Make it nice and low. Okay, so basically that allows it to switch whichever lanes we need to switch. Can we see the items feed? Can we see the items? Is it just the phone small? You can see the items when they're on the belts. The belts are broken right now because I have touched things. Now the issue here...
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
Yeah, then let them get to whatever belt they need to be on. So you can just go on the outside. Oh, nope. Not that way. The other way. Okay, that should fix it. Yeah, the whole thing's come to life now. Alright. Because basically what happened is I just changed it so the inside feed, we basically did what's like a crossover cable. So we have like your outside lanes that stay the same. So the right lane stays right.
I'm really not happy about what happened in the Forgotten Engine.
A terrible tragedy. I can't even believe it.
I didn't think you'd care this much.
How could someone just abandon such valuable research?
I was talking about the people.
The people weren't properly trained. They made many mistakes while defending themselves.
The corporations left them here to die. It wasn't their fault. You both have issues.
But yeah, so I was gonna say, is basically we took the 2 lanes, We split them into splitters, and we had one right lane that stays in the right, one left lane that stays in the left, and we had a central lane that came, like we split that off, we had a central lane, we just crossed it over the other side, so you can jump either way. So it's the same idea as where you have the railroad track.
Prepare for impact.
Where you have like the star pattern and an X pattern on the railroad where it goes left to switch to right and right to left, but because I can't overlap, I do shenanigans. They all have issues. I mean, they all ended up in prison for different reasons. Now, with that said, now that I've unscuffed this, because I would not remember what I did yesterday, I need to be calling it a night. So I'm going to go ahead and save there, and all that good stuff. For those who have enjoyed tonight's content or not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. For those watching over on YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and take down the YouTube streams real fast. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe. But what we're going to do is over on the Twitch side, as soon as I get those out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. I have very